ABC Cricket Podcast. Good night.
Dodging on the blind side.
In the snow, I've always been told if you start stumbling, grumbling or mumbling, ask for help.
Roy and HG.
You've only got to almost walk past a table that's got a beer on it. You become,
legless.
Roy and HG on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rise it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. It breaks and Curry.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Night camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Baker goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal! He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Fremantle is looking to sew up the minor premiership. Adelaide trying to force their way into the top four. Welcome to Friday night footy at Perth Stadium. Clint Wilden with you ahead of this clash that would mean so much to both clubs. The Dockers looking to bounce back after losing last week to Melbourne, just their third defeat of the season. Well, the Crows want to continue on their recent winning way, beating Richmond last game out. And of course, on top of that, doing their absolute best to give themselves an opportunity to get a double chance in the finals. There's a lot of footy news to chat about in just a moment. Josh Fraser in particular deciding to enter the Carlton coaching race. What does that mean? We'll go through that and indeed say farewell to one of the greats of Australian football in recent times too. But first, let's meet the team. G'day to Mitch Turner. Hello, Mitch. What a wonderful looking afternoon we've got here in the West. Still only, 28 minutes to 5 here, but blue skies, a few clouds, no rain expected. What a terrific afternoon and indeed evening ahead of us. Good to have you on board.
Clint, the day hopefully matches the game we're going to get tonight. It's been one of the better days we've had during this back end of the football season. It's actually been quite warm, which, it'll just drop down to a perfect temperature by the time the ball goes up in the air. But there's a fair bit of excitement around the entire town tonight. Fremantle, it's a nervous energy, I would say, from the fans who, after the hiccup last week, are hoping it was just the 1 week. They were 0-1, as they say, over a 7-day cycle. They're hoping to get back to the old 1 win, no losses mentality they've been going with. So tonight there's a lot to play for, but for the Crows it's the same thing. And tell you what, these two teams have played some crackers against each other in recent times.
They certainly have. The Dockers prevailing by just 2 points when they met earlier this year. Alex Pearce, one of the inclusions for this week. He was managed for the loss against Melbourne with a telling smother late in that game to help get Fremantle home against the Crows. Our experts in the chair with us this evening on ABC Sport, Premiership Pie, Sharad Wellingham, welcome to you.
Good afternoon, Clint, Mitch, Cara, team, listeners.
This is a big one.
It's a big one. It's exciting, as we've been saying the last couple of weeks. All but.
The minor premiership for Fremantle, it is. Well, they can move from all but to it is theirs if they can win today.
Certainly can. Conditions really, as Mitch said, could not be better. Perfect Friday over here in Perth. Hopefully the traffic isn't too hard for everyone to get here. A few more people on the road a little bit earlier today, so I'm thinking people have finally learnt their lesson at round 23. But it's going to be a huge night for football and big ramifications on the ladder.
Well, they roll up late here in the West, and they always do, but Fremantle, if they can get a crowd of 50,000 plus, it would be quite remarkable. They've set a record of 9 consecutive home games in the AFL with crowds of 50,000 plus. That's never been done before, but it'd be hard to imagine that it wouldn't take place this evening. Cara Antonio, AFLW All-Australian, with us as well. G'day, Cara.
Hey, Clint. Hey, team, listeners. Excited, to be here tonight after what was a really awesome game between Fremantle and Melbourne last weekend. Really close, tight contest. They were tested and Melbourne got the chockies at the end of the day, but I'm expecting them to bounce back in front of a home crowd tonight, which hopefully will be a healthy one with perfect conditions, as we've mentioned.
We're going to talk a lot more about this game shortly and also head down into both camps. Adam Kelly, the Crows General Manager of Footy, will join us shortly, and so too Joe Bridie, the Dockers General Manager of Footy. But the big news today, amongst what's been a fairly solid news week, is that Josh Fraser has decided that he will present for the club's vacant coaching position. He accepted an invitation to join the process. What a turnaround. They were 1-8, of course, when he took over. Right now, since he took over the Blues, Carlton has the equal best record in the comp at 10-2 alongside Fremantle. What a remarkable turnaround. Here he was speaking a little bit earlier today about finally deciding to put his hand up for the vacant coaching role at the Blues.
So nice to have an update for you guys, which is a bit different to the questions I've been answering. Look, a fortnight ago, the club came to me and asked me to be a part of this coaching process. And then this week I was in a position to go back to the club and accept that offer to go through the process, and I presented to the coaching panel this week, and now I can focus my attention on this weekend's game.
You want the job?
I've been through the process, and I've said all along that if I committed to that process, I was all in. So now it's in the hands of the selection panel, and we'll see what comes of that.
Was there a moment that dropped that you thought, I want this job?
I think it's been building. I have said previously that I've been ambitious to be a senior coach, and fortunate to have been able to sit in the chair for the past 12 or 13 weeks and consolidate some of my thinking, get some opportunity, exposure to the role that otherwise you wouldn't normally get. And then, obviously lining that up with everything else that comes with the job. So it wasn't a specific time, but it's been something that's been crystallising in my mind and my thoughts, and really confident that I'm ready to assume a responsibility of being a senior coach. I don't really want to go into too many specifics other than to say I think when you have ambitions to be a senior coach, you're working at your presentation over a long period of time, and the criteria can be different from job to job, but specifically around the person you are, the coach you are, and the way forward for any football club that you present for. So it entailed some of those things. I think it's important to recognise when I took over the interim role, 14 weeks ago, No, I didn't know if I was ready. And that wasn't to say that I wasn't. It was just in my mind at that time. I wasn't completely sure that I was ready to put my hand up. This opportunity, I feel like, has been able to fast-track me in many ways. It was been quite unique that you get an extended period of time to be a senior coach, and there are so many things that, whilst you're not exposed to everything, there are so many things that you are exposed to that ordinarily you wouldn't be. So I think it's been, having that little bit of experience now behind me, reinforcing some of the philosophies I've been able to develop over the years, having the confidence that, if I wasn't to put my hand up, would I be any better prepared in another year or two? Probably not. Not to say that you're not always trying to find ways to be better, but through conversations and through my own thinking and analysing, I feel like I'm ready.
It's hard to imagine now, if you have to present to a board, you could have a better coaching CV as an incoming coach than to be able to say, look, we're 10-2 after I took over. Now, I know that there would be a few people who would go back to the nervousness around David Teague, who obviously had a terrific performance when he took over from Brendan Bolton. But even compare that. So Teague comes in 2019, wins 5 of his first 7, but 6 of 11 to finish the season and to be given the job for 2020, then finished 11th and 13th and was dumped at the end of the 21 season. But this is a far longer runner with a far better credentialed set of results for Josh Fraser. And I feel unfortunate for those other coaches involved, Jamie Graham, Daniel Giansiracusa, James Kelly and Corey Enright, who we understand are all on the club shortlist. But with what he's done, how could you possibly go past Josh Fraser? Sharad, Cara, thoughts?
Yeah, my thoughts are that it has been really, I don't want to say smart, but it's been measured and it's been deliberate from Josh to not just throw his hat in the ring initially, let his, not performance, but record speak for itself when the time does come around. Because if he said, I want to take on the job, and then is 2-10, you're probably not going to even get a look in, are you? And so he's let his performance do the talking for him, and by kind of waiting for that to eventuate, I think he's given himself a lot of benefit. But also I think you see the club at a much closer and more intimate level when you're actually sitting in the seat as a head coach. I imagine you're exposed to a lot more than an assistant coach would be, and so his eyes would have been opened to a lot of things, and the decision for him to put his hand up probably sits much more comfortably with him now. And it might have been, a chat with his wife and family to see if they think that he should do it. Did he feel conflicted being a Pies man going and coaching the
How did I know
Blues?
you'd bring that up?
I feel conflicted for him. But he's done a huge apprenticeship, coached his own sides, and has been around the Blues for a while now. So, I think that he's really comfortable in that organisation. And, I think I'm not going to say he's played his cards right, but I think that the way that he's gone about it has been really measured and professional.
He almost put the pressure on others, didn't he? Like, instead of the pressure being on Josh Fraser when he declared himself to have this long audition for the back end of the year, he started putting the pressure almost on the football club, because the fans are going, hey, you've got to make this guy the coach.
Yeah.
So instead of it all being on him and being like, well, you said you want the job, you better show us something right now and show us something good. Instead of that, he put it on the club, and all of a sudden the fans are like, hey, appoint him.
Well, I almost think about it as like he's been playing hard to get.
Yeah.
Like and you're right, Chaz, he's played his cards very, very well, been very measured. And I saw an article, I think, during the week about his time at the Pies even, and what he's learnt from Fly, and the way that's almost kind of how he's become a coach and evolving in his own right. But yeah, when you've got the Carlton fans chanting, we want Josh or we want Fraser, or whatever they were chanting last week, it's hard to go past asking him to interview. And I think he's in the box seat, if you ask me. Yes, as you mentioned, Clint, there might be a few people sitting back with previous situations that they've put themselves in, the Blues, but there's no better person for the job than someone that's taken them from where they were mid-season to where they are now.
We always talk about how important it is to have coached your own side. Well, he's done that now on a number of occasions. Gold Coast's reserves team, of course, and then was involved with the Northern Blues. He was the coach of the Carlton VFL affiliate. So, yeah, I just...
Collingwood VFL side as well, maybe. But... It's a really important...
in a very successful year, 2023, was it?
And it's a really important thing to be able to run your own side because it's not just coming up with training drills. And there's a lot more that goes to it. There's a lot more questions that get thrown at you from every department of the football club. And... yeah, I think that having been his own head coach, very, very helpful.
It's more about It's more about managing of people because the assistants do a lot of the grunt work and the groundwork in coding and working one-on-one directly with their lines and their players. But from a head coach point of view, you're managing all the different elements within a team. So, yeah, it's been a great apprenticeship, thus far at the helm. So, yeah, I'm excited to sit back and see what the Blues do.
Handled it beautifully too by saying, I'm not really interested. And then the Blues came forward and invited him to apply for the role. So, yeah, the news coming out today, Josh Fraser has decided he will present for the club's vacant coaching position after accepting that invitation from the club to join the process. Big news at the Blues. Clint Wilden with you alongside Mitch Turner, our experts, Cara Antonio and Sharad Wellingham, about to be joined by a very special guest downstairs. Always good to have him back in the West. He's alongside a Cash Fodadar. Cash, fire away.
Thanks, Clint. Yeah, I've got a special guest indeed, the EGM of footy at the Adelaide Crows, Adam Kelly. Thanks for your time, Adam. Big game. You've got the number one side on their home deck in a Friday night game. It's also crucial for your top four chances. What's the approach tonight?
Oh, look, I think you captured it very well. It's a huge game in the context of our season. Not only because we're playing against the ladder leader and a team that's been unbeaten at home this year, but for us sitting in that fifth spot, we can finish anywhere from third to eighth. So the result of tonight's game will go a long way to determining what our outcome will be. And, it'll be a high-pressure game for sure.
Now, it was a really tight game when you played back at the Adelaide Oval. Seems like a long time ago now. Is there anything you can take from that game to try and turn the tables tonight?
Yeah, we certainly look back at that game. I know a lot of water's gone under the bridge since that point in time, but we felt like in moments of that game, especially probably halfway through that second quarter through to the game's end, we felt like we got a few things right. We'd like to see a bit of that on show again here tonight. But yeah, for us, and it's like nearly every other week, really comes down to contest and our ability to put our opposition under pressure.
One thing that has been different this week is a club legend announced their retirement in Taylor Walker. Firstly, what's the week been like? And secondly, can you talk me through the decision to bring him to Perth but then not play him?
Yeah, well, first of all, on the announcement, I don't think we can overstate the importance that Taylor Walker's had to our footy club, and it goes far beyond the games played, the goals kicked. He's been an outstanding leader. I don't know that we've had another player who's built such a strong affinity with our fan base. He is definitely our most loved Crow. And so, it was a big occasion for the footy club. And the decision for him not to play was one that was made weeks ago. We always planned that this was a game that Taylor would be managed in. Such as Tex's way, he wanted to be here to support the boys in what is a really big game for our season. So he'll bring some of that leadership outside of the white line tonight, but it was really important for him to be here to support the boys, and we wanted to sort of allow him to be able to do that. So he'll play a role, but it won't be out in the field.
Are you able to ride some of the emotion of the week and use that as motivation tonight?
I don't think our boys need it, to be honest. We don't have to harp on how important this game is and how big an occasion it is. So, look, I think maybe next week they might get a bit of an emotional lift when we celebrate Taylor's career against the Giants. But, I think tonight our boys will be right on.
Let's head up to the team upstairs. Clint Wilden, Mitch Turner, Cara Antonio and Sharad Wellingham.
Adam, good luck for tonight's game, mate. We saw a Melbourne outfit that were able to, I suppose, attack and outnumber and dismantle Fremantle last week. What have you taken from the review that you guys can bring over here to the cauldron that Fremantle have developed here?
Yeah, look, they were certainly fantastic. Actually, it was a great game of footy, first and foremost. But I think that, as I said earlier, I think our ability to win that contested ball and put Fremantle under pressure, try and play a bit of front and half footy, I think is probably going to be the secret to our success tonight.
And your big Muckman O'Brien goes out of the side when you're going up against, I think, probably the premier ruckman in the competition this year. What's going to be the formula for stopping Wacko Jacko?
Well, Lockie McAndrew, we think's had a terrific season in what is his first full AFL season. Standing at close enough to 210 centimetres, he's been able to give our midfielders really good access to the footy across the course of the year. And then we brought Toby Murray into the side, and Toby's played that role for us over the course of the year as second ruck and a little bit forward. And we've also got Rolly Thilthorpe, who we can use if we feel like we need to. So we've got a few options there, but McAndrew comes back in after a freshen up last week.
You touched on Thilthorpe there. I think a little bit's been made of his form over the last month or so. Is this the perfect time for him to really bounce back and be ready for your finals campaign?
Yeah, look, I think the criticisms that come Rolly's way over the course of the year, I don't think have been entirely justified. It was only 2 weeks ago that everyone was heralding the fact that he dominated against the Bombers, and last week it was a tough game, tough conditions for all of the key forwards in both teams. So Rolly's been carrying some pretty good form into last week, and we will hopefully see him back at his best tonight.
Adam Antonio here. Good luck for tonight's game. Just going back on last weekend against Richmond, you were challenged. It was a pretty tight win in the end. What did you take, and I suppose what did the team learn from last week that you can put into practice tonight?
Well, it was certainly a reminder about how even the competition is, and when you are not quite at your best and your opposition is, it doesn't seem, no matter where you sit on the ladder, you're going to be challenged. So we look back at that game. Was our preparation as good as what it could have been? Did we come with the right mindset? But thankfully, our boys were able to at least compose themselves and get on top in that sort of late in the game and get the 4 points, because it wouldn't have been much of an enjoyable week in Adelaide if we had got rolled last weekend, that's for sure.
No doubt. And Nixie spoke throughout the week just and highlighted, I suppose, Fremantle's ability to generate momentum, particularly during Wharfie time, one particular time this year against the Hawks. But I suppose what will be important for your players if the crowd start to get involved tonight?
Yeah, it's well done to Fremantle, first and foremost.
They've created
certainly captured everyone's imagination, Wharfie time, and whoever makes that decision on whether to pull the trigger or not, well done on resisting the temptation, because a number of games I watch this year thinking, it could be Wharfie time, and it's not. No, great initiative, and we've spoken about it. The reality is, if Wharfie time comes out tonight and it's in that sort of scenario that it was against the Hawks, that means we're in the game. So, it won't be the worst thing to hear Wharfie time tonight, but hopefully we're the team who responds to it and not the Dockers.
Adam, you kind of touched on it then, but it was about the mindset. And obviously last year, you're top of the ladder at this point of the season or thereabouts. Is there a different feel going towards the back end of the season in that you're still having to fight to get as high as you possibly can? And is there more urgency and us not, you know what I'm kind of alluding to?
Yeah, I do. And it is very different to last year. I think we're in a similar position to the Dockers, where our top two spot was somewhat guaranteed heading into the last two rounds, and our form in those closing two home and away games wasn't great. This year's very different to that, and our season's played out very differently as well. We've had many players who have missed across the course of the year for various reasons, injury and suspension, and then we've managed players over the last 6 weeks. So, there are very few players in our team that have played every game. We feel like we're better prepared from that respect, both physically and mentally, to head into a finals campaign. We feel like we've been able to manage the squad better than what we did last.
Adelaide Jam of Footy, Adam Kelly joining us here on ABC Sport ahead of the Crows clash with the Dockers at Perth Stadium. Adam, Mitch Turner here. Calamarchi, just the 6 games for the year, game 7 tonight. Big recruit, of course, coming over from the Lions. How important is it going to be to keep him out there running into this final series?
Well, this is what we brought him here for, the finals experience, the big game experience. Unfortunately, he's had a wretched run with injury, but what he's been able to show in games across the course of the year is his ability to stand up in big moments. I think back to the Bulldogs game early in the year, he had some really big moments late in the game. He did a job for us on Sicily. He's done a job for us on Tom Stewart. He's that type of player who can impact, doesn't necessarily need a great deal of possession to impact the game, and he, as a forward, he also can go to the opposition's best interceptor, so he'll be really important for us. He's a big game performer, as we've seen with Brisbane over his journey, so yeah, hopefully from here on in we see him out there each and every week. And I know Wharfie time can be spooky, but did you get a bit of a scare when the fire alarm went off in the team hotel today and there was a bit of an evacuation? Was that just burnt toast, or was that silly buggers from a Fremantle fan? I'll tell you what I got a bigger scare of, the fact we had no bloody hot water. I can't remember the last time I had a cold shower, and I now know why I don't have cold showers. It was bloody cold. So.
They'll be fired up. They'll be fired up, Adam, after the cold shower. The boys will be angry.
I could be wrong here, Adam, but did you once run a hotel? Were you involved in that sort of side of things before getting heavily into footy?
You've either got a very good memory or you've looked at my LinkedIn profile recently.
No, I actually vaguely remember when you took over at East Fremantle. Like, you'd be saying, hey, I know how this works, and this simply isn't good enough.
Well, yes. I used to deal with complaint from time to time when I ran a motel back in my 20s. But, yeah, no, I'm sure they'll have it under control, and hopefully by the time we get back tonight, I'll be able to have a nice warm shower.
One last one from me. When you bring in 6 players, are you ever concerned about their... And they're quality players, by the way. I know you're missing Merle Bullen and Walker, but the players you're bringing back in are big names. But are you ever worried that maybe that does have an impact on the overall group out on the field?
Yeah, you do. I think cohesion's important, but you know, it's something we've struggled with this year, again, through injuries, but more recently it's probably been more us from a management point of view. And we looked at the fixture and we looked at these 2 games against the Dockers, and then next week against Giants, they're full dress rehearsal for us. So, we'd like to think from here on in we've got a bit of consistency and cohesion.
Always good to chat with you. Hope the showers post-game here at the stadium are a little bit warmer than they were during the day.
Yeah, thanks.
Good on you. Adam Kelly downstairs, the General Manager of the Adelaide Football Club's footy department. Good that he could join us here on ABC Sport. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and on ABC Listen. If you'd like to get in touch with us, as always, you can do so. 0437 774 774. And if you're a Blues fan in particular, very keen to get your thoughts on the news coming through a little bit earlier today. Josh Fraser at his press conference declaring that he will put his hand up for the vacant coaching role. What a performance he's had since he took over that football club as well. From taking over in round 10 when they bounced back, the new coach bounced, which sometimes does happen. 12-point win over the Bulldogs, but then went on to win their next 7 before dropping games to Hawthorn and Collingwood, and they've won their past 3 as well. So a 10-2 record. Only Fremantle equals that. Of course, they had that wonderful run, Fremantle, the unbeaten run in the middle of the year. But since Josh Fraser has taken over, the Blues and the Dockers are both 10-2. No one else has that sort of a record. So really have to see. Hard to think that he wouldn't be absolutely odds-on favourite, almost bank interest in regards to his chances of being the next Carlton coach. Love to get your thoughts. 0437 774 774. Coming up here on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, we're going to reflect on the news this week. His former housemate sitting with us at Steel Sidebottom is retiring, so we'll reflect on that as well and get your thoughts if you're a Collingwood person. What are the moments that stand out most for you from Steel Sidebottom's career? For me personally, 2023, that goal he kicked from beyond 50 at right half forward to give Collingwood a 10-point advantage from memory over Brisbane. It was their last goal of that game, and it was an absolute roost as well. That stands out for me, and so many highlights for him. I'd love to get your thoughts on that as well. And we'll also hear from Chris Fagan on how he's feeling on passing the great Lee Matthews record for the most games coached at the Brisbane Lions, that he will do so in the Q Clash this weekend. All that and a lot more. Stick around wherever you are. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner, Sharry Billingham and Cara Antonio will also head down into the Dockers rooms very shortly and speak to their General Manager of Footy, Joe Bridie, ahead of this game as the Dockers look to bounce back from their loss last week to Melbourne. Lots more to come though. News time on the ABC. Hopefully you can join us with plenty more from what is a picture-perfect Perth Stadium. Blue skies, a few clouds about. We're expecting a beauty, as the game should be too.
Good evening, Nicholas Hines with ABC News. The Australian Federal Police says millions of dollars in cash from illegal tobacco sales is being moved from Tasmania into Victoria, with 3 men arrested in relation to the illicit tobacco trade. Police this week seized more than $1 million in cash and $2.5 million worth of tobacco, along with gold, silver and several firearms in raids in both states. They've now arrested 3 men, 2 from Melbourne's west and 1 from Tasmania. Police say criminal gangs rely on the transfer of cash to sustain their activities, and they believe the seizures will be felt by organised crime groups. Victorian Premier Ben Carroll has wished his predecessor Jacinta Allen the very best as she announced her retirement from politics. Less than a month after she was ousted as Premier by Mr Carroll, Jacinta Allen today called time on her 27-year political career, announcing she won't recontest her seat in November. She made an emotional plea to clean up the tenor of political debate and misinformation. Mr Carroll says Ms Allen did a lot for her local electorate.
My predecessor transformed Bendigo for the better over 27 years, and she has a right to do what she needs to do for her and her family, and whatever her decision is, I wish her all the very, very best.
Sources close to Ms Allen say she will be heading on a well-deserved family holiday and will not be returning to Parliament between now and the election. A former One Nation candidate has apologised for calling gay people mentally ill, saying he was just repeating something he heard online. Parminder Singh ran for the party in Western Australia's 2025 state election and had been campaigning in the current Secret Harbour by-election. He says he was repeating something he'd heard on social media and should not have presented it as fact. One Nation leader Pauline Hanson has distanced herself from the comments, while Mr Singh's profile has been removed from the party's website. This next story contains details of an alleged indecent assault. A man who once worked alongside Alan Jones has told a Sydney court the veteran broadcaster allegedly touched him under the table during a lunch. Here's court reporter Jamie McKinnell.
There are 8 charges that relate to this witness, known as Complainant C, who's outlined multiple occasions where he says Alan Jones kissed him and touched him without consent. In total, Mr Jones denies 22 charges of indecent assault and sexual touching, which relate to 6 male complainants. Complainant C told the judge of a lunch he attended where he alleged Mr Jones sat next to him and rested his hand on the young man's upper thigh or groin for most of the event. He testified that after the lunch, another colleague made a joke to him along the lines of, "You copped a feel, didn't you?" The court heard it left Complainant C feeling deeply embarrassed.
The death toll from Colombia's devastating earthquake this week has risen to at least 280. Close to 4,000 people have been injured, almost 380 others are still missing. Colombia's President Abelardo de la Espriella says finding any remaining survivors is his number one priority.
Our priority is to save lives. It is human beings who are under the rubble, and I have nothing but words of gratitude and recognition for the heroes of Colombia. Soldiers, police officers, members of civil defence, rescuers, firefighters who have worked from the moment of the tragedy in an absolutely committed manner.
In men's cricket, Bangladesh leads Australia by 153 runs at stumps after day 2 of the first test in Darwin. The tourists are at 6 for 351 in their first innings, in reply to Australia's first innings total of just 198. 25-year-old opener Tanzir Hassan has hit his maiden century in only his second test, but was dismissed 1 run later off the bowling of Nathan Lyon. Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood have taken 2 wickets each. And tributes are being paid to Young Talent Time host Johnny Young following his death aged 79. Here's Thamia Navara.
If you're not at home, you sing along too. Danielle is contestant number 3. Here she comes.
The iconic musician and entertainer introduced Australia to many big stars, including Danny Minogue and Tina Arena, through his TV show Young Talent Time, which aired from 1971 to 1988. Tina Arena is among those paying tribute to him and his legacy, saying he allowed and equally encouraged me to find my voice. In an Instagram post, Danny Minogue says Johnny Young holds a place in so many hearts, and today my heart is broken. Young's family announced today he died after a brief battle with pancreatic cancer.
It's a partly cloudy weekend ahead for Melbourne, a top of 15 tomorrow and a top of 14 on Sunday. Temperatures climbing up to 19 degrees by Tuesday though. Right now in Melbourne it's 13 degrees.
And the Logie goes to...
Show some love to your favourite ABC programs, presenters and actors by voting for us in the 2026 Logie Awards at tvweeklogies.com.au.
I don't know what I'm going to find here.
Discover a vault filled with all the cases, all the crime.
It's dangerous. You don't trust anyone.
Shetland, The Capture, Treasure and Dirt, and so many more.
You can't say I didn't warn you.
Stream now on ABC iView.
I don't know what I'm going to find here.
Discover a vault filled with all the cases, all the crime.
It's dangerous. You don't trust anyone.
Shetland, The Capture, Treasure and Dirt, and so many more.
You can't say I didn't warn you.
Stream now on ABC iView.
Every community has stories worth sharing. ABC Your Say is your chance to join the conversation. Tell us what's on your mind. Visit abc.net.au/yoursay. Every community has stories worth sharing. ABC Your Say is your chance to join the conversation. Tell us what's on your mind. Visit abc.net.au/yoursay.
AFL.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio,
Sport Digital
and ABC Listen.
Stadium, if you're just joining us around SA and the Northern Territory, building up for Fremantle versus Adelaide, a game that could be enormous for both clubs. The Dockers are locked in the top 2, but they would love to be able to sew up the minor premiership. While for Adelaide, they come across still hoping to force their way into the AFL's top 4. They currently sit in 5th position on percentage, but win, and they would be the first team to beat Fremantle in WA this season. But win, and they will climb up into the top 4. Lots to come here on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Very shortly, we'll be joined by Lisa Webb, the AFLW Dockers coach, to talk about the season. Of course, there's been a couple of games so far. How are Fremantle placed ahead of all that? And also, we're going to touch base with Steele Sidebottom, who spoke a little bit earlier today about his retirement that is coming up at the end of the season. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner, our experts Sharad Wellingham and Cara Antonio. So a premiership pie and an AFLW All-Australian with us in the box. We might actually just touch base with that news about Steele Sidebottom. Of course, really, well, unsurprising, but nonetheless still sad news that he's going to retire at the end of this season with Collingwood, one of the great careers in Collingwood colours. Played 373 games to date, 19 this season. Of course, won 2 premierships with the Magpies in 2010 and in 2023. Here's a little bit of what he had to say to the press a little bit earlier today.
I probably first, thought about it was around Anzac Day, actually, just before it. I remember I rang my wife and just said, I think that, this year could be it. And the reasoning was like, similar to why I come out yesterday. It was just, when you get older in your career, there's, decisions you've got to make, and some of them are out of my control, and it started to sort of take up some of my energy, and I didn't want to, spend the last year of footy at the footy club thinking about things that basically I had no control over as well, and potentially it was sort of pulling me away from, just being who I was at the footy club as well, and being full of energy and maybe just sort of taking away, the enjoyment that I wanted to have in my last year. So, I've thought about it for a while, but, thinking about it's one thing, and then you've got to actually come out and address it. And, I was really pleased with how it all went yesterday, and, it was a really great day.
2 Copeland trophies. 2017, 2018, second in the 2018 Brownlow medal. He's won 2 Anzac medals. He's had a remarkable career, and alongside, of course, a bloke by the name of Pendlebury who can play a little bit, the most games in VFL, AFL history as teammates. Sharad Wellingham, we'll hear from the Dockers coach, by the way, Lisa Webb, in just a moment. But how did you feel when the news came through about Steele's side bottom today?
Oh, look, I was incredibly proud for him. He's such a humble and knockabout country bloke still. He's still got such a strong connection back to Tallygaroopna, where he's from. He comes from a big family. All his brothers keep him pretty level-headed, and that's just the way he played the game as well. I mean, his skill and, I suppose, ability to play a number of different roles and be super reliable, stand up in big moments. But not that he was understated, but he just always played at the same level and did it for so long. And that's kind of my lasting memory of Sidey is just you knew what you were going to get from him every week when he ran out there. He wasn't about the fanfare. And so, like he said, he didn't want it to distract him going on any further, and he was happy with his decision. I didn't know that, I only just heard that then, that he kind of came to that conclusion after the Anzac Day game. He can be nothing but incredibly proud of his career, and he just said he's looking forward to having a few celebratory tastes of frothy at the end of the footy season.
Well, being a Collingwood supporter growing up, as everyone knows in the box, I had probably 3 numbers on my back of my jumper. So Nathan Buckley, Steele Sidebottom, and Scotty Pendlebury were the 3 kind of numbers. So I loved him from the get-go, the moment he kind of entered the footy club. And you're right, Shaz, like, he's just so consistent. Week in, week out, you knew exactly what you were going to get from him. And I kind of agree with you, Clint, that grand final goal from outside 50, I was there and I was thinking, I reckon he might ping a hammy if he gets on the end of this one, but flushed it, went straight through, and obviously the rest is history.
It's always my argument about why grand finals should be played in the day, because the ball seems to fly further. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he makes it if that's a night grand final. I'm going to stick with that. That's where that's a hill that I'm prepared to die on. So Steele Sidebottom speaking today after announcing his retirement. The AFLW is back with us. It kicked off last weekend. We saw a game last night as well, but plenty more to come. And Fremantle get involved on Sunday. They've got Port Adelaide at it's been their training venue for some time, but it's their new home ground down at Coburn, and their coach Lisa Webb's been good enough to join us. G'day, Lisa, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Now, tell us a bit. There's been a fair bit of work go into the facilities. The Dockers, it's been their home base for some time, but to bring it up to scratch for you to be able to move from Fremantle Oval to now play your home games at Coburn. Tell us what's gone into making that happen.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Obviously, having Juddy in the box when she was first there, to see the change rooms to where they are now, it's absolutely incredible. I think even if you paid a visit a few weeks ago, you'd be quite shocked. It's unbelievable. Obviously, we train there. We always have trained there during the week, and to be able to understand the ground as well as we do now, have just these amazing change rooms, grandstands. The deck is looking as good as Optus Stadium is. So we just can't wait to play. The club's put a lot into it, and there's no better way than Mimstrom 75th.
Indeed. After she was terrific too, by the way, in the Australia versus Ireland game. By the way, how much of a boost do you think that international game was for the AFLW? I watched it. I loved it. The skills were just incredible to see. I would have liked it to be a bit closer, be more exciting. I shouldn't say that as an Australian, but what do you think that those sort of contests can do to help build and continue to build women's football, both in this country and in Ireland?
Yeah, I think it was a fantastic opportunity to see how fast that ball was moving around. I think the Irish lost a few players later, the week leading up, which probably affected them a little bit. But, it was so fast, wasn't it, to see, and even speaking to Mim and Schultz to kind of rotate in the ruck, and Ash McCarthy trying to shark Mim's taps, of course, being a cheeky self, and then, seeing Zippy Fish kick the first goal, like how incredible it is. And, you wouldn't want to be defending some of those fast players out there, but what a spectacle it was.
Lisa Webb is with us. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, coming up from Perth Stadium. The Dockers and the Crows not too far away. Clint Wilton alongside Mitch Turner, our experts Sharad Wellingham and Cara Antonio.
Webbs, you finished 11th last season. There was obviously a bit of a review that went in at the end. What were kind of some key focus areas that you put to work in the off-season?
Yeah, we dialed up a lot, to be honest with you. Juddy was there last year, of course, so we dialed that. No, we've gone full-time, essentially. We're day training now, and that's a massive one. It was probably one of the last pieces for us to really, dial everything up. Now we've got, Darren Rumble, who's a part-time coach, obviously, within our program, which is massive. But the players have just been, ever since we finished last year in that Adelaide game, I know you know what it was like, Juds. It was rough. We never wanted to be there, but we were. And we had to stop talking about making some changes, and we actually did. And ever since then, we can talk a really strong game as coaches. We're going to dial this up. We're going to work harder. But the players have been terrific in that. And as you can see, they've worked tirelessly, as they always do. But we had to get, creative with some of our different structures that we're playing. And hopefully, come Sunday, I'm pretty confident you guys are going to see, the way that we really want to play, and hopefully get some wins on the board, Juds.
What does 2026 look like for you in terms of success on field? You talk about wins and losses and ladder position, but what does success really look like?
Yeah, I think we want to be more aggressive in the way that we score. A lot of people talk about Zanks and being a massive, recruit for us, but, losing Anya, we had to be a bit more creative with what we were doing. So we want to make sure that, obviously, I understand that you guys are always judging on winning games, creating an atmosphere at Coburn where, it's this lockdown crowd that no one, wants to be in, and obviously we get to produce that against Port. But, really consistent football. I thought we had some drop-off games against Carlton and Hawthorn last year, and you just can't do that. And obviously we learned a pretty dirty lesson from North Melbourne as well. So we really had to lift the baseline of what it was to be a really good football club. And, the test will come this week, and obviously early in the season we've got some great games. We'll see how we go this year.
We saw North Melbourne as the absolute benchmark, and not just with the way they played against Fremantle, but what they did throughout the entire season. How far ahead do you think North Melbourne are from the rest of the competition, and how much of a challenge is it going to be for everyone to try and reach their lofty goals? Because they were awesome at stages last year.
Yeah, they're incredible, and they've clearly got some more good players coming in as well. I think the challenge for the competition is how do we keep raising the bar? North Melbourne are going to be difficult to beat again, but, I think there's shifts in the way that a couple of players in each team that have kind of gone through injury or recruit make a big difference, I think. So if you can kind of shift some of the new recruits, even for Melbourne last night, I thought they didn't look like they were new recruits. It looked like they've been playing football for a long time. So I think lift the standard from those players who are just coming in that can really impact, and obviously hope that North Melbourne, you want to play them, you seriously want to play them. We played them last year and we caught a few lessons off them, but we want to learn from their game as well, and some of the things that they do really well and how they move the ball. And when we talk about the Irish game, they've got some wonderful Irish players in their team as well. So we'll learn a little bit about what they are doing, but also each team is made up of, different, we've got Nat Eden coming in, you've got Hayley playing forward, we've got an Irish recruit, Nifa Healy. So a couple of players make a big difference, and we hope that'll lift our baseline going forward.
Lisa, my favourite part of the start of the season is new players coming through. Who have you got that I don't want you to make, pick favourites.
No, pick favourites.
Favourites. Who are you most excited to see pull on the jumper for the first time, and who's impressed you most over the off-season?
Yeah, I think one that won't play on Sunday is Georgie Brisbane. She's a weapon. Like, she's put a massive amount in. She'll miss this week, but she's going to be big for us when she comes back. I think last year she took a lot of those key defenders, which obviously is a challenge for someone coming into their first year. She's going to have Eden down there. Bella Smith's in really great form, and TK as well. And then the other one that I know we've talked a lot about now, but is Aoife Healy. Like, she's something else. She's rarely kind of frazzled by anything. She's got great pace, and she's shown that she can pick up the game really well.
And you've got a lot of, I suppose, players that come from interstate, international, and we've seen the men's side do such a great job of creating an environment where players don't want to leave. How are you kind of trying to emulate that with your side as well?
Yeah, I think, great culture is something that it takes a while to build, and it's really difficult, but making sure the players in the team have got great ownership. They know as well as I do. It's all well and good us calling coaching shots from the box, but we need to empower players to make decisions on the field and make sure. I think that's one of the biggest things for us this year. Moving towards more of a program in the day allows them to learn so much more. So we equip them with as much knowledge that they can make decisions in game really quickly, and I think that'll go a long way for us this year.
Fremantle AFLW head coach Lisa Webb joining us in the box here on ABC Sport ahead of the AFL clash between the Dockers and the Crows. No late changes in that game, by the way, so any Crows fans fearing of Darcy Fogarty's fitness, he's good to go. Lisa, I was down there at Coburn yesterday. It looks amazing with all the developments and the redevelopments you've done. North of $10 million on the latest phase of the development, which is very exciting that the club's put that money in. But how do you stay connected to Freo? Because it really felt like the AFLW, that was almost one of the last real parts connected to the heart of Freo. The men had moved away from there already, and the women games and the AFLW games there felt like that was Freo still staying in touch. How hard is it to keep that spirit of Fremantle alive now that pretty much full time out of Coburn, the entire club?
Yeah, I think once you head down there, you'll realise there's still a lot about Fremantle within our club, of course, clearly. And we love, obviously, playing at Freo Oval, but to be able to now train and have that full home ground advantage is massive for us. I mean, it's been incredible, but we needed to kind of get what we needed out of it, which is, elite change room facilities, elite coaches' boxes, and the way the ground is. I don't know if you guys are like me. I know Judd's has got glasses on as well as you, Clint, but for me to see from Freo Oval, it was, quite distant as well. So it's a real intimate and boutique ground at Coburn. So I think it's going to be really great for the spectators and the kids to start running around. And, it's a difficult one, and one which we didn't do lightly, but I think the players and all the spectators will be in a better spot for it.
Have you spoken to the events team about having your own version of Wharfie time if required late in games this year, Lisa Webb?
It's gone pretty well, hasn't it, here? Look, it's something that, if we're in that position, why not? We're consistently kind of working through all those things. To be honest with you, as Judd said before, mine's in trying to win games and get our club to, the successful point that we want it to. So
even Justin has admitted occasionally he would like to push that button, though. Lisa. Even he said that downstairs.
All right. Is there a button, is there? I reckon Luce Leo over here would probably press that button.
I've seen you in the box. You'd want to press it, I reckon.
Yeah, with my fist, probably. No. Let's see. Like, it's got to be tight to be in that position. So hopefully we're kicking enough goals that we don't have to worry about it. But, it is good. And obviously the crowd here is infectious. And I know all of our players are here today to learn. Obviously the events team do a terrific job. So if we can emulate some of the stuff that they've done down at Coburn, we'll be in a great spot.
Just one last one from me. Lisa Webb, the AFLW coach at the Fremantle Dockers, with us. I'm curious the difference now with players who get drafted, the skills that they arrive with now compared to a couple of years ago when the competition first started. We often spoke about, look, there'll be players who are now, they've started, I imagine that the girls who are coming in, they've spent their entire time playing footy. What do you notice about the skills that they now bring with them when they arrive at the footy club?
Yeah, I mean, I taught at a school where some of those kids are coming through now, and it is wild to see that, you've got girls coming in that can kick left and right foot. But funnily enough, so can Aoife Healy, which is pretty scary. So there is a balance. Abby Darrick's another one who will play on Sunday. She's been one that's been around for a while, and God, she's such a good kick. I think you even saw when Melbourne played last night, some of those young players look like they have been playing. Geordie Allen looks like she's been playing in the system for 10 years. So it is really exciting. And as you say, when we talk about how we're going to live, lift. If, those new players come in, create that new norm for being able to kick both sides of the body. And Juddy, as a backs coach last year, they know all the terminology because they've been doing it for 10 years. So it is really exciting. It's obviously different these days than what it was when we started, but the competition's only going from strength to strength, and I can't wait to see. I've seen a couple of the girls coming up in this next draft as well, and it's quite scary to see the talent coming through, but with that comes a dedication and commitment to get better at your craft when you might come into a program where you've always been the best and now you've got a challenge for your spot. So that's kind of the harder part for those new players coming in.
Good luck on the weekend. It all kicks off on Sunday for the AFLW, for the Fremantle Dockers, of course, up against Port Adelaide. We appreciate your time, Lisa.
Thanks for having me.
Great to have you with us in the box. Like the young fellow with the retro Dockers jumper on as well. It's a very good look. Lisa Webb, the AFLW Dockers coach, joining us here. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. And, of course, as always, ABC Sport will keep you right across the AFLW throughout season 2026. Building up Fremantle versus Adelaide. A lot more to come. We'll head down into the Dockers camp again in a short time. Joe Bridie will join us, the General Manager of Footy at the Fremantle Dockers, and also a lot more to go as well. But first, before all of that, day 2 of the Test match wrapped up. Another fascinating day up in Darwin between the Australians and Bangladesh. Ben Cameron's got the wrap for us. Ben.
It was Bangladesh's day on day 2 of the first test between Australia and Bangladesh at Marara in Darwin. They reached stumps at 6 for 348, a 153-run first innings lead. The day really belonged to Tanzid Hassan. He could have been caught last night on naught. You could hardly say it was a dropped catch because in the end, Nathan Lyon didn't get a hand on it. But he was given a life on naught. He was dropped on 62. And in his second test match, he brought up his maiden test century. And here's how he called it. Lyon bowls, Tanzid drives down the ground, and there it is. An innings from his wildest dreams. A maiden test century, and it's against Australia in Australia. So Tanzid Hassan, he was removed shortly after that for 101, his maiden test century. It was Bangladesh's day. They resumed at 1 for 96. They reached lunch at 2 for 181. That's 17 runs behind Australia on the first innings. From there, they kicked on. By tea, they were well and truly in command of the match at 3 for 286. So that was largely behind Tanzid Hassan, his 101 that I mentioned. Najmal Hussain Shanto, he also made 84 before he was out off the bowling of Josh Hazlewood, caught by Steve Smith. But before that, he took to the Australian bowling, including a 99-metre 6 off the bowling of Nathan Lyon. Steve Smith doing the catching as well. It was his 218th test catch that he took today, which draws him level with Joe Root for the most catches by a non-wicket keeper in test match history. So Steve Smith moving up the ratings there, or the rankings, I should say. For the Aussies, the bowling performance, Mitchell Starc took 2 for 68. Josh Hazlewood, the same off 20 overs. Pat Cummins, 1 for 50. Nathan Lyon, 1 for 92 off his 25 overs. There was a period with the second new ball in which Australia took 3 for 17. It looked like they might run through the tourists there, but in the end, it was Mahidi, Hassan Miraz and Hassan Mahmood who dug in. Mahidi reaching stumps at 32 not out, and Hassan Mahmood, who started yesterday with 6 wickets for Bangladesh, who dug in for 13 not out from 76 deliveries to get Bangladesh through to stumps at that score of 6 for 351. James Franklin is the bowling coach for the Aussies, and the former Kiwi international joined our team post-match to speak about the bowling performance.
I think it's obviously well documented. We're at the start of a long journey in Test cricket for us over the next sort of 12 to 15 months. So this was the first proper day, first proper hit out in that journey. The heat, it's obviously pretty warm up here in Darwin. We've had some good training down in Brisbane, but it is a step up in temperature here. So, again, the messaging was, shorter spells, 4 or 5 over spells, and I think we saw that from Pat today. As I said, there was a lot of chopping and changing of spells. No one really bowled longer than a 5 over spell, I don't think. So that's just to try and maintain a little bit of freshness in the legs as we go through the day, and it has been a long day.
So this is absolutely Bangladesh's test to win. They are in a commanding position, leading, as I said, by 153 runs. They'll resume on the third morning at 6 for 351. How big can that lead get? How awkward can it get? And how much pressure will the likes of Jake Weatherald, Marnus Labuschagne and Cam Green be under when they walk out to this Marara pitch on day 3? It's going to be a fascinating watch. It's been a great test to date. It will continue to be so, you would think. You can listen to it all on ABC Listen. Just click on the cricket button or ABC Sport button and you'll be able to listen along with the team.
Ben Cameron there, of course. Great coverage up there in Darwin. Corbin Middlemass leading the way alongside Ben Cameron and, of course, the voice of summer. Even if it's not summer yet, it is up in the top end. Jim Maxwell. Of course, you can join them tomorrow, as Ben said, for the start of day 3. A couple of text messages rolling in. 0437 774 774. Jenny in Melbourne, good evening, team. I'm a long-suffering Freo fan. I'm almost entirely convinced that we'll lose tonight and next week as well. Neither the Crows nor Blues nor D's last week are easy games. However, before I get too pessimistic, I'm actually more comfortable going into finals with 3 losses, with everyone having again written off Freo and the pressure ratcheting down a little bit rather than the completely unfamiliar expectation that we'll somehow waltz through to the grand final. Please, am I crazy? Looking forward to the call. Thanks very much, Jenny. Glad you could send us a text as well. You can too, 0437 774 774. I understand for the Fremantle fans, and they would be feeling a bit anxious. Not only won one minor premiership before, and of course having never won a premiership. But yeah, I think you might be a bit crazy, Jenny. I reckon most Dockers would rather they get one more win and wrap up the minor premiership. Plenty more to come. Of course, we'll have the full preview of this game between the Dockers and the Crows in just a few moments here on ABC Sport.
Every community has stories worth sharing. ABC Your Say is your chance to join the conversation. Tell us what's on your mind. Visit abc.net.au/yoursay.
AFL.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio,
Sport Digital
and ABC Listen.
We're at Perth Stadium for the Dockers and the Crows. It's first versus fifth, but the two best defensive teams in the competition going head-to-head. The Dockers, the number 1 defensive side. The Crows, number 2. Fremantle, though, also the 4th best attacking side in the competition. Adelaide, the 7th best side. They brought back plenty of big names as well for this game, the Crows. Clint Wilden with you alongside Mitch Turner in commentary. Our experts Sharad Wellingham and Cara Antonio. We'll hear from all of them in just a few moments, but the other member of our team is downstairs and ready to go with a special guest, Akash Fodadar. Welcome.
Thanks, Clint. I'm here with the EGM of football from the Dockers in Joe Bridie. Joe, massive game tonight, Friday night, minor premiership there on the line for you as well. How's the week been? It's a rare week, I guess, coming off what's been one of the rare losses of the season.
Even though it was a loss, it was pretty consistent, to be honest. 6-day break, pretty quick turnaround, shortened up the week a little bit, gave the group a couple of days off, and then obviously went through and reviewed the game pretty quickly and really leaned into our process around how we need to continue to improve our game. And then in the afternoon of that, obviously on Tuesday, look at the strengths of Adelaide, which there are plenty. So, quick turnaround, but amazing. Great way to finish the home and away season with another bumper Dockers crowd, and the retro kits don't look too bad either.
They look fantastic, yeah. Interesting with the warm-up shirts as well. The slightly different to what we're used to seeing, but they do look good. What did you take out of the review into the Melbourne game that you need to improve on and make sure you get those areas right tonight?
Yeah, look, we didn't defend behind the ball as we would have liked. Our back seven felt as though we got beaten around probably the drop of the ball was in particular as an aspect of the game that we weren't too happy with. And then at different times we had really strong momentum, had some 3-goal leads a couple of times in the front half, and our ability in those moments to really continue to control the game. And then late in the game as well, up by kind of 2.5 goals, and our composure to take the opportunities we had. We just lacked that going probably inside forward 50 at times and looked a little bit rushed. So having said all that, it was a great opportunity to obviously be in that position, that type of game, and we take plenty out of it, and then the group will look to bounce back tonight.
Now, Murphy Reid's injury, can you give us a bit more detail on that, and how serious is it?
Won't go into too much detail. Look, obviously, a contact to as JL said, the nether regions, just pulled up sore. There's obviously some swelling, which makes it hard to kind of get moving, running, walking at the start of the week. So there's no significant concerning injury that needs any intervention. It's just giving it the time to heal and recover. At the moment, he's recovered really well in the last few days, and we'll work towards the start of next week to look for him to play against Carlton, but it's not something that we'll rush if he's in any comfort and it's not the right thing. Our medicos will put a line through him. So if it's not Carlton, he'd be available for obviously the first week of finals and shouldn't have any interruptions to training.
Great, let's head upstairs to our team. Clint Wilden, Mitch Turner, Cara Antonio and Sharad Wellingham.
Joe, Sharad here, mate. I just want to know, you don't have to give names, but have you got a plumbing contact who shut off the hot water at the Adelaide Hotel? Because they reckon they had cold showers heading to the ground.
Yeah, not too sure about that one. It's always an interesting one when you travel away or the fire alarm goes off or the hot water goes off and those types of things. You always question the opposition were involved, but I can't even tell you where they were staying.
Okay, good. I thought there might have been a little bit of byplay there. Mate, you guys have had a really consistent, run of injuries. A lot's been made of the, few number of players that you've had to call on. Has there been any discussion about that, and that if injuries do occur to some key players and how they're kind of going in the waffle at the moment, and do you need to kind of squeeze a couple of games into some people potentially?
Oh, look, it's obviously been talked about, but it's still allowed for players on the periphery to get opportunities. We've seen, obviously, Mason and Sean Darcy through the ruck. We know that Sherry comes in tonight and he's played a fair bit of footy here and there. We look at our back seven, and obviously Oscar McDonald's got some exposure in recent weeks, and even the form of that group at the moment and the challenges they're putting forward. Murray comes into our extended squad. Toby Wan's playing some really good footy at the moment as a young player. And obviously Judd McVie goes out of the team tonight, and then you look at the likes of players coming back from injury with Wagner and O'Meara, who have played a fair bit of AFL footy across the season. We definitely feel like across our entire squad, players have had that exposure and then in good form. Our waffle team obviously being on top of the ladder and playing some really good footy puts competition for spots in place, but it means that players are playing good footy and they can come into the side with a lot of confidence.
And in terms of in-game stuff that you could be potentially looking at, has there been an element of that over the last couple of weeks where upstairs the coaching team might be pulling a few strings to have a look at a few scenarios that could roll out late in the season, late into finals?
Oh, look, we're always looking at whether we can add those things at the right time in games, depending on what oppositions are throwing at us, and that's probably been the pleasing thing as we finish the back end of the season. Obviously, the way that the Doggies defended the ground in that game, and obviously the chaos game that we got against Melbourne with it bouncing from end to end, and then tonight's a different game when you look at stoppage work and contest and pressure being a critical part of Adelaide and even their strength from an aerial perspective. So we're getting exposed to different things from the opposition at the moment, which is allowing us to tinker with our game, as you said. From our perspective, we just feel like if we can continue to work towards playing our brand of footy for 120 minutes, that's what we're chasing. And I alluded to it, but our momentum last week was something that we felt we could have controlled a little bit better.
JB, good luck tonight for tonight's clash. I've just got a question about the two changes made. Obviously, Pearce, no doubt, coming back in, and you mentioned Sherry giving him a run. But what was the reason behind, I suppose, McVie being omitted, and who plays his role off that half-back?
Yeah, Juddy, you're spot on. It's obviously pretty important to have the skipper back in, so he slotted in pretty nicely. Obviously, we haven't really gone with the three talls for a fair while, but Oscar McDonald's form is something that really meant that he held his spot in the team. And then you look at the Crows and their front half and the talls that they have there. It allows us to play the three talls with Brendan Cox coming back from injury, and it's really important to us that he continues to build his match fitness. And then those higher roles, we obviously talked about Judd going out. It means that obviously Clarkey, Chappie will probably play a little bit higher tonight, and then obviously Lukey can get those mid-size forwards. So again, it's really that mix and match that we need depending on what they're looking like in the front half, and Dawson can get forward. They're a pretty tall team across the ground, to be honest, so we felt like it was one we could obviously go with tonight with the three talls, but we'll wait and see how it looks into the games in the future.
And then with Adelaide, obviously they're elite with contest and pressure, number one in that area, but you guys are much better on the outside. How do you nullify their impact in the contest tonight?
Yeah, I think it's staying in it for as long as you possibly can. Like, it's one of those things where you can't give up on the contest too early. You'll always get another opportunity. So I think continually staying involved in the contest for as long as possible, because there may be repeat opportunities, is going to be critical. And you talk about those bigger bodies, and even I think one of their strengths as well is to get to the outside. When you think about the likes of obviously Rankin and Rochelle when he spends time around obviously stoppage, but the strength of Berry and Dawson in and around the contest is a big factor. So definitely holding that outside balance is critical, but we feel like if we can continue to put enough physical pressure on the source, that'll give us the best opportunity to win that clearance battle.
Joe, Clint Wilden here, you mentioned the player I wanted to ask you about. How important is it to try to curb the influence of Isaac Rankin? The stats are quite remarkable. When he has 20 disposals or more, the Crows are 10-1. When he has under 20, they haven't won a game. Do you believe that I know it's not as simple as that, but do you believe he's one of the keys for them tonight?
Oh, he's definitely one of the keys. There's a number across the ground, Clint, as you alluded to, when you think about, talked about the aerial dominance they can have around the ground, and even Curtin and Dawson can do that through the midfield. So I think that's a strength for them, winning the ball back, and their stoppage work has been at a really strong level across the entire year. But Isaac Rankin's a pretty impressive player when he gets himself going, and he has those momentum periods as well, where he can kind of take the game away from you. So it's just having a constant focus around him at different times in the game, but making sure that we balance that across obviously what we feel are our strengths in the centre clearance and stoppage work as well, and you don't get too caught up in things that they're doing as well.
Can't wait to see it. Thanks for talking to us.
No worries. Thanks for having me, team.
Joe Bridie, the Dockers general manager of footy, down on the boundary with a cash photo. The Dockers they've just wrapped up their warm-up, and the Crows the same. The Crows warming up to the right of our broadcast position at the city end of Perth Stadium. Mitch Turner will have the Sunday teams for us, so they've gone from squads to teams in just a moment, but a couple of texts rolling in. We were asking you earlier, wherever you are, particularly if you're a Blues fan, how are you feeling about Josh Fraser putting his hand up and saying, I want the senior role? Annie texts in, Blues member for decades. I'm delighted that Josh has joined the process regardless of win-loss. I've admired the man that Josh is. Great humility and grace, respect towards all, particularly in time of grief. Leadership plus, and add the absolute joy and enthusiasm of the entire club. It has regenerated old legs and embraced for the first time in decades. I feel good as a member and supporter. Thank you, Annie, for getting in touch. This is also from a few others, just all of them actually saying, look, Brett sums them up. Clint, I'm a Blues supporter. Very happy that Josh is in the race. Hoping the Dockers win tonight for my daughter. Thank you, Brett, for touching base. And Fran, one of our regular correspondents, thanks very much for the call, team. One item he wants to know, can you please explain for the 1,000th time, what is Wharfie time? Mitch Turner, what is Wharfie time? It's been going on since 2024, but of course it famously caught everyone's attention around the country earlier this year against Hawthorn when the Dockers were able to use it to storm home. How would you describe Wharfie time for people who don't know?
But its history goes a bit further back than that too, doesn't it? Past how it's being employed now.
That's true. It goes right back to when Matthew Pavlich was the captain and in one of the Friday night games got the team in a group together and said famously, put your Superman capes on, boys. It's Wharfie time, which he openly admits, or he has said this publicly. He doesn't actually know what he meant. He just thought it was a pretty interesting thing to say.
He cringes at it too when he looks back at it.
He does.
He doesn't like seeing that.
I don't think he would now.
Well, he should be happy about it because the Dockers decided in 2024 when a game was close, it has to be in the last 5 minutes of the game and it has to be within 6 points.
Yes.
They decide to get their events team to run a thing called Wharfie time. It actually says Wharfie time on the... They even lose the advertising on the scoreboard, which shows you how big it is, because you never want to lose the advertising as a football club. And there's scenes of an enormous wave coming through, and it just says Wharfie time, and they play the Hell's Bells.
Yeah.
The start of the AC/DC song Hell's Bells, which St. Pauli uses as well before every game in the German...
And it's like a bit of a strobe-like effect. It's a bit of a black and white effect, which they've done, like
it's really
stuff as well.
Kind of
It's
dark and moody ocean, isn't it? And it's waves kind of. It almost looks like the docks. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's the kind of thing.
It's calling on the crowd to get involved and build the atmosphere and get behind the.
Because it is an ocean.
Out the ground.
On the screen is actually a black and white ocean with the Wharfie time over it, purple and white. Yeah, and then the ring lights go around the top, but the lights everywhere else kind of drop down a bit, and it is quite a daunting thing. And the fans. The funny thing is now, even when they don't employ it, the fans kind of around that time where they feel like they want it, they now lift their voice anyway because the fans want it. And as they've done very well, it's scarce for Fremantle because that keeps the thing. But they just do it themselves now with a bit of a Freo chant. And I think everyone gets the sense like this is the fan Wharfie time now, not the actual button. So it's working.
It is a great, I suppose, initiative that they've done. But the fact that the fans have taken it over is awesome. Yeah. But does everyone remember the 19th man that Adelaide used to run as well? So it's very similar to that in terms of team engagement, fan engagement, supporter engagement.
What we also forget is the first time they rolled without the Dockers lost.
I reckon they've used it 3 times, max 4, but maybe 3.
First time they lost, they've won the next 2 after that.
Yeah. No, because I reckon they used it in Gold Coast.
Did they use it in the
against the Suns last year? They used it, and they lost. I'm sure they did.
Were they allowed to use it during
It was a home final. And as we know, they've made.
Well, that would be 2-2 then.
They've made allowances, and that was within a kick right at the end.
It's awesome, isn't it? It's great.
It is great.
It's only had the effect once, though. I feel like the Hawthorn game was where it.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, wow, this has actually had the effect. Because before, I reckon it sucked. I bagged it before the Hawthorn game in the media area, and then it came back and it was the best night of all time. I thought, okay.
There was a game late last season, and my memory has let me down, but there was a game late last season where they employed it, and they did win.
No, but I said it felt a bit tacky the first few times. And then it felt really authentic against Hawthorn.
Not as bad as when they tried the Coldplay after the first goal.
Yeah, look,
that didn't work.
It's different when Wharfie time hits as they're on a run of goals and they've brought the margin back within a goal. When they're holding on, the nervous energy is different to the surging energy, and I think they've used it a lot in the past where they're up by 15 points, margin comes back to 4 or 5, then it hits and everyone's a bit nervous and they can't quite get into it. They kick 5 in a row and get back to 4 points. The energy's already going up, so it works better. And that's what happened against Hawthorn.
There you go, Fran. Can't say I didn't get the blow-by-blow.
We're deep on it.
6-minute deep dive. That wasn't fingernail deep analysis into how Wharfie time works. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and, of course, on ABC Listen. Look for the AFL button. Of course, on ABC Listen, don't forget the cricket, the Test Match Cricket Day 3 tomorrow from Darwin between Australia and Bangladesh with the Aussies in all sorts of trouble. If you'd like to ask us a question, make a comment, 0437 774 774. Mitch Turner has got the teams for Sunday. They've dropped. What do they say? Mitch, who's in, who's out?
Small slate of games on Sunday. So the first one are the Giants and the Eagles going head-to-head at the Showgrounds. That's just before 2 o'clock in the east. For the Giants, Angove and McMullen are in. Laverde's out with a lung issue, and O'Halloran, he is out with a hamstring issue. The Eagles have rested youngster Bo Allen and have recalled Hamish Davis. They're the only changes. For the Bulldogs, up against the Blues, massive game at Docklands. Just after 3 o'clock locally there in Melbourne on Sunday. The Bulldogs, Carmichael, Emmett and Kennedy all come in. Caulfield has been omitted. Tim English out with a knee issue. And Marcus Bontempelli, as we know, being managed after Luke Beveridge said he would not be managed. He has been managed. Carlton, the one change, big one though, Jacob Wiedering back into the side. Lewis Young is omitted. Final game, Essendon and Sydney at the MCG, which is a big game for Sydney percentage-wise, because if the Dockers can't win their final 2, Sydney can get past them into the top spot on percentage. This is a big game at the MCG, just before 5 o'clock on Sunday. Clark, Jones and Bryan in for the Bombers. Durham out with some soreness. Johnson omitted, and Al Akshar has been managed for Sydney. Rampy and Grundy return to massive ins. McLean and Malacan are omitted. So does have big ramifications, although you wouldn't think the percentage matters there.
I actually just had a look at a text I sent Sharad on last Sunday. Here's the minor premiership update. If Fremantle lose both of their final games by 15 points against Adelaide and Carlton, and Sydney win theirs against Essendon and North by 50 points each. Sydney would win the minor premiership by 0.2%.
What if they don't win them by 50 each, but they beat Essendon by 130? They could get it all in the one game.
And then you also sent me a gif of Dumb and Dumber saying, so you're saying there's a chance.
which goes back to, if you were with us a couple of weeks ago, another media outlet said Fremantle win the minor premiership, to which we had the discussion here. No, not yet, they haven't. The wonderful term all but. They've all but won the minor premiership, but there is still a chance that they will be pipped to it. Win tonight, though, for Fremantle against the Crows, and they can lock in a second minor premiership. Now, I've got some really bad news. If you're with us here in Perth, and this is always the challenge on a Thursday or a Friday night game, there are no specific footy buses, there are no specific footy trains, and to make things even worse, there are huge delays on the Thornley-Armidale line heading here to the footy. There's some technical issues. So if you're wondering if you're stuck and where are we, what's going on, that is the issue. There's also been a track-related issue near the stadium which is causing delays. Trains are continuing to run, but they're not to the regular schedule. So if you're trying to get here via train, massive delays. The Public Transport Authority here giving this statement to our drive team. I'll read it out again. There has been a track-related issue near the stadium station, which is causing delays. Trains are continuing to run, but not to the regular schedule. The advice, visit the Transperth website if you are stuck. We're also hearing that they may have been able to resolve that, but listeners still expect delays as they're trying to sort all that out. It's always a mess getting here, and if you've been to these games, you would understand that that's quite often why it takes until after quarter time for the crowd to be at capacity, around 50,000 plus. But yeah, thoughts with everyone as they're trying to make their way here. Full preview coming up in just a few moments' time. But before we do all of that, I did just want to play you a little bit of Chris Fagan. He goes past the great Lee Matthews in regards to games coached at the Brisbane Lions this weekend. So it's an interesting one. Of course, it'll be up, well, put it to you this way, up against the club that he coached against with his first game. That is the Gold Coast Suns. The Lions actually won that game by a couple of points thanks to a Lewis Taylor late goal. So Fagan's record after 237 games, 143, 2 and 92. Matthews, 142, 3 and 92. Fagan will go past Matthews with this weekend's game. Here's what he had to say about passing the Lee Matthews milestone as the coach in charge of the most games at the Brisbane Lions.
Yeah, that's what it means to me. There's been a lot of chat about something that I'd rather not probably talk too much about. But the club's been really generous in the way that they've celebrated the occasion. Lee Matthews has been even more generous in his comments about me, which is a little bit humbling, to be honest. He's a great friend of mine, and he's been such a mentor of mine since the day I arrived here. It doesn't quite feel right to be breaking his record, but anyway, hopefully we can just live side by side in the history of the Brisbane Lions, and that people will appreciate what both of us did in our times here.
What's he said to you during this week? He's spoken publicly, obviously, but has he spoken to you much?
We had dinner, our usual dinner on Wednesday night. No, we didn't really talk about it a great deal, other than the joke about, I've got his record now, but he's got a statue. And then he told me all the things that you needed to do to get a statue, so I don't think I'm ever going to get one. So that was he put that to bed pretty quickly, so that was a bit of fun. But no, we just had our usual banter, bit of footy talk, bit of talk about the team, life in general, which is what we always do. I think he deliberately tries to, on those dinners, to have a bit of fun, because he understands that the week of an AFL coach is a pretty full-on sort of a week and a serious sort of a business. So, Wednesday nights are meant to be light-hearted, which is what they are.
It's amazing when you think about Chris Fagan, and well done to him, and I thought he spoke beautifully there, but 65 years of age, still going strong as a coach, didn't start coaching at the AFL level until he was 55. He was the oldest on debut of the 48 people who have coached 200 games plus. by more than 9 years. Amazing performance. 263 senior games, Hobart, Sandy Bay and Devonport. Never played in the VFL, AFL, but is already inducted into the Tasmanian Football Hall of Fame. Of course, spent time at the Hawks as an assistant coach and footy general manager. He's been the AFL Coaches Association Coach of the Year on a number of occasions. He was the All-Australian coach on 2 occasions as well. And now is going to go past Lee Matthews for the most games coached at the Brisbane Lions. It's a tremendous story what he's been able to achieve.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Like, even just seeing the coverage over the last couple of weeks in the build-up has been awesome, and how emotional and authentic he gets. Clearly has got so much care for his players and the footy club. But I feel like, I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like that's gone quite quick for him to reach.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, you kind of blink and, wow, he's won a number of flags and, he's picked up Brisbane from where they were to where they are now.
That's what's absolutely incredible. Like, the development and the discipline to stick to his plan of growing that side to get it where it is now. And a lot's been mentioned about, being an older kind of coach, but the energy he still must have. Like, he runs out there, you kind of see him trotting around out on the ground still, out at training. He's still got so much energy, and that's part of, I suppose, his gift is being able to get an emotional charge, but also drive the energy through the group in a really good way. And I think that Craig McRae does a similar thing, and we see a lot of the way that McRae goes about it, because Collingwood's such a big club and their media department's so big. But I reckon everyone would be blown away by if they had, the opportunity to spend a week, if they did a film crew or something with Fagan, they'd be they'd be blown away by the amount of energy that he still has and is able to give to that side and the football club.
The behind-the-scenes stuff was really good this week. Like, him talking to all the staff and players, and they gave him, I think it was a watch and a present, and he got emotional about, as you said, Cara, where they were when he took over and where they are now. And then the whole Guard of Honour as he came out at training, it was just huge. It was like everyone at the club. It was just bloody awesome to see.
So remember when he took over, they'd finished 17th the year before in 2016, last in 2017, 15th in 2018, and from that point on, so from 2019 all the way through, obviously, premierships in 24 and 25, they haven't missed finals since 2019 when they got there and finished 5th. And we now forget, and I remember there was a fair bit of discussion about whether or not he would be able to get the Lions to win even a final. Remember that discussion? I remember talk about taking calls on the Sunday Footy for him. Oh, yeah, he's been a good coach, but he just, doesn't have the ability to get them over the line. What a load of rubbish that's been ever since.
And then the MCG hoodoo, they couldn't get past as well, and they've since won 2 grand finals at the MCG and lost the other one by a kick. So, I tell you what, the MCG hoodoo, that's long gone, and long may he reign, Chris Fagan.
Well, he clearly has so much respect for the playing group. They want to play for him, and that's why he's been so successful.
His authenticity and genuine kind of approach to everything's incredible, isn't it, Clint? But you've seen that, haven't you?
I have. I do just want to mention, I like this from Adelaide as they're about to run out on the field. We'll take a bit of their club song. Their banner is very simple. It's black, and in the 3 colours of the Adelaide Football Club, it says, "It's Crom time."
Where the story will be told as we fight the rugged battles, the flag will be our goal. Our skill and love will see us through. Our commitment ever grows. We're the pride of South Australia, where the mighty Adelaide grows.
And Adelaide head out to the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium to the left of our broadcast position here on the northern wing. They are wearing their away uniform. It's the predominantly white top with the white shorts. It's Crom time. I like it for a team that, have had to battle cold showers at their hotel before tonight's game. They might be inspired for a huge performance this evening. cheeky but good from those in charge of the banner.
My Adelaide
crew.
mates hate the word crom. I just texted someone we know as the cult figure at the ABC, Adam Jones.
Oh, the cult figure.
Who's a big, he said, I hope we lose now. Does not like the word crom. I say, have a bit of fun, Adam.
Good.
Crom time v Wharfie time. What a Friday night.
What doesn't he like about it?
We're the Crows. We're Adelaide.
Well, that's like...
We're known as the Adelaide Crows. That's what he says.
Yeah, but going back to the days where it came from someone actually mistyped on a fan page rather than Crows. They wrote Crom, and it got adopted. I like
the club jumped on it.
Yeah, like organically taken by the club, and I think it's good. I mean, I'm not a Crows fan, so maybe I've got no right to say this, but I think it's hilarious when people go, it's Crom.
I don't know if I've ever said this, but the Adelaide song is one that I like because it's the tune to our Mighty Demons.
It is.
Right? And so I always have felt, because it was one of the first songs I ever learned, and then was able to flick it straight over to the Crows. I learned it very easily.
Yep.
I like it. It's a good song.
I like it for those reasons as well.
Mitch isn't.
From our home at Lathlane Park.
We're Glory Subiaco.
Yeah, you've stuck your nose up to that, haven't you?
Yeah, Subiaco beat Perth a couple of weeks ago. Very close game it was too, and Mitch has never let me forget it. Here he is punching the air in excitement as well. We get the full preview in just a few moments, but again, wherever you are, feel free to text us throughout the evening. We'd love to hear from you. 0437 774 774. I've had a look at what Bill from Rocky Cape's suggesting about the great Lee Matthews, legend of the game, assault. Yeah, Lee's admitted that he regrets that incident, Bill. He said that on a couple of occasions. It wasn't a great moment for him, but he is a great football player and a great football coach, and I understand if you want to hold on to that, you've got every right to, but I think the rest of the football community has decided that they're going to celebrate what Lee Matthews has done, apart from that one moment that I know he would rather have back. Steve from Ballarat says the minor premiership's not a discussion. For Fremantle to make up almost 10% would require Fremantle those last two games. Steve, you're welcome to do the sums yourself, and you'll find that it is still a mathematical possibility. The Dockers are out on the ground. The best things in life for our members, they say, in celebrating Luke Ryan's 200 games. It's a big moment for him, coming from being picked up in the 2016 draft at pick 66. As we welcome our listeners throughout News Radio around Sydney, Canberra and Brisbane for Perth Stadium. Terrific conditions. There's a few clouds in the sky, but no expectation of rain. It's a cool evening, but great either if you're playing or watching footy. And we're watching the Fremantle Dockers in top spot versus Adelaide in fifth. Both clubs with coaches in their seventh seasons, Justin Longmuir and Matthew Nix. Dockers coach out to head into his third finals campaign. Matthew into his second. No late changes for either of these sides. So the Dockers do welcome back their captain in Alex Pearce, and Chris Sherry, a fleet-footed midfielder forward. He comes in with Reid out through a groin and McVie omitted. Adelaide making 6 changes for this game. Neil Bullen out because he's going to stay, understandably, back in Adelaide for the birth of his second child. Walker has been managed. O'Brien, one of several other omissions. But Borlase, Nankervis, Fogarty, McAndrew, Saligo and Murray are all big ins. How do Fremantle handle the likes of Isaac Rankin, who can be so influential? How will the Adelaide defence handle the three-headed monster that is what Fremantle put out for the last number of weeks? I speak of Voss, alongside him Amos, and Josh Tracy, twice a leading goal kicker for this football club. That's all ahead of us in about 9 minutes' time. But here, Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner, our experts, will go through it all. Who goes to who? How is this game won and lost? Premiership Pie, Sharad Willingham former AFLW All-Australian Cara Antonio. Team, the floor's yours.
Friday night footy, Cara. It's exciting and it's a great match. Like I said earlier in the call, that the impact that this result can have on both sides is really exciting. Towards the back end of the year, to still have results that can, have such a big swing on where you can finish, where you play a home final. It's absolutely incredible. And as you said, Clint, the more and more I think about it, the length of the season's gone on. The three-headed beast that Fremantle put out there every week is really becoming their one-wood and their strength and ability to score. They're the most efficient side when they do get inside forward 50. I think it's because of the work rate of those three forwards to get up and down the ground, but then get back inside forward 50 and allow their fleet-footed patrol to get down there. And so all six forwards are playing such a critical role, but for mine, it is how do you control that three-headed beast? You kind of often revert to, it's all at the contest, it's all at the middle. I wouldn't be surprised if Adelaide have put a lot of their research and a lot of their opposition analysis into disrupting their inside 50s. They know that the centre and around the ground stoppages, they're going to crack in Adelaide. Like that's their one wood. They're going to get some result there. But it's going to be about how do they mitigate and minimise the influence that their opposition forwards through Freo, who I think are, all three of them put their hand up for All-Australian selection in one way or another. How do they control that beast, and what do they do to control it is the number one question. Have they got the means to do it? I'm not sure that they do, and that's no knock on any of the Adelaide defenders. That's just the strength that I think that the Fremantle forwards have. So it's really interesting because it's going to be a 50-50 contest in the middle, and I think that if Adelaide can maybe win, I don't know, so you call it a 32% each. If they can break even on one and win the other, I think that's how they have to go about trying to dismantle Fremantle.
Yeah, good call there, Shaz. We know that Adelaide love the contested ball. They're number one for tackles, number one for contested possession, and number one for stoppage clearance. So that is their one wood, you're right. Whereas Fremantle on the other side, they like to move the ball with more precision. They go by hands, forward handball, and the execution and connection forward half of the ground is what they've been known for this year. And you're right, the big three, and then I'd almost say the big four when Jackson goes down there is just unlike any other team. And it is going to be, I think, the pressure that Adelaide have to go back to their pressure at contest and put pressure on the inside, but also make sure that they shut down the handball outlets and make Fremantle kick. You make Fremantle kick, it gives the defenders of the Adelaide Crows
a chance to be proactive.
Time to float and that aerial assistance, I suppose, to chop the leading lanes off in mine. Take away Fremantle's handball game, get him into a kick game where they're uncomfortable, and maybe, like you've said, they can tame the big three up forward, and even that fourth when Jackson goes down there with Cox in the ruck.
And I don't think that they will employ anything like what we saw from the Western Bulldogs a couple of weeks, where they just park the bus and get numbers back and really try and flood the forward 50 of the opposition. But what you're saying is exactly right. Beat them up at the contest, and we saw Melbourne do a marvellous job of it last week, and that's what they really hung their hat on, I'd say, and will come away looking at that game going, that's what we have to try and emulate. Beat them up on the inside, stop them getting it from inside to out. It's all well and good being able to say it and kind of pick what you need to do. Do they have the ability to do it? I think they probably do. You look at the talent that they have running through there in the hard nuts, and Rankin and Dawson can do it inside and out, and that's what I think that their strength will be, is being able to rely on those guys to be able to be contested ball winners. Rankin is like a 50-50. So although he's got the flash and, can kick miraculous goals, he also wins a lot of contested footy as well. So his ability to go inside out, Dawson's ability inside out, both of their ability to hit the scoreboard, they're going to be key. But then Saligo and Berry really burying in there when they get their opportunities to take it up against Sarong, Brayshaw, the real hard nut winners of Fremantle's midfield.
So who gets Rankin? Or who starts on him? It'd be amazing if it was,
Johnson potentially.
Shea Bolton v Rankin would be one of the great things you've ever seen. What a game that would be.
That's what we want to see up here.
That would be like, remember Dangerfield 5.
Yeah. Just shook hands, see you later.
See you later.
That was awesome, wasn't it?
Shake hands and off they go. You wouldn't see too much.
He had over 220 ranking points last week in the champion data rankings.
Rankin is the number one player in the competition over the last month.
Yeah.
So Warner, somebody, then Dacos, then Rankin.
Yeah.
So he is playing absolutely incredible football. So
yes. 18 contested last week, by the way, out of his 36. So 50-50.
There you
exactly
go. I didn't know that. But do they potentially put Johnson on him? I don't know if he'd be able to stay with him when it does go from inside to out. Judd McVie could have been a good match, but obviously he's gone out of the side. So maybe they will just try and nullify his influence on the inside and then catch him on the out.
We've seen it happen a couple of times in the season. Could you put someone like Brayshaw to him?
Yeah, but I don't think Brayshaw has the ability to go from inside to out as well. I think that his ability to transition and cover somebody on transition is really strong because he's such a diligent footballer, and his attention to detail will be there. But can he be trying to bury his head in there and get the job done and win the ball, and then Rankin slips out? I don't think he's going to be able to stay with him.
Fremantle Dockers, they've won the toss. Alex Pearson, Jordan Dawson out there. The Dockers will kick to the city end of Perth Stadium, the right of our broadcast position. The Crows, they will kick to the Graham Farmer Freeway and the left of the interchange gates.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The other member of our team is downstairs on the boundary. Akash Bodadar.
Good evening, Clint. Good evening, everyone. The weather gods are playing along tonight for such a massive game. It is absolutely beautiful down here. A perfect night for footy, for what should be a cracking game. Crowd still filling in. There have been some train delays, so they might take a little bit of time for us to reach the maximum crowd, but expecting plenty in here tonight. Looking at the benches for the two teams, for the Dockers, Mason Cox, Carl Warner, Hayden Young, Nathan O'Driscoll and Chris Sherry will start on the bench. And for Adelaide, Ben Keys, James Peatling, Toby Murray, Hugo Hawkahan and Isaac Cumming.
Good on you, Akash. You just joined us. The Dockers wearing a replica of their 1995 jumper. Predominantly green, the white anchor is back. And, of course, the purple shoulders with the red trim. The Crows in their away jumper, predominantly white. The blue and the red across the front with the white shorts. Which way are we tipping, Cara?
The Dockers by a couple of goals.
Shaz?
Dockers by a couple.
Mitch?
Crows by a goal.
Dockers by a goal to me.
You did that so we weren't all the same.
Fremantle fans will be thrilled we didn't all go the same way. Friday night footy, here's Mitch Turner.
McAndrew up against Jackson, wins the first tap, straight down though to Sarong of the Dockers. Got a handball to Bolton, his quick kick finds Jackson. Bolton continue to run for Fremantle, receive the handball from Luke Jackson, kicks long inside 50 for the Dockers, but getting back, able to take the mark is Keane. First forward 50 entry goes the way of Fremantle. Keane was able to take the mark and has a target at left half back in Cook. They made a nice lead, takes the mark out in front of Bolton. And wheel around on his right boot, kicks up the wing. Fogarty, a few concerns over him. He's in the side, couldn't take the mark on this occasion. Spilt to Saligo for the Crows, looking for Dawson, getting back. Punching it away from him was Brayshaw for the Dockers. Loops a handball inside to Jackson, back to Brayshaw. Defensive side of the northern wing, he's corralled, forced to come back. Steadies and finds Johnson just in front of the interchange gates. No score either way. 0 plays 0. 1 minute played in this game at Perth Stadium. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Johnson, short kick to Bolton. Marked on the logo. Moves it more inboard to Ryan. Here he is, the milestone man. 200 tonight. Long kick towards right half forward. Looking for Johnson. Saligo spoils it across the boundary line for a throw-in. Right half forward for Freo.
Not sure if it is by design, but Brayshaw was showing very close attention to Dawson as he tried to spread from the contest initially.
Spun back in. Jackson, front position. Got the hand to it. Scooped up here by McAndrew. Gave it to Rankin. Handed it off to Cook. A chance to go forward. Peatling. Able to do it nicely. Finds Fogarty. Kicks inside the forward 50. Wants Dilthorpe. He's there for the Crows. Hard up against the boundary. Hand pass Missed its target. Soligo harassed off it, going through Chapman, gathered, gave it to Brayshaw. Now a chance for Oscar McDonald, will come down the commentary wing, and again a good spoil. Ball-Lay's got his fist to it. The 235's going head-to-head, Ball-Lay's and Tracy. The Crow went out that time, punched it across the line. It goes through the interchange gates, centre wing, northern side of the ground. 2.5 minutes gone, no score between the Dockers and the Crows on ABC Sport.
Shallow throw in. McAndrew gets it to the ball ahead of Jackson. Now it becomes tackled as Jackson on McAndrew as he gathered it. They go over the boundary line.
Dockers only playing 5 ahead of the footy as well, so sending one up to the contest. Obviously know how dominant the Crows are at stoppage.
And Crows sending their winger in as well.
Ball to be spun back into play. McAndrew takes front position again. Jackson, though, got a little palm to it. Only into the path of Dawson. Sockers it off the ground. Forward for the Adelaide Crows. Archie came out, did well. Tested out the hamstring. Bents over. Handballed it to Cook. Now to Rankin. His kick bounces inside the forward 50. Chapman takes possession for the Dockers. And a very late whistle for a high tackle is going his way. He wins it at right half back. Goes short to Bolton, who kicks it to Rankin. They can turn around now. The Crows have it back. He plays on. Ran into a bit of trouble. Took a bounce. Rankin. Kick inside 50. No mark taken. Soligo crumbs it. Handballs across the curtain. Gets it across to Laird. Flying shot on goal from 45 is good. The Crows strike first in Friday night footy. And it's off the boot of the veteran in Rory Laird. There is a very small pocket of fans in the Adelaide cheer squad right behind the goals. And they stand out amongst the purple. 1 straight 6, the Crows. The Dockers yet to score. 4-minute mark approaching here. Friday night footy on ABC Sports. Sharad Wellingham, Cara Antonio, our experts.
Must have just snuck through, because even from the distance it went over the line, it was, only a foot over. So it was a really good quick hands out of the contest.
He's come from the back line too, Laird, so that's a forward not following, emptying out and putting any pressure. Disappointing.
Rankin involved. Intercept mark. Jackson wins it down for the Dockers to Bolton. Hand pass almost intercepted by Dawson. He'll follow up and gather the footy for the Crows. Runs the ball on the ground inside forward 50. Fogarty gathers, ducked the attempted tackle, kicks the second. Straight out of the middle the Crows went. And they've got 2 goals on the board in the opening 5 minutes. 2 straight 12. The Dockers yet to score. What a start from the visitors.
Well, you see that one, Shaz, out of the centre. Shea Bolton elected to handball. Got picked off by the Crows. And there it was. Really quick entry. Great pickup from the big fella. A nice snap. But I mentioned it pre-game. Cutting off those handballs is going to be really, really important for Adelaide, and they've done it.
Well, it's obviously
really well.
Something, that they were shown during the week is they want a handball. They're not going to whack it on the boot, even when they get first hands at the clearance. At the centre bounce is a prime example to try and impact, and that's exactly what happened. But perfect start for Adelaide.
Ball back in the middle. Up goes Jackson up against McAndrew. McAndrew rows his own ball. Tumbles the ball inside 50 for the Crows. Going to ground was McDonald. Archie out in the back. Couldn't get there before Pearce. Crashing through, taken to ground is Soligo. There's the chant of Moose. The Fremantle skipper back into the side. Ball up, 40 metres out. Right forward pocket for the Crows. It's tapped towards the boundary. Rankin onto it. Banana for the impossible angle, and it proved just that. Misses to the near side. 2-1-13 Adelaide. Fremantle still yet to score. 6 minutes played in the first term at Perth Stadium.
What a start. Adelaide on top early. Clark shares it with Ryan, who goes back to Clark. And from the left back pocket, he'll kick beyond defensive 50. Good effort from Curtin. Himself in front of Erasmus. Won the footy for Adelaide, but it goes across the boundary line for a throw-in. Right half forward for the Crows.
It really was a great effort, and it's the second time that they've been able to quell the defensive 50 exit from Fremantle.
All spun back in. Boundary umpire. Umpire's in yellow tonight. One down by Jackson. Here's Bolton. Got there for the Dockers. Shared a hand pass with Erasmus. Back to Bolton. Got away from Rankin this time. They've been on each other. Start of this first quarter. Kick is inside forward 50. It's allowed to bounce. Tapped down by Hawker Hart. Came out the side again from Michaelani to Borlays. Kick is on the direction of Saligo. Works it on to Rankin. Oh, the look-away hand pass. Well, it didn't do his teammate any favours. Berry couldn't quite get there. Dockers will try to pick it up, and they win it through Erasmus to Sarong. Kicks inside forward 50. Boss on the lead. Was able to gather. Gave it to Dudley. Isaiah Dudley kicks the Dockers first. Snapped him with the right boot from about 40 metres out. Freo hit back. They're on the board. The Crows at 2-1-13. Fremantle 1 straight 6. 7.5 gone opening term. The Crows lead cut to 7 points.
Great pickup by Paddy Boss at full speed. Just on the half volley.
That's what I was blown away by.
Yeah, incredible. Great. Right spot, right time as a small forward with Dudley.
Because the kick from Sarong was low and hard.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've got that dewy finish on the grass, I'd say. I'm sure that, like, players have seen, you know, half volleys, but that was absolutely critical, clinical.
It's a great finish too from Dudley.
Half a step.
Under pressure. Ball tossed up in the middle again. Jackson tried to take it. Couldn't. It spilled though to his teammate in Young. The Dockers go forward. Sherry went without the footy. 40 metres out from the Dockers goal. Tracy picks it up. Handballs it to Sarong. Goes to the top of the goal square. Amos. Just too good for Keane. One-on-one. Wrestled him. Out-bodied him. Took the mark. And will go back from virtually directly in front. 15 metres out.
That's where he's evolved his game, hasn't he, over the last kind of 12 to 18 months. His contested marking and his body work, put a bit of size on.
That was like, you know,
real strong.
Fighting to get to the front, but then to be able to spread the arms and plant the feet and get really big, not allowing Keane back in the contest.
We might have a good game on our hand. Jai Amison directly in front. He misses. Hits the post. Couldn't miss from there, and he did. 1-1-7 the Dockers, the Crows 2-1-13, 9 minutes played in the first term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Wow.
Tried to keep the cover off it, didn't he?
Goodness. It's Jake Waterman like. Beyond defensive 50. Kick for the Crows goes up. One down by Murray. Ball's been locked in. Over the top of it is Clark. And the ball back to the umpire. The ball up just shy of right half forward for the Dockers. Up into the air it goes. McAndrew with the more telling tap. Curtin couldn't take it. Neither could Erasmus. Here's Rankin. Gave it to Curtin. Flicked the hand pass over the right shoulder. Clark is back there to mop up for Freo. To Ryan. Got crunched. Got a hand pass away backwards. They went to Dawson. Breaks the Ryan tackle. Got a hand pass away. Went past Archie. McDonald was there for the Dockers. Scooped it up inside his defensive 50. Johnson couldn't take the hand pass. Luke Ryan was there to mop up. Tackled by Curtin. No prior. Ball up just inside the Crows forward 50. They lead by 6 points. 10 gone first term.
Jackson taps it down. Sherry over for the Dockers. Couldn't take it. Now Switkowski tackled by Curtin. Ball's just outside the attacking 50 for the Crows. Umpire quickly throws it in the air. McAndrew and Jackson both get a hand to it. Spills off Peatling. Back to McAndrew. The Crow puts it inside the forward 50 by Boot. Beats everyone coming through Keys. Clean pickup. Handball to Archie. Snap around the body from 40's good. Archie waves to the crowd. West Aussie back in his home state with his new club. Gets the Crows third on the board. 3-1-19. Fremantle a 1-1-7, 12-point lead. 11-minute mark approaching here at Perth Stadium. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Crows have come to play. I reckon he was waving to his brother who's watching on in the crowd, Brendan Archie.
Probably a few Archies floating around Perth, that's for sure. They've come to play, and what they're doing really well is they're winning the ball inside, but they've got a willingness at the moment to just kind of burst it from the contest. And once they get their hands on it, they're wanting to just put it into space, haphazard out of the contest. And at the moment, the people forward of the contest, the players forward of the contest are anticipating really well.
Mason Cox is out there. He wins the ruck tap down, but it will emerge here through the Crows. And Curtin kicks inside forward 50. Archie underneath it, couldn't mark. Pressure came from McDonald. Hand pass by O'Driscoll, knocked away and onto it almost in a flash. Isaac Cumming just tapped it away from himself. Got there, and then the ball beat him across the boundary line. Throw in, 25 out from the Crows attacking goal. Right forward pocket. They lead by 12 points. 12 gone, opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mason Cox against McAndrew. Neither really had a telling tap. Went behind them. Picked up here by Johnson of the Dockers. Got it to O'Driscoll. Clearing kick towards the southern wing. One-on-one battle here. Jackson tried to tap it to his own advantage. Going back there, Worrell. Scooped it up for the Crows. Gave it to Keane inside defensive 50. His kick missed its target in Boulais. Dudley tries to gather. Looked to tap it to the advantage of a teammate. Eventually Young saw it bobble away from him. Boulais scooped it up. Hawker Hahn kicked towards the outer wing. And a good mark. Warner out there. Gathered it. Sent it infield to Ryan.
Ryan, quick, short kick. Further up the middle of the centre square to Johnson. Has another short option. Puts a fair bit of height on it, but able to find Sherry at half forward. The inclusion this week. Chris Sherry plays on. Kicks it towards the top of the goal square. Jackson from behind. Big fist came from Curtin. And able to knock it through by a boot over the boundary. Well, behind line is Keane. So it's a rush behind. 1-2-8 the Dockers. 3-1-19 the Crows. 13 minutes played in the first term.
Curtin's been very impressive. Rankin's had it 7 times. Bolton 8. It's the Crows with the kick in. On Michaeloni, right back pocket. Moves away from Dudley. Sends it towards the southern wing. Keys brought it down. Turns, gathers from the logo. Kicks towards right half forward. Here's an opportunity for Murray into the team this week. Sends it towards right full forward. Rochelle had it, dropped it. Ryan able to pick it up for the Dockers. Gave it to Warner, got it back to Ryan. Did really well. Ryan kicks the Dockers beyond defensive 50. Again, Murray went up. Got a hand to it in front of O'Driscoll, and it's across the boundary line for a throw-in. Centre wing, southern side. Shelley had both hands to it, just needed to cradle it into his chest. Ball coming over the right shoulder. Would have had a shot from about 20 metres out at right full forward. Instead, the ball on the southern wing. Thrown in again. Mason Cox palmed it down for the Dockers. Young got there, hand passed a look away one over the shoulder to Sarong. Bursting through Johnson, now to Dudley, back to Johnson. Hand pass was a bit behind him, wasn't able to wheel it in. Crows with an opportunity. Archie had it one side, knocked out of his grasp. Sherry comes in alongside Dudley and Johnson, and they tackle him at centre half back for the Crows. Adelaide at 3-1-19, the Dockers 1-2-8. 14 and a half gone opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Cox gets the tap down. Murray doing the roving. Went without it though. Mason Cox socks it off the ground inside 50 for the Dockers. Michael Lenny tackled off the ball. Now Curtin, he's grabbed by Jackson. Kicks it backwards into his own defensive 50. Worrell able to find a teammate, and now Rankin takes the mark just beyond left half back and can quickly chip the ball down the boundary line to Berry. Spins the ball in his hands. He trots backwards. Decides to kick long down the line, looking for a big marking target. Fogarty got rid of McDonald, couldn't take the mark, and rode the ball that was tackled by a couple of Dockers. Holding the ball, advantage taken by Fremantle. Young, off to Clark, out towards Tracy, 65 out from goal. Assesses his options, slows it down, and now goes backwards and sideways to Warner, who sends it immediately back out. Just beyond it, left half forward to O'Driscoll. The Dockers have seen them do this before. Patient. O'Driscoll back to Young. And now all the way by foot back into the centre circle to Luke Ryan, the 200 gamer. Every player on the ground in front of him. That's where he goes. Long high kick inside the forward 50. Cox to the front. Couldn't take the mark. Amos applies the tackle on Bourlays. Ball up to come. 25 metres out directly in front of the Dockers goal. They trail the Crows by 11 points.
Throw it up. Well, Mason Cox tried to soccer it out of mid-air. Hawker Hahn battling away against Dudley. Dudley gathers. Hawker Hahn goes to ground. Gave it back to Sherry, who snaps. From the left forward pocket, he's kicked narrow, missing to the left-hand side. Another minor score. 10 points the difference now in favour of the Crows. 16 gone opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, ABC Listen and News Radio.
Quick kick in by the Crows. Straight back to Rankin, running past, receives the handball. Runs it beyond defensive 50, then a kick to the wing. Big grab in front by Heath Chapman. Dockers certainly had a size advantage on the wing. It was Rochelle and Saligo up against Ryan and Chapman. The Dockers size one out. Chapman Forced to play on now. Kicks it back towards right half forward. Mason Cox in front. Had a couple of grabs. Couldn't mark against Murray. Ball's spilled to Borlase. His kick towards the boundary line is reeled in by Taylor before he's bumped over the line, and the boundary throw-in to come. Shea Bolt's up to 8 disposals. Isaac Rankin 11. We talked about those two. They're standing next to each other out this stoppage. What an exciting matchup as the ball spun back in. Mason Cox taps it down. Frederick for the Dockers. Handball to Brayshaw. Back to Frederick by hand. Now Hayden Young able to get onto his left boot. Kick towards right half forward is a cracker. And he finds Tracy on the lead. Man in the mark stands 51 out. He's about 10 metres in from the boundary. He's got the journey from here, Josh Tracy, if he wants to go. He's eyeing off the top of the square. That's the direction he goes. He's looking for Amos or Cox. Cox can't mark at the back. The Crows have the numbers coming on the last line of defence. Clears it from his goal line. Only as far as the Dockers, though. Clark gathers outside, attacking 50 for Fremantle. And a late whistle has come. The goal umpire says the ball was over the line. Didn't look over the line from here, but they've brought it all the way back, and maybe the technology intervened.
It would want to have been over.
He called it right there, and he was pretty close. He was in the best possible spot, so it's going to go as a accidental rush behind. 1-4-10 the Dockers, 3-1-19 the Crows. 18 gone in the first.
Seen the replay, can't argue with it. Right decision. Hawker Hahn has got the kicking duties here into the middle of the ground. Intercepted by Warner, coming the other way. Tackled, hand pass went out. Fogarty gathered it. Hand pass to Berry, went straight into Mason Cox, holding the ball. Took him on. The big American was up to the task. He wanted to play on quickly by hand, but he's going to have to come back around over the mark.
It wasn't a mark. He should be able to play on, wasn't it?
For a free kick, well, where the mark is set to. Where the free kick is set then, Sharon.
No, I know.
Inside forward 50, and it's taken a good mark to Jai Amos. 45-degree angle. He'll have to go back and have a shot from about 50, or about 47 out.
It wasn't a mark.
Yeah, I know.
So he should have been able to get the ball and play on.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
But it doesn't matter. They've ended up where they wanted it.
They've got it where they would like it anyway.
He'll kick this, you watch.
After missing one from right in front, Jai Amos, which you would have almost put your mortgage on. Boots cross the 50. As I said, tighter than a 45-degree angle to the right. Right behind the kick from Jai Amos. He does kick it as well. Added difficulty, no problems. Fremantle got their second. They moved to within 3 points. 2-4-16 to 3-1-19 the Crows. We've travelled in this first term nearly 20 minutes.
Well, you can tell, Shaz, that the Crows are trying to get numbers back on slow play just to clog up the leading lanes of the Dockers. But
they're doing it with work rate, though.
They are,
they're not parking. They're not going early. They're waiting for the moment, but their work rate at the moment is massive. Specifically, Cook and Curtin off the wings are working back really, really hard, and that's enabling Keane and the other defenders to play that little bit proactive.
And it was great, just a little bit of a shift of lanes there to the foot of Amos. Really nice link up.
Jackson, early jump up against McAndrew. Off his hands, comes down and tackled immediately was Peatling. Reset again, back in the middle. McAndrew on this occasion to the front for the Crows, tapped it down straight the way of the Dockers though. Young took it off to Brayshaw, sidesteps around Dawson, now handballs inboard to Switkowski, back to Brayshaw to 55, kick into the pocket, Tracy went up one-handed, couldn't mark, now he puts his body on the line, it spills back the way of the Crows. Keane just gets the handball across to Cook, deep in defence, who's clearing kick. Finds Taylor. He's shown a lot of composure early in his career. This Braden Cook. Taylor, kick up the wing. Coming from a long way back with a big fist. Heath Chapman there to punch it over the line. Boundary throw to come on the southern wing. Slightly favouring the Dockers attacking end. 21 minutes played in the first quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. McAndrew and Jackson go at it. Neither could get a decisive tap. Peatling for the Crows. tumbles the ball up the wing. Bolton the first one there under pressure. Somehow keeps it in against McAndrew. Then rides the bump from Peatling. Now takes 2 bounces down the wing. Under pressure. Kick inside 50s low and marked by Amos. Oh, Shea Bolton. What a terrific bit of individual brilliance. Never gave up on the plate. It was very close to the boundary. The whole ball's got to be over. And I reckon there might have been half an inch.
Half an inch of the ball left in.
Let's be honest.
Half as much as Bailey Finch.
There's 44 players out there right now, and it feels like it's just the Bolton and Rankin show with the 44 support acts. Jai Amos will kick from outside 50, left half forward. He gives it a hell of a ride. Amos all the way. Arms outstretched for goal number 2. He misses the easy ones. He kicks the hard ones. That's Jai Amos for you. The Dockers are in front. 3-4-22 Fremantle. 3-1-19 the Crows. 22 and a half travelled in the first term. The Dockers lead for the first time tonight. Sharrod Wellingham, Cara Antonio.
Well, there's nothing the defender could have done there. It was low, hard and flat, that kick, and made Amos work for it, but individual brilliance by Shea Bolton.
And then an incredible finish.
Great finish from long range.
Long range. You know, Amos, I'd say that's right on his range, but he's managed to absolutely get hold of that one. But it takes him, now, to 50, 55 or 56 for the season? Awesome season.
55 for Jai Amos now. Mason Cox has gone forward for the Dockers. Paddy Voss is having a spell on the bench. They win the ball out of the middle. Here's Switkowski. Drives it inside forward 50, leading up Amos Marks. He's in line with the left-hand behind post. He'll go back and have a shot from, let's say, 35 metres out. He missed a simple one early doors. Kicked a tough one from, let's say, the right forward pocket. Kicked a tougher one from the left forward pocket. Now with a more simple one again. Looking for his third. Jai Amos chasing 3 goals in the opening term. Kicks on its way. The crowd will tell you that he's put it through for the Dockers' 4th and his 3rd major. And we've travelled 24 and a bit minutes in the opening term. Fremantle's lead is now 9 points. 4-4-28 to Adelaide 3-1-19. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Sharrod Wellingham, Cara Antonio.
He hit that like absolute train coming out of full forward there, and no one will see it listening, but the hole that was left by Tracy, his initial lead just left this massive, as see on the highlights now from the broadcaster, but the hole and vacuum that was left from the lead from Tracy is what, Amos just recognised that and led straight into the hole.
It's a two-parter, isn't it? The delivery's been pretty good from the Dockers mids, and the leads have been just as good. Back in the middle, Sarong lays the tackle as the Crows try to win it through Peatling. He can't get away. Reset coming. Back in the air, McAndrew and Jackson tussle again. Spills the way of Berry for the Crows. Left foot kick around the corner looking for Fogarty. Punched away by Cox. Ryan comes into lens support. He's tackled by the Crows key forward. Ball up 60 metres out. Just beyond left half forward for Adelaide. McAndrew and Jackson lock up. McAndrew reaches over the top, taps it down to Peatling. His clearing kick didn't go very far. Then McAndrew, his kick was smothered as well. Spills to Switkowski with Fremantle. Off to Erasmus. Kicks up the wing looking for Tracy, and just a little too hot as it's off hands under pressure from Borlase. The ball is out of bounds over the interchange gates. Will be tossed back in right below our commentary position. The Dockers lead by 9.
Another great example of the resilience that Jai Amos showing last season or two. Early days, if he'd missed a gettable goal, going to his shell. Jai Amos we see now from the restart. The right got a telling tap. Dawson socket it into the middle of the ground. Here's Taylor for the Crows to Berry. Tackled by the opposite 3 in Sarong. Took him to ground. No Pryor. Just inside the commentary edge of the centre square. Forward of halfway for the Crows. 9 points the Dockers lead. 27 minutes gone in the first. Jackson palmed it down. It went to Curtin. Tackled by Erasmus. Umpire says, I'll have that. Just repeating, they're in yellow tonight, the umpires. Jackson got it down, but taken by Curtin. Got a hand pass away to Dawson. The Crows captain steers it inside forward 50. Beautiful kick. And Fogarty marks about 48 out from goal, tighter than a 45-degree angle to the left.
Just good shape on the outside, wasn't it, Shaz?
Yeah, well, that's what you've got to watch with Dawson. It's not that he was lazy, but he kind of held his outside balance, let Curtin get to work and test the tackle, pop that out. Like I said, they're wanting to get it from inside to out, and they're taking the forward handball from the contest.
Back in the team this week after a 3-match suspension. Fogarty already has a goal this evening from right on 50. It's a bumping kick. Gave it a ride, but missed left. A minor score. 8-point margin now in favour of Fremantle. 4-4 place 3-2. That's the Crows. 28 gone first term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Here's Mitch Turner.
Carl Warner will kick in, plays on, runs out of the square, kicks long to the wing. Tracy B. Borlays, good contest off hands. Young coming through for Fremantle. Won it on the second attempt. Handball out in the path of Erasmus. Kicks up the northern wing, looking for Amos, who almost marks in the second attempt. Keane has him, tackles him to ground without the ball. Umpire says play on. Curtin grubbers a kick forward for the Crows. Going back is Warner. Fogarty, desperation, dived on top of it. Should be holding the ball, no. Ball up to come, 60 metres out. Jackson taps it down off the hands of Berry. It fell to Switkowski. Good handball away for the Dockers. Off to Johnson. Quick bounce through to Frederick. Wheels through traffic. Handball a little hot for Hayden Young. Has to go back and grab it. Has Erasmus in support. Gets the handball to him. Erasmus shakes the tackle of Curtin, who pressured him as he kicked. It spills to Sarong. Sarong from 45 on the left. 3-time reigning best and fairest winner, and that's why. Caleb Sarong with class. Not a noted goal kicker, but balanced on the left foot and put through Freo's fifth. Just his 9th goal of the year, Caleb Sarong. 5-4-34 the Dockers. 3-2-20 the Crows. 29 minutes gone in the first term. Friday night footy on ABC Sports. Just doing enough, the Dockers. Withstanding the pressure, I don't know. What do you think, Cara? Sharon? What's
I think they got jumped early, really settled. What they're doing in and around the contest is really, really good in terms of holding that outside balance and waiting for the runners to turn up. And then, like you said, Cara, before the game, their ability to swiftly and efficiently get it away is what's breaking down Adelaide at the moment.
They've kicked the pass for the Dockers after they conceded the opening 2 goals of the game. The Crows will get the ball out of the middle, though. Rankin involved. Now it comes to Dawson. Kicks to a 2-on-1 against Fogarty in the left forward pocket. Run by Pearce. You hear the cheers of Moose. And he spoils it across the boundary line. Brennan Cox, the other player in the vicinity. Boundary umpire. This is a shallow throw-in. Very high, but shallow. Palmed down by McAndrew. Dawson did well against Young and then lost it a second time. Young might have held him off the football. Umpire says no, we'll let that play on. And the ball's across the line for another boundary throw-in. Still left forward pocket, about 38 out from the Crows attacking goal. They're kicking to the Farmer Freeway end in the opening term. Ball spun back into play. McAndrew front position, palmed it down. Awkward bounce for everyone but Sarong was in the right spot. Bounces a kick beyond defensive 50. Curtin will gather it left half forward. Smothered by Johnson. Spilled out though to Saligo. Threw it on the boot. Trying to gather Switkowski. Couldn't. Sherry tapped it back. With it is Chapman. Now Johnson again for the Dockers. Hand pass intercepted by Saligo. Hand pass to Rankin from 52 metres out. He goes for goal. He's missed to the right. A minor score. But he's involved in almost everything that's good for those from Adelaide. 12 disposals now. Fremantle's lead 14 points. 31 gone in the first.
So 260 metres gain now. Isaac Rankin having plenty of impact. McDonald receives it for the Dockers. Kick out towards the southern wing. Frederick just couldn't pull it in on the lead. It's off his hands and out of bounds for boundary throwing. So now it's 13 with 260 metres gain. Shea Bolton for the Dockers, 9. He's had 228 metres gain. They're both having a huge impact in this first term. Shallow thrown again. Jackson at the front of McAndrew. Tapped it down to Sarong for the Dockers. High kick up the wing. Cumming went back. Great mark under a high ball. Gets it back for Adelaide. Wants to move it really quickly. Has a player on over the top. Right half forward. Jackson went back in front of McAndrew though for the Dockers. Won the footy. Got it towards Sarong. He was tackled, dispossessed. Now Berry has it for the Crows. Kicks it out towards McAndrew and the boundary line wins out. It'll be a last disposal free kick going the way of the Dockers. It'll be the ruckman, Luke Jackson, who will take it. 32 minutes travelled in the opening term. The Dockers lead by 13 points.
Jackson will send it long towards the southern wing. Tracy took front position. Down here by Laird at the back. Came to Rankin. There's another disposal for him. Got it on towards Cook. His kick was smothered. Ricochets across the boundary line. Well done to Hayden Young. His hands onto it. Boundary throw-in, southern wing. Shadows of quarter time. All put back into play. McAndrew got a touch on it, down to Rankin. His kick was smothered again by Johnson. Comes back to Berry. Crows look to send it high up in the air again. Underneath it was Cook. Couldn't quite get to the Laird kick, and there's a free kick being paid here.
Holding.
Holding decision in the way of O'Driscoll. So the free against Cook in that battle. There's Nathan O'Driscoll standing on the boundary at left half back. It's towards left half forward. Spoil from Adelaide. Down towards Frederick. Tackled immediately. Cumming took him to ground. It's between centre wing and left half forward for the Dockers. This would just about do us for quarter time. McAndrew won it down. Straight to Sarong, who was tackled. Siren sounds for quarter time. And it's the Dockers who'll take a 13-point lead into the first change. They trailed by 13 points early stages after the Crows jumped away, kicked the opening 2 goals, and then added a behind to their tally. And heading into quarter time, the Dockers kicked 4 unanswered goals. 3 of those to Jai Amos, 1 to Sarong, 1 to Dudley. While for the Crows, their goals to Archie, Laird and Fogarty. Quarter time at Perth Stadium. Fremantle by 13 points. We'll hear from our experts in just a moment, wherever you're listening on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital News Radio and streaming on ABC Listen. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
I'm Sana Kadar. Join me to explore the psychology behind the biggest questions in our lives, from relationships to stress levels to solving crime.
Your lie detection ability approximates chance.
Search All in the Mind on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Ran into a bit of trouble. Took a bounce, Rankin. Kick inside 50. No mark taken. Saligo crumbs it. Handballs across the curtain. Gets it across the Laird. Flying shot on goal from 45. Is good.
Air pass almost intercepted by Dawson. He'll follow up and gather the footy for the Crows. Runs the ball on the ground inside forward 50. Fogarty gathers. Duck the attempted tackle. Kicks the second. Straight out of the middle the Crows went. They win it through Erasmus to Sarong. Kicks inside forward 50. Boss on the lead. Was able to gather. Gave it to Dudley. Isaiah Dudley kicks the Dockers first.
Peatling back to McAndrew. The Crow puts it inside the forward 50 by Boot. Beats everyone coming through Keys. Clean pick up. Handball to Archie. Snap around the body from 40's good.
Inside forward 50 and it's taken a good mark to Jai Amos. 45-degree angle. We'll have to go back and have a shot from about 50, or about 47 out. Boots cross the 50. As I said, ties on a 45-degree angle to the right. Right behind the kick from Jai Amos. He does kick it as well.
Bolton the first one there under pressure. Somehow keeps it against McAndrew. Then rides the bump from Peatling. Now takes 2 bounces down the wing. Under pressure. Kick inside 50's low and marked by Amos. Oh, Shea Bolton. What a terrific bit of individual brilliance. Never gave up on the play. The kick from outside 50. Left half forward. He gives it a hell of a ride. Amos all the way. Arms outstretched for goal number 2.
Here's Switkowski. Drives it inside forward 50, leading up Amos marks. Kick's on its way. The crowd will tell you that he's put it through for the Dockers' fourth and his third major.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Few scores to bring you up to date with in the NRL. One game completed this evening. The Dolphins have belted the Seagulls 22 points to 0. Big win for the Dolphins there. There's another game. We'll give the full-time score when it's done. The Bulldogs playing the Rabbitohs as we speak. In the cricket, of course, stumps on day 2 up in Darwin. Bangladesh 6 for 351 in reply to Australia's first innings of 198. So they lead the Australians by 153 runs. You can get a call of that tomorrow on ABC Listen from Corbin Middlemass and the crew up in Darwin. Here at Perth Stadium, the Dockers lead the Crows at quarter time, 5-4-34 to 3-3-21. Our experts, Sharad Wellingham and Cara Antonio on ABC Sports.
Well, the momentum shifted after a red-hot start from Adelaide. They couldn't have asked for anything better. A couple of goals straight out the blocks, and not that they silenced the crowd, but they took a little bit of wind away from them, I'd say. But to Fremantle, they just stuck to their guns, got to work. Like you said, they're bringing up their sixth forward because Adelaide are bringing their winger. They're not playing a sweeping winger, so there's a massive hole at the back which Fremantle are drawing up their sixth forward into, which is actually making it a little bit more open for their Fremantle forward line. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of a shift in that. But the reason that Adelaide are doing that is to get numbers around the contest and try and really own the inside football. And we've seen them trying to flick it out and just hope that there's somebody there, kind of soccer-ons. We've seen a lot of just get it hand straight to the foot. So I'm not sure what kind of changes we'll see, but that's definitely what they've employed so far.
Yeah, you're right, and their ground ball game's strong. They're plus 10 in that area, the Crows. But looking at other stats, it's pretty even. Contested possession, plus 2 to the Crows, couple of clearances up, and the hit-outs are quite even. So I reckon you're right. They started really strong, winning all those areas of Crows, but the Dockers were able to absorb a bit of pressure, the connection and efficiency going forward with a number of marks. They were just cleaner inside 50 and made it count on the scoreboard. So a great hot contest early, pressure from both sides. We're in for a ripper tonight, I reckon.
The thing the Fremantle are doing really well is when they are getting their hands on the ball, specifically through the middle, they're able to maintain possession. And we can see through the mid-zone, they've had 23 more uncontested possessions. So when they do get their hands on it, they're able to be a little bit more precise and clean with their disposal. And not that they're soaking up the pressure, but they're being a little bit more clinical when they do get their hands on the ball.
Some of the numbers from the first quarter are the team numbers. Contested possessions were 36 apiece. The tackle count, Fremantle leading 24 to 15. Inside 50s, 13 to 12 the way of the Dockers. The hit-outs, as mentioned, 17 to 14 Fremantle's way. Interestingly, Adelaide not a free kick the entire quarter, 5-0 the way of the Dockers. There's a stat for you.
Dockers just playing clean, hard football.
Isaac Rankin, 14 disposals, leads everyone on the ground. 3 clearances, and as mentioned, 273 metres gained for the Dockers. It's Bolton and Young with 9 apiece. Fremantle lead by 13 at the start of the second.
Terrific game so far. Crowds still starting to build after public transport issues getting people to the game. Underway in the second term. Young was trying to take it away to Brayshaw. Got tackled. Just got the kick out, though. Well done, Curtin. Lopped up one arm. The kick from Brayshaw found Ryan. And he moved it out to O'Driscoll, just shy of the southern wing. Heads down the wing to Jackson. He's taken the mark. Knocked out of his hands, but umpire had already blown the whistle. Certainly had enough purchase on it against Rankin. He steers it back inboard to Sarong, who marks and plays on immediately. Inside forward 50. Big lead up again from Amos, but standing in the hole, McAndrew. He knew the contact was coming, but he takes the defensive grab for the Crows. He's in the left back pocket. Goes beyond defensive 50 to left half back. Pack of 4 up. Jackson front position. 2 bites at it. Takes the mark. Too far out to score himself. He's about 80 from goal. He'll go back towards Young. Harassed by Archie. Move the ball by hand towards the centre circles to Clark, and he'll switch play out to the northern wing to Brennan Cox, who marks on the logo.
Had a couple of nervous moments in his return last week, Brennan Cox. This kick finds the target, a short kick upfield to Switkowski. Still inside the centre square. Plays on, runs around Rankin, kicks it inside the forward 50. Players go to ground, no whistle. Amos at the back couldn't take the mark. Laird there to clean it up and give it off to Curtin for the Crows. Long kick outside defensive 50. The Dockers win it back. Clark able to steady up. Finds Ryan in the middle of the ground, who spears it to Young at half forward. Here comes the three-layered leads from the Dockers. He ignores Voss, ignores Amos. He's going to have a shot, Hayden Young.
He can make the distance.
He can. Jordan Dawson is on the mark. He's 51 metres out. Hayden Young likes his chances. Young from 55 metres out. Gives it everything he's got. It's right to the line. Fisted through by McAndrew. Tried to wheel around and Dawson put some good pressure on. It is a minus score. 5-5-35 Fremantle. Adelaide 3-3-21. 2 minutes gone as the Crows bring the ball back into play.
Probably about 20 centimetres shy. Wasn't far away. Here's Taylor for the Crows from left half back. Looking for Bill Thorpe at left half forward. Brought it to ground. Ball bounced past Archie. Pearce is able to gather for the Dockers. Ripped out of his grasp by Dawson. The two captains going head-to-head. Kick inside forward 50. Rochelle backing back. Only had eyes for the footy. Takes the mark. 47 from goal. About 3 metres in from the boundary. Left forward pocket for Adelaide.
Didn't touch the ball in the first quarter, Rochelle. So coming up for his first disposal. But we know he doesn't have to have much of it to have impact. Really good talent and really good in front of goal.
34 goals so far this season. Josh Rochelle boots across the arc of 50 from 47 metres out. Pretty good looking kick. It's a great kick and he turns just to tell the home fans for Fremantle all about it. Great goal. There's a run of 4 unanswered goals by the Dockers as Adelaide moved back to within 8 points of Fremantle. 3 and a bit minutes gone in the second term. The Crows are now 4-3-27. Fremantle 5-5-35. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner, your expert, Sharad Willingham and Cara Antonio.
Beautiful finish, wasn't it? For not that he's a small player, but somebody who's not a key position forward to dob one from that distance out by the junction. What was really smart is his ability to just kind of lose Clark, who starts watching the football in the contest, keeps going forward, as all good forwards do. Eddie Betts was the absolute best of that, and I'm sure that when they were playing together, he may have given him a few tips how to sneak forward from the contest.
Ball back in the middle, and Luke Jackson slipped across the line as McAndrew didn't go up, and he wins that clever ruck free kick with the new rules. McAndrew takes it with the Crows, kicks it inside 50. Pearce punches it away straight though to Rochelle. Handball to Archie on the right from 45. Couldn't get it far enough around. He's missing to the near side. Minus score. 4-4-28 Adelaide. Fremantle 5-5-35. 4.5 played in the second term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Not too far away from a second goal of the evening for Archie as Clark kicks towards the southern wing. Near the edge of the centre square. Came out to Michael Annie through the hands of Rankin. Now Peatling will kick inside forward 50. One down by Warner. Gathered his own bouncing footy. Handed it off to Sarong. Comes through Clark, then Brayshaw. Now to Clark again. Oh, the bounce was awkward. Hit his knee. Rolled away from him. Rochelle wraps him up. Did he get the hand pass out? No, a throw, according to the umpire. It was under genuine pressure. Couldn't dispose of it legally. So he'll come back here and taken by Rochelle, who gets the free kick. Steers it out to Laird, marking on the logo on the northern wing. Trots back for Adelaide. He can go to Bourlays, who's free near the interchange gates. He said he kicks over the top of him and out towards Taylor. Has to take a diving mark, Zach Taylor. Probably about 90 from goal here. Suggests to everyone that he's going to send it deep inside forward 50. That's where the kick goes. Massive pack up. Spills out to Archie. Trying to go off the outside of the right boot. Tapped away from Curtin by O'Driscoll, who then thumps it through across the behind line on the left. A rushed behind, moving the Crows on to 4-5-29. The Dockers are 5-5-35. 6 gone second term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Little push here from Adelaide, start of this second term. Clark brings the ball back into play for the Dockers. Kicks out towards Tracy. Ball A's big fist from behind. Punch it away into the path of Rankin. He went without it. Then Laird, taken high by Jackson, wins the free kick. Inside the centre square, Rory Laird goes inside. Forward 50 for the Crows. Brennan Cox coming across. Punches it out towards the boundary line. Archie was after it. Couldn't reel it in. And there is a Crow who has copped one in the middle of all of that. Down on his haunches. We'll see who it is. It's Jordan Dawson who might have got winded.
Yeah, winding.
It looks like he
was exposed going up into the marking contest as I think it was maybe Cox came back through.
Oh, yeah.
Just hip right into the ribs.
Hip into the ribs.
So hopefully...
That's not fun.
Hopefully he's just sucking it in and had a bit of the wind taken out of him. It's nothing more serious. But he has the trainers with him and they've stopped the play because he actually...
He looks like he's in trouble, I reckon.
Well, everyone says, stop the play, don't stop the play. He's actually right where the two rucks would be receiving this boundary throw-in, so...
He's winded.
He's trying to push the trainers away.
Yeah. That's
still
smart. You can't play the ball while he's right there. So
absolutely, you have to stop it.
Yeah.
It would have landed on his head. He's standing and staying out there. He's at the top of the goal square now. Ball tossed back in. McAndrew the front. Straight down, though, to Sarong for the Dockers. Handball over the path of Frederick. Left foot kick out towards the wing. Ball has again. Big fist away from Tracy. Down to Saligo. Handball across to Mike Lanny. His kick smothered by Tracy over the boundary line, much to the applause of the Fremantle Dockers. Jordan Dawson is still holding his right ribs, and he's actually called for another trainer to come have a look at him now, so he is in a fair bit of trouble.
Was hit solidly. No doubt he's in strife. Jackson might have got a little nudge, but still having to get a hand on it. Spill down though to Saligo of the Crows. Hand pass forward. Rankin looked to tap it along the boundary line. It bounced off Warner, who was in front of him, and goes across for a boundary throw-in. Trainer comes out now to see Dawson. He's going to take a drink here.
Water. He would have thought he'd never breathe again. He was winded that badly.
He was in genuine trouble for a bit there, but he seems better now. Jackson with a little touch. Down in the ruck contest to Bolton, to Frederick for the Dockers, who spears it forward. Tracy marks on true centre wing. Bolton runs by boundary side. Erasmus just gets onto the field through the interchange gates. They're both ignored by Tracy. Kick was touched on the way inside forward 50. No mark taken here. Spills out here to Nankervis. Shares it with Hawker Hart. Nankervis just breaks the tackle of Dudley. Wobbles a kick towards centre wing. Tracy had hands up. Knocked down by McAndrew. Here's Pearce for the Dockers. Hand passing forward to Sherry. Now on to Erasmus. To Bolton at left half forward. Goes and finds Amos. Leading out strongly again. Got separation on Keane and marks 47 from goal. Hard up against the boundary. Left forward pocket.
Great work by Alex Pearce there just to
test the tackle.
Drive the legs through the tackle.
How many times do we say it, Mitch? He comes through bursting out the other side of a pack. Yeah. He must be a really powerful character. Like, his ability to take a few steps and be at top speed is second to none.
Here's Jai Amos. Well, 50 meets the boundary line, and that was just a little bit too much to ask for Jai. He can kick them from anywhere. He's missed everything to the left-hand side. No change to that score. Sees the Dockers still leading by 6 points. 10 gone, second term.
Trying to complete the set, Amos. He's hit the post. He's kicked 3, got out in the full. He was almost there. Crows move it out towards left half back. Borlays takes the mark. It's a pretty good start on Tracy so far, the Crows defender. Kicks from left half back up the wing. McAndrew in front of Jackson. Couldn't mark. Rode by Johnson for the Dockers. McAndrew tackles. Ball up to count. Centre wing, southern side of the ground. Coming through Sarong from the stoppage. Grabs it. Tackled by Rankin. He's had a bit of a quieter start to this quarter, Isaac Rankin. Still on the 14 disposals. Lurking around this pack as it goes out into the path of Berry. He's harassed by O'Driscoll, who works him over the boundary line for another boundary throw-in. Hayden Young, meanwhile, up to 12. Rankin on 14. The next best for the Crows is Curtin with 8. It's been everywhere. Isaac Rankin stands next to Matthew Johnson at this stoppage. Jackson and McAndrew stalk each other. They both come up to meet the footy. Both got a hand on it. Spills to Sarong. Tackled by Rankin. Slips it. Kicks towards half forward. Tracy out. Juggles the mark. Man on the mark's about 54 metres out. Right half forward. Tracy kicks it into the pocket. Looking for Amos dropping in front. Keane did well. Took the mark, and the Crows will move the ball outside defensive 50.
Chance to go long. Worrell towards right half forward. Intercept mark there by Warner. Against Archie. Warner for the Dockers. Will go back and kick to the logo and find Chapman. Fremantle just pausing for a moment. Chapman will be told to play on. So from the logo northern wing, he'll kick inside forward 50. Amos hands to it up against Dawson. Ball hit the deck. It's been locked in. Over the top of it was Michael Annie. Not with the 50s painted on the ground at left half forward for Fremantle. Jackson arrived late but won it down to Sarong. Worked it to his own advantage, then kicks around the body. Direction of Voss at full forward. Couldn't mark up against Keane. Balls across the boundary line for another throw-in. 20 out from the Dockers attacking goal. To the left of our broadcast position in this second term, the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium. Crowd is almost built to the level you'd expect, around 50,000. Jackson went out after it. Might have been taken high against Dawson. Umpire says play on. Dockers have still got hold of the football. It's been locked in. Sarong had it. He's tackled the ground. Ball up. McAndrew against Jackson. Jackson palmed it down. Getting to it, Nankervis. Hand pass Missberry. Could go back and gather. Hand passed again to Worrell. They'll look to move it beyond defensive 50. This is Michael Annie. Will kick towards the northern wing. No mark taken. Rochelle, though, at the drop for the Crows. Hands it off to Archie.
Archie turns inboard, looking for a target. Squeezes one up towards Philthorpe. Knocked away, though, by the Dockers by Pearce. Off to Erasmus. Then to Sarong. Great handball over the top to Clark. Arches his back. Handballs forward to Chapman. Steps around Archie. Chips it further afield to Warner, who now waits. Very close to a protected area 50 against Keys. Umpire said that's okay. Warner into the pocket for the Dockers. Voss up, couldn't mark. Spills down to Keane. Right half back, he's upended as he kicks down the wing. And Warner takes the intercept mark for the Dockers. There's even a staunching too, did Patrick Voss, and Keane's after him. Fremantle in the meantime. Through Warner, go into the middle to Clark. Long kick inside 50. Great mark in front of Jackson by McAndrew. Really good start to the game by this Crows ruck. He marks it in defence and will clear the 50 again.
Goes out towards left half back. Up there was Curtin. Gathered it. Broke a tackle as well. Has to trot back inside his defensive 50. Short foot pass. Too short to be a mark. Found its way to Dawson. Will move it down the line. Here's Philthorpe marking in front of Pearce. Immediately kicks the Crows inside forward 50. Good defensive play. McDonald worked out his opponent in Murray underneath the football and then took the defensive grab for the Dockers. He has it in the right back pocket. Freo 5-5-35. They lead the Crows by 6 points. 4-5-29. 14 and a half gone second term.
On kick to the southern wing. No mark taken. Rode by Saligo. Breaks the tackle. Tumbling kick towards half forward is chopped off. Ryan in game 200. Took it for the Dockers. Handball to Sarong. Long lead from Amos up that southern side. He leads his player to the ball. Takes possession. Tackle to ground. Free kick. Advantage paid. O'Driscoll takes it. Runs away. Takes the bounce. 55 out. Terrific chase by Curtin to put him under pressure. Effected the kick at half forward. Ball's now inside the Dockers' forward pocket. Big tackle laid by Amos on Keane, who takes possession. He's caught high. Incredible chase on the far side by Dan Curtin on O'Driscoll, who liked what he saw. And I tell you what, he saw wrong. Thought he had him covered. Did O'Driscoll, and Curtin said not today. The Crows dangerously try to exit defensive 50. Off hands it comes to Bolton. He's dispossessed. Chapman now tackled by Nankervis. Ball up to come 52 metres out. Slightly left of centre for the Dockers. There is a blood rule coming as well. And it's Jai Amos who's got a cut. Looks like above the right eye, will come all the way off before they restart play.
Sarong has, by the way, moved up to 14 disposals.
Well, Rankin hasn't touched it this quarter still.
He's still with 14.
No, he hasn't.
How can you not touch it but have negative 9 metres?
Yeah, I don't know.
Tapped on. Off this contest over here.
Oh, it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Taking a long time from Jai Amos to come from full forward to get to the interchange gates. She heard the cut high up on the right side of his head. The restart, one down by Mason Cox. Went to Rankin, though. Got it to Laird for the Crows. Kick up in the air towards right half back. Then Curvis underneath it. One down here by Erasmus. Hand pass missed Brayshaw. Onto it Taylor. Scooped a hand pass forward, or backward rather, only as far as Laird. Moving on to Peatling, then to Nankervis. On again to Taylor. Back to Nankervis. Went straight into a Warner tackle. And then Young followed up to take him to ground. No pride, the call. Ball up, the decision, right beneath our broadcast position on the northern wing. Great tackle it was too. By two of them. In the green tonight for the Dockers, wearing their retro 1995 kit. Freo able to move it forward to Young, and then he was tackled. Ball up again. Mason Cox won it down to Sarong. Another disposal for him. Kicks towards left half forward. Awkward bounce for Jackson. Sat up there at the back for the Crows. Tapping it back was Keane. Spills down and then over the top. Hawker Hahn doesn't get rid of it. Tackled by Jackson.
That was holding the ball. The Adelaide players put it on the ground and knocked it away from himself. Good pressure from Fremantle here.
Mason Cox wins the tap down to Dudley. Taken high. Yes, he'll get the free kick. Pause for a moment for the umpire to think about it. And he gives it against Cumming. And Dudley can have a shot from 40 out. Tyler, the 45-degree angle to the left.
Very lucky.
You reckon that one will get it looked at much over the next week?
Very lucky.
He did lean into it, Dudley.
Elected not to dispose of it. Grabbed the ball. Took half a second. Dropped his head. Doesn't have to drop far. Smallest player in the league.
Isaiah Dudley looking for a second tonight. We're right behind the kick. It doesn't deviate. It's through for another major. He's got two. Fremantle's lead is out to 12 points at the 19-minute mark of the second term. 6-5-41 to Adelaide's 4-5-29. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio, and streaming on ABC Listen. Your experts, Sharrod Wellingham, Premiership Pie, and AFLW All-Australian Cara Antonia.
Just the stoppage on the wing, the synergy and, working together that Brayshaw and Sarong have, the little blocks and opening up of space. Cox putting it on an absolute platter for them at the moment. Their midfield is just all on the same page. All it took, I watched it, was Sarong, a little signal to Brayshaw. He just kind of flapped his wings like a chicken. And Brayshaw knew that was a signal, and he saw a beautiful block, and in he came.
Mason Cox in the run for the Dockers. He taps it, roved though by Berry, who's taken immediately by Brayshaw. Ball's going to be tossed up still inside the centre circle. Mason Cox again taps away from Murray, who becomes the rover. Taken high in the tackle, is he? Yes, non-controlling umpire. He was about 30-40 metres further away.
How can that umpire see that?
I actually thought it was the right call, and he was on the wrong side. Figured that out. Murray kicks it inside 50 for the Crows. Warner went up for the mark for the Dockers, couldn't take it. At ground level, Taylor has the ball in hand, tackled by Young, held to him. Free kick not forthcoming. It'll be a ball up at left half back. I actually thought he did get him high, and thought it was interesting the umpire closest didn't see it originally. Cox taps it out of the ruck down to Brayshaw, fights through the tackle, handballs to space. Berry and Erasmus after it. Berry just too strong. Pushes Erasmus off, gathers it. Handball to Nankervis. Now looping handball to Cook. Runs into Brayshaw. Slams into the turf. Holding the ball. So he's a good player, Braden Cook. He ran into a steam train. And Andrew Brayshaw there wins the free kick. Plays on. Kicks down the northern wing. Tracy in front of Borlase takes the mark. Tracy now. Handballs across to the run of Young. Young kicks inside forward 50, looking for a marking target. Punched away by the Crows towards Keys. His handball looking for Michaelani or the boundary. Boundary line wins out just inside right half forward for the Dockers. 45 out. I think they'll take that result. The Crows, they trail by 12 points, 21 minutes played in his second term at Perth Stadium.
Ball spun back in. Mason Cox against Dilthorpe. Might had a touch. Spills to Cumming, immediately tackled by Voss. Ball not coming out of there. Ball up the call. Deep in the right forward pocket for Freo, who leads 6-5 to 4-5. 12-point advantage in this second term. Out after it here. Peatling tries to gather. Can't quite get there first, though. He's forced to effect the tackle on Sherry. Ball up the call again. Just beyond the attacking 50 for the Dockers. 22 gone, second turn. On the restart, Paul Kahan will get a clearing kick away for the Crows, but only as far as Chapman, who marks for the Dockers at right half forward. Chested attacking 50. Put it towards full forward. Ball lays at the back, couldn't mark. Spill down though to a fellow Crow in Laird. It's tapped towards the boundary line. Umpire says we'll ball it in. Dockers were appealing for deliberate. Not sure that's exactly what the Crows were trying to do. 12 points. Freo's lead. Last time on in the second quarter. Both rucks missed it. Dilthorpe and Mason Cox. Oh, Voss. That is an almighty crunching tackle. Just absolutely poleaxed into Laird, who was already being held, and Voss just crunched into him. Patrick Voss, ouch. Dilthorpe won it down. He's Laird again, none the worse for wear. Got it out to Peatling. Couldn't gather cleanly. Tackled by Sherry, got taken high. And Peatling will have it in the left back pocket for the Crows.
Peatling plays on. Runs his measure, now kicks down the southern side. Big pack, fist came from Brennan Cox to the back. Beautifully roved by Rankin. Handball out of the path of Rochelle. Just can't pick up the footy. Bumped off it by Chapman. The Dockers win it back. His handball, though, misses the target. Now in congestion on that southern side. Mason Cox does the roving. His handball sharked by Rankin. Little chip forward to Keys. Plays on immediately. Kicks into the pocket again. Rochelle gets out the back. Marks in the left forward pocket. 25 metres out. The umpire will put him on the angle. Again, though, gets out the back. Josh Rochelle.
Quick thinking, forward craft. Got to be really swiveling your head as a defender, and Cox is one who was caught on him in that instance there, but it's got to be anybody from the Fremantle defenders.
He's got one already, Josh Rochelle. Snaps this one around the body, makes it count for his second. Josh Rochelle gets his 36th goal of the season. Not a bad return for a small forward. 6-5-41 Fremantle. The Crows are now 5-5-35. Margin back to just 6 points. 24 minutes played in the second term. Friday night footy on the ABC Sport. Crowd's been silenced again. Sherrod Wellingham, Cara Antonio in the box.
Yeah, well, this quarter's definitely been an arm wrestle, hasn't it? It's been low scoring. It's spent lots of time in the Fremantle forward half, but they haven't been able to capitalise, and the opportunity was taken. I mean, it's really smart from Rochelle both times that he's found himself forward of the congestion, and the Fremantle defenders have got to be watching for him spitting out, don't they?
They do. He had no touches, couldn't get near it in the first quarter, and had 5 this quarter and kicked a couple.
As he called, doesn't have to have it many times.
Back in the middle. Dockers will get the clearance from the restart. Brayshaw over it, surrounded by Crows, but was able to get a hand pass back to Bolton. Kicks the Dockers into the right forward pocket. Amos brought it to ground. Jackson gathers, hand pass to Frederick. Throws it on the right boot. Kicks towards goal and sends it between the big sticks. Fremantle respond immediately. And their lead is back to 12 points at the 25-minute mark of the second. 7-5-47, Adelaide 5-5-35. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Sherrod Wellingham and Cara Antonio.
Well, did you see there, Shaz, Brayshaw on the ground?
No one went to him.
Because they were covering exits for the handball, wanting him to kick, but it actually ended up in the favour of Fremantle, didn't it? He was able to kind of swivel 360, stand up and give a handball to Bolton. But, yeah, fantastic finish. I thought they would have... There was a few appeals for touch, but clearly they would have gone up to the arc anyway. Clearly a goal and play on.
Everyone was worried about the receivers, weren't they?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want to have to change the scorebook? It is a goal out in the middle. Bolton rose the tap, broke through a tackle, then ran into Curtin like a brick wall. He's a man mountain, Dan Curtin. midfielder of that size, wins the free kick for the Crows, wheels around onto that left boot, goes long inside 50, big pack, no mark taken at the back. Brennan Cox for the Dockers. Handballs to Johnson, had no option to handballs back to Brennan Cox. Now to McDonald by hand, his own defensive goal square. Goes short to Erasmus, barely 15. Umpire, though, was lenient on that occasion. He was right there.
Almost got hit.
Had to duck under the footy Peter Carey style. Well, what Peter Carey wished he did. Erasmus, outside defensive 50. The ball is cut off by Berry. If we're talking...
Is that the umpire who called it?
It was. We're talking throwing back to the old days of the Dockers. It was a Dockers game when Peter Carey took the mark.
Mid-wing, centre wing at Subiaco, wasn't it?
And had a second one there as Sherry just gets a kick away from the contest. Picked up though by the Crows. Hall Kahan gathers. Long kick inside 50. Big fist from Brennan Cox. Trying to rove it at the bottom was Taylor. He overran it for the Crows. Then tapped it out to Fogarty. He went without it. Clark, legs taken. As Fogarty dived over the ball, free kick to the Dockers defender in the back pocket. Clint wheeled it.
And our guest the other week, Brad Wirra, still wishes he tackled Peter Carey because he was standing next to him and then called him for holding the ball.
That would have been humour.
Said it, one of his great regrets in footy, he didn't think of it quickly enough.
Even just as a laugh, you reckon he would have got away with it, or touching the umpire?
I think people would have found that amusing. I mean, if the umpire's marking the footy, surely you're allowed to do the odd cheeky thing. It wasn't like it'd be an aggressive moment.
Yeah,
that would have been good.
Just to make light of the funny situation. I like it.
Correct. Dockers have moved to beyond the defensive 50. It's off hands and over for a boundary throwing it. Left half back for Freo. They lead by 12 points. 28 gone in the second. Thrown back in. Jackson palmed it down for the Dockers. Bounced off Erasmus. He turned around, gathered, had 3 Crows to beat. Rankin tackles him and the footy across the boundary line for another throw-in. Still at left half back. Fremantle monstering the hit-outs. 36-19 at this point in time. This time, though, McAndrew won it down. Roving. Dawson for the Crows. Kicked inside forward 50 over the head of Murray. Cook looked to tap it away from Johnson. Had too much on the tapping motion and the ball goes across the boundary line for a throw-in. Left forward pocket for the Crows. 2 goals the difference in favour of Fremantle. 28 and a bit gone second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport from Perth Stadium. Here's Mitch Turner.
McAndrew and Jackson contest this boundary throw-in. Both missed the hand. Ricocheted off their shins. Came to McDonald for the Dockers. Handball out now in front of Brayshaw. Young fights through contact. Kicks towards right half back. Ball off the hands of Hall Kahan. Spills to Clark, who tried to burst his way through. Stopped by a couple of Crows. Ball up on the logo at left half forward for Adelaide. Umpire trying to clear out a path. As he now tosses it in the air. Jackson tapped it straight to Keys. Quick handball to Rankin, who was tackled and caught immediately by Johnson. Somehow still got a handball out. Peatling now. Off to Taylor. Breaks the tackle. Spins. Kicks towards goal. Gets a friendly bounce. He kicked the wrong end. Bounced at right angles. Past the outstretched arm of Cox. And Taylor makes something out of nothing. The Crows are once again back within a straight kick. 7-5-47 Fremantle. Adelaide are 6-5-41. 29 and a half gone. I reckon we see the replay. Bowled it like a leg spinner and it went at right angles the wrong end style. Out the back of the hand, you reckon Sharad Wellingham?
A little bit of that.
A little bit of flair.
But again, like Rankin's ability to just pop up in the contest. He's been tackled, taken to ground, but the tackle doesn't stick, and straight away he's up on his feet. Yeah. That's exactly what he did.
Genuine wronging.
It's an amazing break. If it continued on its normal line, it was going through for a behind, but breaks right, goes through for a major score.
Do with a couple of now Darwin.
Yes, exactly. It's a Fogarty for the Crows. Kicks into the left forward pocket. Offhand, spills down. Here he is again, Taylor. Bouncing it towards goal. This time trying to turn it through. But the wicketkeeper was back there in Ryan. Almost run down. Saligo just about had him. He broke free. Got it out to Pearce. Hurried kick around. The body has been intercepted. And the Crows through Peatling will be able to have a shot at goal. From about 45 out, they'll start just to the right of being in line with the right hand behind post.
A little bit unfortunate to not almost cop a tripping free kick there. Ryan, did you think?
Yeah,
potentially.
50-50. But again, Crows covering the exits. Pearce had no option to handball, had to kick it. set up really well, and now they've got another shot on goal.
Former Giant James Peatley. He's on his way in for the Crows. This to level the scores. Oh, not with that. It's well out to the left. Minor score. And that is the siren for half-time. They've been trading blows for much of the second term, the Dockers and the Crows. And at the major break, Fremantle's lead is 5 points. It was 13 points at quarter time, 5 at the major break. 7-5-47 the Dockers, Adelaide 6-6-42. The goal kickers look like this. Giant Amos has got 3, and then singles to Sarong, to Frederick, to Dudley. Well, for Adelaide, have I missed one?
Dudley's got 2.
Dudley's got 2. Beg your pardon. You missed one. Dudley with 2. So 3 to Amos, 2 to Dudley, 1 to Frederick, 1 to Sarong. For Adelaide, Rochelle's got a couple, and then Archie, Taylor, Laird, and Fogarty, the other goal kickers. Fremantle 7-5-47 to Adelaide 6-5-41. Just repeating the cricket score. We've had a couple of cricketing-like moments throughout tonight. Bangladesh 6 for 351 at stumps on day 2 up in Darwin. They lead the Australians by 153 runs after they were all out in their first innings. The home side for 198. Of course, full commentary available on ABC Listen. You'll see the cricket ball button if you want to keep right across the first test building up to the summer. Australia and Bangladesh. Caller Middlemass, Ben Cameron, alongside him, of course, the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell, leading our commentary team up there. Friday night footy, though, here on ABC Sport. Let's get the thoughts of our experts, Sharad Wellingham and Cara Antonio.
Well, it's a really solid arm wrestle. That quarter was, no scoring for 15, 17-minute period there where they were just trading blows, lots of stoppages, dragged them in the trenches a little bit, I suppose you'd say Adelaide did, and changed up that wing positioning so they had a little bit more balance and openness around the stoppage instead of having their sweeping winger go in and having 4 kind of pairs at the front of the stoppage. They pulled him back out, and so it was a little bit more open, and we saw when they were able to get away from the contest, they were reasonably efficient, and it was a little bit less knock-on, break it away from the contest, and had a little bit more design. But the majority of the quarter, it felt like it was spent in Fremantle forward half, but they just weren't able to capitalise.
Yeah, I reckon you're right, because looking at the inside 50s, Fremantle had 16 to Adelaide's 13 and only were able to score 2 goals, 1 to Adelaide's 3 goals, 3, and probably could have had a couple of more. The Crows really late in that quarter had a number of really nice looks. So for me, I think the method going forward for Fremantle almost played into the Crows defenders' hands at times. The big ruckman, hasn't he had a good game just floating back into the space for the Crows a number of times and just taking some big clunks when you really want the tall forwards, or even Jackson was down there a couple of times just to bring the ball to ground, create a contest. But
I think we saw the effect also of Amos being off for that. 7 or 8 minutes, how much of an impact that had on the forward 50 for Fremantle and their not lack of direction, but those holes and avenues to leading lanes weren't opening up, and that's probably because the three-headed monster wasn't down there at the same time, all working in harmony, and it just goes to show what a huge impact those three working together does have on their inside 50s and the way that it does go in there. But full credit to, I suppose, Adelaide that quarter in adjusting from what they saw in the first. We knew that they were going to be contested beasts, and the contested possessions, pretty on par for both sides. And so I don't know if I'd say a tick for Adelaide, but I'd say that they'll go in at at half-time pretty happy after getting the momentum ripped off them in the back half of that first quarter.
I agree. I've just written down here like a few notes. I thought the Dockers, had a lot of forward half possession, time in forward half. really owned field position, but the Crows were really good late, and they were never kind of out of the game. I thought Sarong was immense early. At one stage, it was 5-1 in clearances, and he'd had 4 of them for the Dockers, so just got his hands on it.
What's really evident as well is Fremantle know how they're going to beat them. So they know that Adelaide are going to bring that inside control and clearance, I suppose, not dominance, but ability to break even with them, right? And so what Adelaide have done really well is pounce on that. So their ground balls, they're ahead, but it's then Fremantle's tackle. So their intent to then put that pressure on and not let Adelaide have any run and carry. I don't think we've really seen any effective run and carry or transition football from Adelaide, and that's off the back of, they get their hands on it, but then we're going to absolutely put pressure on them and make sure that we're right in their faces. And 43 tackles in half of football is pretty good intent, and if they can continue that and get close to 90 for the game, that's huge numbers.
And the tackle intensity. And it's been ferocious. It's finals like intensity out there from what it looks like up here in the box anyway, and the tackles are sticking. There hasn't been too many from my recall that have been slipped from either team. So, both teams...
That just speaks to their mental intent, doesn't it?
100% have turned up to play, but like the Shelley we mentioned, couldn't get near the ball really in that first quarter, but had 5 disposals and kicked a couple. He's a game changer, isn't he? When you have him, even Ben Keys, I think he couldn't get near it in the first quarter and had a couple that was able to link up with Rochelle and Rankin from the midfield. Those 3 for me are the barometer inside and then forward of the ball. So really, if they get on the end of a couple, God knows what can happen in this second half, because they're exciting players and they'll run those Fremantle defenders. We heard JB speak at the start of the game. They've gone a bit taller. Judd McVee's out of the side, and I don't know, does Adelaide try and expose the tall timber down back for Fremantle and able to get a few dirty ground balls and chaos ball in there to hit the scoreboard?
Again, it is just a stat that's backing up what you're saying, that Adelaide's ground ball gets post-clearance. So as the ball gets away from congestion, they've had 40 for the half, and Fremantle's had the 23. So their ability to get onto the ball as it does escape has been really good. But what they're confronted with then is a really fierce and high intensity to tackle from Fremantle. So it's a really good contest at the moment. It's great to watch. And the past 7 matches, did you say, have been decided by less than 15 points? And looks like that's the way we're going again.
I didn't. Mitch did. I haven't actually checked that stat, so no point.
We'll believe
it. I read it in the rundown as well. Don't worry, Mitch.
No point looking at me on that one. What I can tell you though, is Sir Swamp has just posted on X that in second halves at Perth Stadium this year, Fremantle have kicked 95 goals and conceded just 37. Will that trend continue? They are the best team in the competition in third quarters as well, the Dockers. 17 third quarters they've won. The Crows have won 12. But it's been a beauty of a contest so far, and it's just a 5-point margin in favour of the home side. Fremantle 7-5-47 to Adelaide's 6-6-42. Back with more from Perth Stadium very shortly here on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. But right now, let's pause and take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Melanie Scott. A spokesperson for the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has defended his reference to the UK as an Islamic Republic, which the British government is yet to respond to. The BBC's Yolanda Nell has more.
He refers to the son and grandson of Britain's Second World War leader Winston Churchill, who were journalists, saying they covered the 1967 Middle East War in a very positive way for Israel. Try to find that now in Britain, which you could call the Islamic Republic of Britain, he adds. When the interviewer asks if all of Europe isn't like that, Mr. Netanyahu responds, yes. Israeli officials, including the Prime Minister, have previously blamed demographic changes caused by more Muslims immigrating to Europe for increased criticism of Israel's policies, for example, over its conduct of the war in Gaza.
Residents of Clacton have expressed mixed feelings towards Reform UK leader Nigel Farage's victory in a by-election, which will see him return to Parliament. He triggered the election himself by resigning last month to seek a fresh mandate from voters in what he describes as a war against an establishment bent on discrediting him over taking undeclared political donations. Some constituents are glad he'll continue to represent them, while others are not too keen.
Absolutely delighted. I knew he would. I voted for him, actually.
I am heartbroken. I feel that the whole election made a complete and utter farce of our democracy. I would like to have the right to occasionally go and see him at a constituency office, and he's not prepared to do that.
A woman concerned about her young relative's neo-Nazi beliefs has criticised the National Violent Extremism Helpline during evidence at the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism. Gavin Coote reports.
Step Together is a prevention and disengagement program that's been running in New South Wales for nearly a decade and was rolled out nationally in July last year. One woman told the inquiry she rang the Step Together helpline with concerns about a young relative displaying far-right extremism and neo-Nazi beliefs. She says she wanted specialist advice, but was instead directed to her state's police-led intervention program.
Look, that's just escalating it to a point which would not be helpful right now.
The woman was also critical of the Step Together website, which she said was vague and difficult to navigate.
Australia's entertainment industry is mourning Young Talent Time host Johnny Young, who's died of cancer at the age of 79. Here's Francis Dew.
And here she is, with my very favourite song and some Young Talent Time memories. Tina Arena, everybody.
For nearly 2 decades, Johnny Young was one of the best-known faces of Australian television, helping launch the careers of stars including Tina Arena and Danny Minogue. Tina Arena is among those paying tribute to him. In 2010, she inducted him into the ARIA Hall of Fame, and during the ceremony described him as like a father and says he was the reason she was still in the industry decades later. In an Instagram post, Danny Minogue says Johnny Young holds a place in so many hearts and described his death as a very sad goodnight to Australia.
More rain is forecast for parts of Japan where severe flooding has killed at least 8 people in the capital. North Asia correspondent Natalie Whiting has more from Tokyo.
Unfortunately, the risk isn't over. People are being told to avoid low-lying areas, to move vehicles, prepare their homes. And for authorities, it's not just the risk of more flooding in Chiba Prefecture that they need to be concerned about. We've also just received an alert saying that there's increased volcanic activity at Mount Aso. That's in another part of the country. So there's been some increased volcanic activity there. People are being warned there's a possibility of an eruption and to avoid that volcano while it's being assessed.
In the NRL, embattled Bronco coach Michael Maguire insists he's still the man for the job at Red Hill, despite the club's stunning fall from grace. After leading Brisbane to a drought-breaking premiership, the Broncos are second last on the ladder after losing 11 of their last 12 games. A review is underway into the club's disastrous season, and Maguire is confident he can turn things around.
Ever since I've started coaching, I've done a review every year. That's part of what you do. Whether or not you win the competition or whether you land where we are, you're always doing a review. Obviously, the position we're in is definitely not something that we're happy about, but also, too, we know that the organisation can rise pretty quickly as well, and that's what we'll be focusing on.
You're up to date with the latest ABC News. More news is available at any time on ABC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts.
And the Logie goes to...
Show some love to your favourite ABC programs, presenters and actors by voting for us in the 2026 Logie Awards at tvweeklogies.com.au.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Kick inside forward 50, Rochelle backing back, only had eyes for the footy, takes the mark. Boots cross the arc of 50. From 47 metres out, pretty good looking kick. It's a great kick. And he turns just to tell the home fans for Fremantle all about it.
It's George Dawson who might have got winded.
Yeah, windy.
Looks like he's trying to...
He was exposed going up into the marking contest as I think it was maybe Cox came back through.
Just hit right into the ribs.
Hit into the ribs.
Warner into the pocket for the Dockers. Voss up with Mark. Spills down to Keane. Right half back. He's up-ended as he kicks down the wing. And Warner takes the intercept mark for the Dockers. Long lead from Amos up that southern side. He leads his player to the ball. Takes possession. Tackle to ground. Free kick. Advantage paid. O'Driscoll takes it. Runs away. Takes the bounce. 55 out. Terrific chase by Curtin to put him under pressure.
Mason Cox wins the tap down to Dudley. Taken high. Yes, he'll get the free kick. Pause for a moment for the umpire to think about it. And he gives it against Cumming. We're right behind the kick. It doesn't deviate. It's through for another major. He's got two.
Keys plays on immediately. Kicks into the pocket again. Rochelle gets out the back. Marks in the left forward pocket. He's got one already. Josh Rochelle snaps this one around the body. Makes it count for his second.
Back to Bolton. Kicks the Dockers into the right forward pocket. Amos brought it to ground. Jackson gathers hand pass to Frederick. Throws it on the right boot. Kicks towards goal. And sends it between the big sticks.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden with you. The Dockers have, they've been experimenting with slightly different songs and another local musician. They've had a long connection with all sorts of musicians, of course. Eskimo Joe were season ticket holders for a couple of seasons. Tame Impala, Kevin Parker designed a song specifically for them. This is the latest thing that they've got going, the Dockers. Let's have a little listen. There's, it's been played live here at the stadium. I'm not sure I can cop that it's coming home. Unless you're England and you're talking about the Football World Cup where you actually invented the game. Much as I love Fremantle as a place, I'm not sure they invented the game of Australian rules football, so I'm not really sure if I'm a fan of that. But the crowd seems to be getting into it.
It's a no for me.
Sucks, doesn't it?
They're trying new things. And that's what I like about Fremantle.
Just tell us what you think.
Well, it's Crooked Colours, isn't it? I think
it is Crooked Colours.
That's who's put it together and is live DJing it. I just, if you're looking for a song, you probably do go and lean on your former number one ticket holder, Kevin Parker, who is Tame Impala, one of the biggest acts in the world.
Like songs for everybody.
Literally like the biggest act, one of the biggest acts globally.
And loves Fremantle.
He's like best mates with Alex Pearce. Like just lead on the best.
Yeah. Good luck to Cricket Colours if that's your sort of thing. And it is very,
Car is quiet.
They're having a
I
good
actually
time.
really like the beat.
We're the bad guys.
You guys are boring.
I'm prepared to cop that. As I've said many times, I'm now an old man shouting at clouds, but there's no clouds tonight. So, yeah, I don't know. I didn't mind the background music, but the moment I heard it's coming home, sorry, lost me straight away. Mitch Turner's got the number. This has been that might not be my taste, but this has been a great game of footy. Freo leading by 5 points over the Crows. What do the numbers tell us? Mitch Turner.
These are more exciting, Clint, I reckon. Team numbers, the contested possessions, the Crows edged ahead in that second term, 71-65 for the match. They also edged ahead in clearances, 25-24. Tackle count, Fremantle still lead 43-35, leading by 8. The inside 50s, Fremantle ahead by 3. The hit-outs 37-21, the Dockers way. Free kicks 9-7, favouring the home side. Isaac Rankin, quite a quarter, just 5 touches, but 19 for the game. Dawson and Laird with 11, and for the Dockers, Sarong has 15 disposals, has 7 clearances. Hayden Young 14, and then 12 to Clark, Ryan and Bolton, but the main one is Fremantle leading Adelaide by 5 points at half-time.
Cole from Geelong sent us a text. I reckon Freo will win by a big margin, 7 goals or more. And Cole says we were not giving Freo enough credit. You guys are saying Freo by 2 goals? Really? Cole, we will see. Certainly their second halves have been powerful at home this season. Marcus from South Freo. Is Freo the only VFL AFL side to have green in their jumpers? Yes. That's the answer.
Now.
For now, yes. Well, Tasmania will come in.
Are they crooked colours?
Good job. He's here all week. Try the state. Great match this. Yes, Marcus certainly is. Dan from Hilton. Guys, thanks for the call. For mine, a lot of Patrick Voss's play amounts to rough conduct. He seems to get away with a lot of sly hits, bumps and late contact.
He's a pressure player. He's a pressure forward. It's part of his game plan.
Thank you, Dan, for getting in touch. You can 20437 774 774.
Second half underway. Sarong for the Dockers. Out of the middle. Straight to Brayshaw. Deep inside 50. Ball A's punched away from Tracy. Switkowski does the roving. Frederick has pulled off it. Cumming did well. Won the footy. His kick, though, a high one outside defensive 50 and Young. There to take the intercept mark for the Dockers.
3 metres out further than the last mark. He took in similar position.
Won't go back instead. He'll set it up to the top of the goal square looking for a flyer. Amos came, couldn't take the mark. Tracy sockers it off the deck. And it goes into the face of a fan. Offline, though, it's a minor score. 7-6-48 Fremantle, 6-6-42 Adelaide. 45 seconds gone in the first as they bring the ball back into play and get themselves into trouble, the Crows. They retreat back by hand to Keane.
Keane forced to throw it on the boot immediately. Johnson brought it to ground up against Taylor. Spilled to Frederick. Hand pass straight into traffic. Bounced away. Clark got it to Young. Good pressure being applied here by Adelaide. They're forcing the Dockers back through Chapman. Back to Clark again. His kick inside forward 50. Not what he was hoping for. Down the throat of Borlase, who marks. Looked out to his right. That's where the kick goes to Laird, who marks just beyond his defensive 50. Joe from Denmark says, I love that song. Go Dockers. Kick to the outer side. From the Adelaide Crows. Through the hands of Thilthorpe. To back. Scooped up here. Fremantle have it through Johnson. Moves it to Brayshaw. Johnson continues his run past and receives the hand pass and then misses. Sarong with the hand pass. Cumming was there to mop it up. Gave it out towards Curtin. Steers it short to Taylor. Will chip up into the air to be marked by Thilthorpe on centre wing, southern side of the ground.
Still have the overlap, the Crows. The kick ahead to McAndrew. He was all on his own. Dropped the footy, then was tackled as he picked it back up. Drops it again, holding the ball. What a great moment for the Crows ruck, who back into the side this week, as we heard from footy GM at the Crows, Adam Kelly pre-games, had a really good year.
He thought he had it, and almost say that he did, but just took his eyes off and thought about what he was doing next.
Spent it before he had it. Free kick to the Dockers. McDonald goes down the southern wing to the front. Tracy once again punched away by Borlase. It spilled to Young, who was slammed into the turf. Good tackle.
Strong tackle. Borderline
by Berry.
That dumping tackle, but
close.
Very, very strong.
It was very close, but it's a ball up. Rankin roves it. Got a little kick away, only into the path of Jordan Clark. He tumbles one towards half forward. Chomped off by Laird for the Crows. Kicks it out into the path of Rankin, who marks the ball just in from the boundary line. Defensive side of the southern wing. The Dockers lead by 6 points in this third term.
This will be disposal. 21 for him. Runs inboard and then kicks with the right towards the right half forward. Jackson went up, front position here. McAndrew, the hand pass away. Well, Pearce has hit the deck. He looks in trouble for a moment. Rochelle is able to gather, kicks towards full forward, and Cook has been infringed. He was taken high, and he'll have the free kick. 45 out from goal, starting in line with the left hand behind post. Alex Pearce is up. It was a bit of friendly fire, was it? Coming the other way, McDonald.
Stud to the knees, I think, or like boot that kind of just caught the knee.
Of course, it's to make it worse for Pearce. It's the left knee that's got heavily strapped. He's had no end of leg issues along the way. Broken legs too. Hopefully he's okay for Fremantle. Here comes Cook meantime. Getting the free kick away. He liked it the moment it left the boot. He runs to celebrate with Isaac Rankin. And then high fives all around. Braden Cook. It's his first of the evening, his 9th of the season. And that's enough to draw the Crows level with the Dockers at the 4-minute mark of the third. 7-6-48 apiece. Fremantle and Adelaide. This is a ripping contest. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner, our experts, Premiership Pie, Sharad Wellingham, AFLW All-Australian Cara Antonio.
Well, it's a good start for the Crows. I mean, the Dockers have had 4 inside 50s for just the 1 point and 1 inside 50 to the Crows for 1 goal. So, really good start.
It's a good goal, but all the focus at the moment is purely on Alex Pearce's left knee.
Staying out there is deep in defensive 50 on Riley Thilthorpe as the Crows win the clearance. Rankin sells a bit of candy, kicks inside 50. Pearce will get tested. Got a hand on this contest at the fall of the ball. Roving it brilliantly. Taylor breaks the tackle. Kick on goal. Terrific work from the Crows. Taylor kicks a ripper. He's got his second. And Adelaide hit the front once more. 8-6-54, the Crows. The Dockers are 7-6-48. 5 minutes played in the third term. The quarter started. The Dockers ahead by 5. Just 5 minutes in, it's the Crows now by 6.
I know it's another great goal from Adelaide, but again, just watching Pearce approach that contest, I'd be inclined to get Luke Ryan back on the ground, who's sitting on the bench, have a look at him, assess him. Because as he approached to spoil that contest where the front and centre was made, beautiful front and centre, burst through the contest. Pressure coming from his left as well. And Taylor, it was a beautiful goal, wasn't it?
Great start to this term, this half for the Crows. Jackson wins it down for the Dockers in the middle. Gathering it was Fremantle's Brayshaw, gave it on in turn towards Bolton, kicks long towards full forward. And there's a free kick being paid here. It will come back, and a chance for Amos to have a shot at goal from right in front. Nicely done. Sarong worked it onto Brayshaw, and then Bolton long kick in the direction of Amos.
It was really
right in front of goal here.
It was a really nice handball because the spit forward from the contest, if he had have just whacked it on the boot, probably wouldn't have had the penetration, but presence of mind to... It was like a 25-metre forward handball from Sarong. It was beautiful.
He's coming. He just crashed into Amos.
Is there a blood rule? There was just then, wasn't there?
Yeah.
McAndrew, I think.
So there's a pause.
So Jai Amos with a chance to level the score. He missed the unmissable in the opening term. This he could throw over. He knows it too as he tries to kick his fourth. On the top of the goal square, he's got 4, Jai Amos, and scores a level again at Perth Stadium. 7.5 gone in the third term. It's 8-6-54 apiece between the top of the ladder Dockers and the 5th place Adelaide Crows.
Cash photo now is downstairs. A Cash?
Yes, it was Lockie McAndrew who came off with the blood rule, and now he's headed down to the Crows rooms as well to have that taken care of. The blood was on his face, forehead area.
Interesting as well, Shea Bolton started on the interchange and came on just a couple of minutes ago. Immediate impact. He just spread so well, so quickly. And he had that inside 50 nice and deep.
Big moment for the Dockers. McAndrew's off and Jackson will ruck against Murray. So the number 1 ruck for Freo against the number 2 ruck, and it's Murray who won the tap. Straight down to the Dockers though. Johnson got the handball across to Sarong. High kick towards half forward. Tracy out to meet it, couldn't mark. Spills off his hands all the way to the wing. Murray's out after it. Jackson has him. Tackles him to ground. No prior opportunity. Ball up to come right on the logo. Just below the logo here on this northern side. 15 metres away from the interchange gates. Jackson in front. Tapped it down towards Sarong. Has Dawson for company. Can't pick up the ball. Now becomes tackler on the all over the top of the Crows opponent. Jackson now crunches through and Dawson gets in. A bit of a smirk on his face. Luke Jackson is getting tackled. He'll go up against Murray again. Both got a hand on it. Murray out after it. Ran into a brick wall and Sarong, who then jumped on the second time for the tackle. They tie up once more. Umpire will quickly come in and try and clear it. Jackson flicks the ball back towards Sarong, couldn't get it. Rankin sockers the ball up the line. It goes out of bounds. It'll be a Lasso last disposal free kick to the Dockers. Carl Warner has it, defensive side of the interchange gates. Scores level. 9.5 played in the third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So Warner runs inboard and puts it onto the left boot and kicks towards right half forward, and it's been marked here by Nankervis. It was a 2-on-2 battle, and Nankervis just floated in from the side. Added to the contest and took the mark for the Crows. Goes back inside defensive 50 on Michael, and he slipped over. Chased by Tracy. He's under real pressure here. Got a hand pass away. Switkowski might have been held. Umpire says play on. He gets it to Dudley. Tried to run along the ground. It bounced off Dawson's shins. Michael Annie picks it up. Moss tackles him. Ball spilled out. Umpire's going to come back here and pay a free kick, is he?
Yeah, Dawson took massive exception to that. As the text message that came through, it was one of those ones where Voss has just piled on top of the Adelaide player.
It's a holding decision that goes the way of the Crows, and they move it on really quickly. Out towards Bullways at right half back, and now to Worrell sweeping it forward by hand.
The Crows have got numbers over the top. They just have to get it. They're running into trouble, though. Saligo tackled, lost it. Oh, they had numbers out the back. He just had to get it on the boot. No, Driscoll got him. Archie was 40 metres ahead of his defender. Instead, it goes back the way of the Dockers. O'Driscoll kick towards half forward. Michael, and he can't mark it. Sherry Rose over the Dockers. Handball to Bolton. Steps around one. Now sends it inside 50. Looking for a marking target. Tracy marks. Plays on. Goals. Kicks it into the top deck of Perth Stadium. That's his first. The Dockers turn defence into attack. Just like that. They retake the lead. 9-6-60 Fremantle, 8-6-54 Adelaide. 11 minutes gone in this third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Premiership Pie, Sharad Wellingham, former Dockers captain, Cara Antonio in the box.
And what were we most impressed by there?
Well, that it hit the third tier and ricocheted back. That was an absolute roost. But for me, Nathan O'Driscoll on the wing, they were out, the Crows. They were well and truly out. Fantastic individual effort, and you can see what you're seeing on the replay. Tracy, the tackle in the pocket just to add pressure, got up a bit sore, but ended up getting on the end of that. Nice body work in the square and absolutely roosted it.
Mason Cox against Murray. And it's Cox who wins it down for the Dockers, but first to get to it, Rankin throws it on the boot and kicks towards right half forward through the hands of Warner. He was under pressure. Didn't matter for Fremantle. Behind him, Clark gathers, takes one bounce, then a second, runs towards the southern wing. Sends it towards left half forward by foot. Amos is there. It's off hands and then spills over the boundary line. Is it going to be a lasso rule? It is. So it'll be a chance here for a free kick to be taken by the Crows. Boundary umpires come in just to lend his thoughts to all of this.
Both teams are claiming it. So Adelaide saying it came off Freo, Freo saying it came off Adelaide.
Do you just make a claim to slow the play down, though? I feel like the Dockers team, you just cause a bit of an argument and then you set up. Because it looked blatant. And it was. It's going Adelaide's way.
Yeah, off the boot. Definitely there of Amos. So a free kick to be taken here. They'll have it at right full back. And Curtin moves it down the line. Free kick spotted here. They'll take the advantage again. Comes to Dawson. Moves it once more to Rankin. Kicks the Crows in the direction of Keys. That is, because getting the hand there to try to spoil it away was Clark, and he held onto it. Keys kicks towards full forward. Thilthorpe couldn't mark, brought it to ground. Oh, great kick. And I'm not sure about that.
No way.
Was it a dragging of the arms, chopping of the arms call? Was it early on from before Thilthorpe could get his hands to the contest?
Well, it's against Oscar McDonald, but not sure there's a lot in it.
No. And it's not like Thilthorpe was trying to draw it. He was just trying to get his arms up to the contest and being impeded.
Riley Thilthorpe is right in front of goal. From 35 metres out, he brings the scores level again. 14 minutes gone in the third. 9-6-60 the Crows. 9-6-60 the Dockers. That will be a controversial moment in this game.
It will. I'm not sure if McDonald was really chopping the arms. It was more as they were both putting their arms up to the contest. Phil Thorpe's arms came entangled.
It is there. I think he just pulls it late. I think he'd already dropped it before he pulled it, but you can't pull the arm.
It's quite soft, but look, it's there in the rules.
Yeah, letter of the law, it's a free kick. Akash Vodadar's downstairs. Akash.
McAndrew's been patched up, got a fresh jumper on now as well, and back out in the middle.
He's up against Mason Cox. They've played like ruck roulette here. They've all kind of mixed up the matchups because of that blood rule. So now it's McAndrew v Cox. McAndrew taps it down. Bolton sharks it, runs away from Rankin, takes the bounce. Rankin didn't give up though. Caught him, forced the handball to Brayshaw. Bolton kept going though, receives the handball back. Long kick towards the goal square. Keane takes the mark and is tackled by Voss stupidly. 50 metres.
It's just dumb.
Unnecessary.
Really dumb by Voss.
Free kick. It's a mark in 50 metres as Keane doesn't take the full 50. Goes short, has Saligo on and chips it further up into the centre square. Rochelle can turn and send it inside 50 from there. Going back with the fly, Erasmus takes the mark for the Dockers inside defensive 50. I mean, it was a blatant mark too.
Really good mark
Keane,
too.
and Voss just tackled him for the sake of it. Erasmus goes up the wing. Mason Cox floating back, takes the mark, and
again,
I think they've called a push because he played on Mason Cox.
That's
and
twice
the umpire,
it's been done for that, and it's.
I think the umpire, I thought I saw him signal a little push in there as well because he should have just let Mason sell himself away after he played on. Instead, he gets it back, kicks up towards half forward. Saligo takes it, tackled by Erasmus, lost it. Dudley over it for the Dockers, slapped down by Curtin into the path of Ryan to Bolton, inside 50 to Voss, sliding and taking the mark. 40 metres out in the right forward pocket. Wants to talk a bit of trash to Josh Worrell. I just have to remind Patrick Voss he's had a pretty quiet night.
He's had one handball, and it was that goal assist that he gave to Dudley in that first quarter. So be his first kick, but Shea Bolton's been massive this quarter. He started on the interchange. He's come on. He's had 5 touches, 4 inside 50s. It's just electric forward half of the ground, isn't he?
If you talk the talk, you've got to walk the walk. And Patrick Voss is stuttering in towards goal. The drop punt starts right and stays that way. And see the Crows fans down the other end giving a bit of a clap. Minor score, 9-7-61 Fremantle, Adelaide 9-6-60, 17 gone in the third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's a little bit of action going on off the ball between Keys and Warner. It's the Crows with the kick in. Bring it towards left half back. Brendan Cox punched it down. It came to Dudley. Gave it out to Chapman. Spears it onto the chest of Frederick. Leading out for Fremantle, right forward pocket. He marks 25 out from goal, but he's tight. Very tight near the boundary.
Warner's been very good tonight. I reckon he's had the match up on Keys.
It certainly has. Keys, a very damaging player, and Warner ultra reliable.
He's going to go the set snap here, Frederick. Onto the left. He's hit the fat man. It's just gone straight across the face of goal. Chance for a mark at left full forward and taken by Tracy. Behind 2 Crows. Right on the boundary at left full forward. The big kahuna drags in the footy.
Big kahuna. Well, Borlase, I'd say, has done a really good job tonight because he's been playing behind Tracy. And in that instance, as you said, Clint, Tracy had back position, pushed him under the ball and took a really strong mark as he's fallen to ground.
He'll go with the set snap himself. Curls it around. He misses. At least it changes the score. Fremantle's lead out to a 2-point advantage. 9-8 plays 9-6. 19 gone third term.
I'd say Borlase has probably taken the points against Tracy tonight. That goal he kicked earlier, he wasn't on Borlase when the ball came in. He was on Michael Annie. And here is Borlase receiving it outside defensive 50 at right half back. Handballs to Rankin. Kick up the wing to Candrew. Good mark. 1-on-1 with Cox. Has a runner coming past. Gives it off to Cumming. Inside 50. Punched away from Keys by Warner. Clark gathers for the Dockers. Handball from Erasmus was loose. Coming through Young. Tackled by Saligo. Just got a handball away. Saligo desperately knocks it away though from Erasmus. And now coming through and tackled is Archie. Ball up to come. 40 metres out from the Crows' attacking goal. McAndrew slaps it straight to the Dockers. Erasmus ran into trouble. Umpire was quick on the whistle. Another ball up to come. A little bit close towards their goal. Middle of the 50, about 30 metres out. This time Mason Cox gets a tap down. Erasmus lost his footing. Fogarty got him. Ball up to come again. Another stoppage 30 metres out. The Crows trail by 2.
Up into the air it goes. Mason Cox palmed it down. Trying to burst through was Rank and got tackled. Got a hand pass out. Socket off the ground by Cook. Dildorp tried like a striker in soccer just to curl it around his body with the right. Instead, he put it to the, well, let's say wide of the post to the right-hand side. Minor score. 1 point ball game. Dockers over the Crows. 20 gone in the third. That would have been something special.
Should have tried to go over the head.
Hints of a Freo chant going up as Chapman goes up to the wing. Voss couldn't mark at ground level. The Crows win it. Coming. Handball back. Set Hawker-Harnett's ask. He was tackled by Sherry. One of the young players out there tonight from either side. Ball up before the rucks almost got there. McAndrew just got a hand. Rankin managed to feed it off the deck back to Hawker-Hahn. Tumbles the ball towards half forward. Philthorpe pushed out of it. Ryan gets it. Tackled by Keys. Taken to ground on the 50. Loses possession. Picked up by Taylor. Clever handball through to Rochelle. On the left from 35. Hits the post. Terrific bit of play from the Crows. Smalls couldn't capitalise. Scores are back to level though. 9-8-62 apiece. 21 minutes played in the third term at Perth Stadium. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Shot of Simon Garlick in the crowd, the Dockers CEO.
Got no friends.
People will be wondering.
Sitting with no one.
He is. People will be wondering whether or not he gives the instruction downstairs to push the Wharfie time button. We're in Wharfie time territory at the moment. Still a fair bit to play out first though.
Probably enjoys a bit of solitude when a game's this close.
Kicks for the Dockers towards the wing, commentary side. Sherry emerges with it to Mason Cox. Oh, hand pass was a hospital one for Johnson. Couldn't take it. Cook's able to gather and able to work it forward again here, the Crows. It's now with Fogarty. Originally from Taylor. Fogarty will send it inside forward 50. He wants Philthorpe. Couldn't quite bring it in at the back. Keys run down by Young. He got a kick away, but Young has stopped that from being a goal. If he hadn't applied the tackle, Keys was going to take another step forward and thump it between the big sticks. But the pressure meant he had to kick early and he's missed left. Enough to give the Crows the lead, though. They're up by a point. 22 gone in the third.
Kick straight up the middle of the 50 from Clark was a ripper to Young. Has Bolton out on the southern wing, all on his own. Takes the mark, plays on, takes the bounce, coming across brilliantly, knocking his handball away. Was coming. Now Archie lends support. Bolton dives on top of it. This will be holding the ball. Drags it in, Cumming. Got him. Brilliant work by Isaac Cumming individually. The former Giant. Showing one of the reasons they've brought him to the club. Wins the free kick for the Crows. They're going to send it back towards half forward. Pushed out of it was Cox at the back. McAndrew takes the juggling mark. Kicking half out from goal. Going to send it into the top of the 50. Looking for a mark. No mark taken off hands. Cook gathers for the Crows. Through traffic. Snaps around the body. Gets his second. Adelaide made the Dockers pay for their mistakes. 10-9-69 the Crows. The Dockers at 9-8-62. 23 minutes played in the third term. Once again, the Freo faithful are silenced.
Well, it's Shea Bolton on the far side. Just one too many handballs. Like his shoulders are out. Just needed to get territory.
That's the one that really frustrates forwards, doesn't it?
So frustrating. So frustrating. Get it into the big three. And then you turn the ball over and just great shape at ground level. The Crows, nice width.
Well, pre-game I said, what can Adelaide do to cut off a couple of the heads of the three-headed beast? And you'd have to say at the moment they've got two heads under control. Amos has had the 3 or 4 goals, but definitely quelling the influence of the other two tonight.
Cash voted are downstairs. Cash.
Alex Pearce is back on the ground. He did spend a fair bit of time on the bench talking to the doctor and pointing at his left knee, but appears to be moving freely now.
McAndrew won it down for the Crows, but Young was able to shark it away. Hand pass to Brayshaw. Oh, hand pass behind Young. Couldn't take it. Brayshaw tries to mop it off. Tapped it in the direction of Young. He's tackled. Ball up. on the logo southern wing. Nicely done, Saligo. Throwing up, one down by Jackson of the Dockers, but Rochelle was there, immediately tackled by Brayshaw. The 2/8s lock arms. Umpire says we'll ball it up again. Throwing up immediately. McAndrew with the more telling tap out in the direction of Cook. Tapped it for Dawson. Got tackled to ground. Was able to knock it forward back to Cook. Oh, wrong-footed Johnson beautifully. Moved it to Saligo by hand. He'll kick into the right forward pocket. Warner. Good effective spoil. Brendan Cox was battling with Archie. Warner saw the danger. Archie in front position came across and just punched it across the boundary line. 47 out from the Crows attacking goal. They're heading to the left of our broadcast position, the Farmer Freeway end at Perth Stadium in this, the third term. 25 gone. The Crows lead the Dockers by 7.
Jackson trying to get a hand on it towards the back of the Dockers. Johnson through traffic, stepped around one tackle, caught in the second, holding the ball. Free kick Dawson for the Crows. The captain has it. He wheels around from 55. Smothered kick by Switkowski. Ricochets back to Dawson. Throws a handball forward only into the path of the Dockers. They've got the numbers on the southern side. Boss. Handball missed. Sherry had to go back and get it. Manages to wheel away from Cook. And a great kick in the middle. Finds Johnson. Forward handball to Switkowski. Has Jackson running past. The ruckman gathers. Runs to 55. Kicks long. Misses. Amos looks back at him and says, kick it to me. That's my job.
Or Dudley. Dudley had the whole forward 30 to himself.
9-9-63 the Dockers, 10-9-69 the Crows. 26 minutes played. By the way, Isaac ranking up to 30 disposals already.
Led beyond defensive 50 for the Crows. Oh, that's a terrific strong grab from Curtin. Had the height advantage against Erasmus, but certainly had to get the big mitts onto it. Did so, and then moves it down the line. Marked by Keys between the two interchange gates. He's on the northern wing. 6 points the Crows lead by. Closing stages, third term. This has been a cracker on ABC Sport. Kick towards left half forward. Fogarty got hands to it, couldn't mark. Spill down to McDonald. Tried to grubber it forward, taken by Warner. Beautifully done to Switkowski by hand. The Dockers are away through Erasmus. Now to Clark. To Brayshaw in the middle of the ground. Sweeping hand pass forward. Came again to Chapman. To Clark. Now to Sarong from the attacking edge of the centre square. Goes long. What a goal! Caleb Sarong for his second. That's an enormous moment in this game. He raises both hands in the air to celebrate, and he brings the scores level again. 10-9-69 apiece between the Dockers and the Crows. 27 gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. This has been an epic so far. Cara Antonio and Sharad Wellingham.
Took the onus on himself that time, didn't he? 70 metres out, I'd say, and just absolutely got a hold of that one. But it was the contest. I thought for a second maybe they'd use the handball over and over again, and his ability to just recognise the goal square was completely open. Got it in there as quickly as possible. Beautiful finish. The other one, again, it was the same as his first one. Saw the opportunity, his ability to recognise the position he's in and just whack it through either side of the boot, either side of the body, I should say.
Freo fans found their voice again. McAndrew, though, gets up, tapped it down to Dawson, who's hacked it out of the air with his boot. Ricochets off Keys, comes to Sarong. Defensive side of the centre square. Handballs out to McDonald. Loops a handball to the wing where Erasmus has some space. His kick just touched on the way through. Still gets to Bolton. Draws the players. Now kicks inside 50. Looking for a marking target. Michael Annie got there. Dropped it. Handball out towards Brayshaw of the Dockers. Dribbles it towards goal. Makes them pay. The Dockers leaders standing up. First Sarong, then Brayshaw, the two vice-captains. Back-to-back goals. They hit the front again. 11-9-75 Fremantle. Adelaide at 10-9-69. 28.5 minutes gone in this third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Our expert premiership pie, Sharad Wellingham. All-Australian, Cara Antonio.
Well, another score involvement from Shea Bolton. He's up to 6 now. Just their ability to create something out of nothing, really. Ball gets put into a dangerous position. But you're right, they're just backing in their system. Their handball game hasn't paid off 100% of the time tonight, but when it has, wowee, it's hard to stop.
It's an avalanche, isn't it? numbers around the ball and their ability to just go and use each other.
Thrown up in the middle again. One down by McAndrew for the Crows. Kicked around the body. Couldn't find Keys to mark. Warner was there. Gave it to McDonald. Tried to hand pass forward, but intercepted by Rankin. Now he's tackled on the logo. Brayshaw calling for a holding the ball decision. Not given. Throwing up southern wing. McAndrew again won it down to Berry. Got a hand pass away in the direction of Laird. It bounces. Laird gathers. Gets a kick up into the air. Still on the southern wing. Underneath it, McDonald takes the mark for the Dockers. Ross McDonald been terrific. Every opportunity he's had. Steers it down the line to Johnson, who marks. Metre in from the boundary, southern wing. Fremantle back in front. They lead by 6 points. Half an hour gone in this, the third term. Fremantle short again to Clark, marking right up against the boundary. 2 kicks from goal. Kicks into the left forward pocket. Big battle here. Tracy front position. Strong mark again. And he gives the shoulders a little shrug as he walks away from the contest. He'll go back and have a shot from 45 metres out. He's probably 5 or 6 metres in from the boundary left forward pocket. What a battle that was, and he was just able to get some separation.
Great mark.
Almost like a wicketkeeper getting the ball back over the stumps as a ball gets thrown in.
Josh Tracy, the kick, you could hear the groan from the fans behind the goal at the City end. The moment it left the boot, he's missed left.
But that again, ball lays caught next to Tracy. I think he's doing a great job when he's playing behind. He doesn't want to get into a muscle off with Josh Tracy.
Freo by 7 points, 31 gone in the third.
Long kick down the middle. Fogarty the target. Couldn't mark the Dockers at ground level. Chapman, handball to Brayshaw. 49 metres out. Goes towards Amos. Can't take the mark. Tracy, goose steps away from an opponent. Handball to Switkowski. Out to Johnson. All the time in the world. Steps around an opponent. Got caught. Handball back to Switkowski. To Dudley. He's in trouble. Runs into a couple tackles. Somehow gets a handball free. Voss now. Quick handball to Tracy. Dispossessed. Dawson. He'll be the calm head down back for the Crows. Spirals a kick out towards Thilthorpe. One-on-one with Pearce. Thilthorpe takes it at ground level. And he wins the free kick. Illegal block going against Alex Pearce.
I'm not sure about that.
What for. The ball hit the ground. You're allowed to block in general play. The kick out the wing from Thilthorpe, though, was marked by Sarong in front of Rochelle. It was weird because he blocked him after the ball hit the ground, which maybe the umpire just had a moment of confusion. The Dockers have won it back, though. Sarong intercepts and kicks towards centre half back where Warner can mark. He can share it out towards right half back as the seconds tick down in the third term. The Dockers led by 5 points at half time. They've turned it into a 7-point lead at three-quarter time. 11-10, 76 Fremantle. Adelaide 10-9, 69. The Dockers kicking the last 2 goals of that quarter.
Need to mention Caleb Sarong after taking that mark. Great leadership. Knew how close quarter time was. Told everybody to calm right down. Saw players free across half back. Just soaked up those seconds before the siren. Terrific goal as well in that quarter. Fremantle, as Mitch told you, by 7 points at three-quarter time. Jai Amos has 4 goals. Isaiah Dudley with a couple, and so too Caleb Sarong. Singles to Brayshaw, Frederick and Tracy. While for the Crows, 2 to Cook, 2 to Taylor, 2 to Rochelle. Singles to Archie, to Thilthorpe, to Laird and to Fogarty. As Mitch said, a 13-point lead to the Dockers at quarter time became a 5-point lead at half time with a quarter to play. Fremantle lead by 7 points. We'll hear from our experts shortly, Sharad Willingham and Cara Antonio. But wherever you are on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital News Radio and on ABC Listen, do not go anywhere. We've got a final term that is worth sticking around for coming up. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
I don't know what I'm going to find here.
Discover a vault filled with all the cases, all the crime.
What's dangerous? You don't trust anyone.
Shetland, The Capture, Treasure and Dirt, and so many more.
You can't say I didn't warn you.
Stream now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Rochelle is able to gather, kicks towards full forward, and Cook has been infringed. He was taken high, and he'll have the free kick. 45 out from goal. He liked it the moment it left the boot. He runs to celebrate with Isaac Rankin, and then high fives all around.
Crows win the clearance. Rankin sells a bit of candy. Kicks inside 50. Pearce will get tested. Got a hand on this contest at the fall of the ball. Roving it brilliantly. Taylor breaks the tackle. Kick on goal. Terrific work from the Crows. Taylor kicks a ripper. He's got his second. And Adelaide hit the front once more. Sherry Rose over the Dockers. Handball to Bolton. Steps around one. Now sends it inside 50. Looking for a marking target. Tracy Marsh plays on. Goals. Kicks it into the top deck of Perth Stadium. Sends it into the top of the 50. Looking for a mark. No mark taken. Off hands. Cook gathers for the Crows. Through traffic. Snaps around the body. Gets his second.
To Chapman, to Clark, down to Sarong from the attacking edge of the centre square. Goes long, what a goal! Oh, Caleb Sarong for his second. That's an enormous moment in this game. He raises both hands in the air to celebrate, and he brings the scores level again.
Still gets to Bolton. Draws the players. Now kicks inside 50. Looking for a marking target. Mike Lenny got there. Drops it. Handball out towards Brayshaw of the Dockers. Dribbles it towards goal. Makes them pay. The Dockers leaders standing up.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Some NRL scores to bring you up to date with. The Dolphins beat the Sea Eagles in the early game tonight, 22 points to 0, and it's almost full time in the second game. The Rabbitohs lead the Bulldogs 22-6. Here at Perth Stadium, we've got an absolute thriller on our hands. Fremantle up by 7 points over the Crows, but this is still anyone's for the taking. Our experts, Cara Antonio and Shade Willingham on ABC Sport.
Well, it was a wrestle that quarter, wasn't it, Shaz? It's been a bit like that for the whole game, but the Crows came out, kicked it the first couple, and
that was the best quarter so far, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just edge of your seat stuff, really. And again, I mentioned throughout that quarter that we know how the Dockers want to play, we know how the Crows want to play, and they're sticking to what they know. The Dockers handball, and at times you're kind of like gasping for air going, not another one, when you probably shoulders out, kick the ball forward. Yeah. But look, it's working for him, and when it does, it pays off. But on the flip side, Adelaide have been impressive. They're not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination. Their key players, Rankin, getting on the end of a couple. Dawson has stood up tonight, I thought, and their big ruckman's been really good. So I reckon,
been awesome, actually, hasn't he?
Really
Andrew?
Good. Held his own for sure against Jackson.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if Adelaide are going to have another option to go to or another, as we always say, another lever for them to be able to pull upstairs. Are they going to be able to fight it out and continue to play this the way they've done for the first three quarters without Fremantle disrupting what they're doing and changing up a few things? That's going to be the real key element in this last quarter. What are Fremantle going to be able to pull on from the upstairs? Because for that quarter it was equal for contested possessions, inside 50s, almost exactly equal for scores. And so yes, Adelaide are getting up and on top in the clearances, but the turnovers is where Fremantle are making them pay at the moment. 6-9 for that three-quarter time for the whole game. So 15 scoring shots to 9.
Yeah,
so if they can tidy up and make the most of those turnovers, it could turn pretty quickly. So exciting. We can try and see what Adelaide can throw at them, try a few new different things, or are they going to double down, bunker in?
You doing the stats?
Oh, sorry, I'll get them up for you. There we go.
No, I was just watching you play the champion data. I was interested to see where you were going. I'll take care of it, Sharon. Let me take over here, mate. There we go. Inside 50 count, 44-34 Freo's way. They lead the tackle count 60-44 as well. The clearances 35-30 Adelaide's way. Isaac Rankin has mentioned 30 disposals, 8 clearances, 540 metres gained. Jordan Dawson, 18 touches, 9 clearances. For the Dockers, 21 for Clark, 21 for Sarong, and he has 8 clearances to go with that as well. The Dockers by 7 points.
I can't believe you don't remember the stats off the top of your head.
By the way, 1 point outside of Wharfie time areas. Let's track that along.
Here we go. Final term and we're underway. Jackson wins it down, kicks Fremantle towards centre-half forward. Young tries to work his way out. Tackled by Michael Annie. That will be a holding the ball decision. One umpire said play on. The other one said holding the ball. Holding the ball's the call. Comes out here to Cumming. He's good enough to win that free kick. Steers it towards left half, back to Curtin. Kick down the southern wing. Oh, Dawson, good grab. Going up and getting a bit of elevation over Jackson. Sweeps the hand pass forward to Fogarty. He's at left half forward. He'll send it deep in the direction of Archie. And then punched away and out of play. Nicely worked by a couple of Dockers defenders. McDonald's certainly key in there across the boundary line for a throw-in at left half forward.
Very lucky.
Chapman who got the more telling touch away.
McDonald, no eyes for the ball there.
Spun back into play. Umpires immediately got a whistle on play, and it's going the way of the Crows.
Holding against
in the ruck contest.
Brayshaw?
Might have been Ryan even.
No,
Brayshaw.
Rankin, yeah.
I mean, it's there, but it's not really impeding him.
Yeah,
it's more just like they kind of got their arms caught up. Anyway, it's been paid.
Yep. He's against Brayshaw. And Isaac Rankin has 30 disposals and 2 behinds to his name so far. Has got the free kick.
Deserves a goal. Had a great game so far.
He'll be kicking from the left forward pocket. Will put boots a ball from about 40 out. He's on his way in. Isaac Rankin. It's been a game to remember, except in front of goal. He's missed again. 3 behinds now. Out to the left-hand side, a minor score. Back to a 1-goal game. 11-10 plays 10-10, 76 over 70. Dockers in front, 2 minutes gone in the final term.
Fremantle will go long towards their tall targets from the kick out. Jackson and Tracy there off hands. Dawson, first one there for the Crows. Handball was knocked down. Brayshaw spun through traffic, tackled. Caught on the second one, just got a handball away. Ball lays. Last line of defence in the middle for the Crows. Step back into traffic, taking a ground. Fremantle wanted holding the ball. Didn't have a lot of pride before he was tackled as he was taking the ground. Ball tossed up in the air, floating through as Rankin went without it. Ball spills back in his direction though, tackled by Brayshaw. Handball's out in front of Michael Annie. He's pulled off it without the footy by Young. You can ooh and ah all you want by the Dockers, but Young had a fistful of Guernsey there and Michael Annie did not have the footy. Wins the free kick. At back, the son of a gun kicks up the wing, looking for a marking target. Only finds the fist of Clark, who punches it towards the boundary. Archie, the first one there, reels it in, kicks towards Thilthorpe, who outpoints Alex Pearce, takes the mark, and can go back from 35 metres out, 45-degree angle to the right, and level the scores with a straight kick.
Well, I almost thought that Archie made the wrong decision with the quick kick from the gather, but I wouldn't say caught Pearce napping, but just got him in a wrong position, I'd say. And so Thilthorpe was able to use his strength. You don't see Pearce beaten a one-on-one too often.
Has one tonight, Riley Thilthorpe. To level the scores, Thilthorpe's kick is straight through the middle. He has 2. And the scores are level here at Perth Stadium. 4 minutes played in the final term. 11-10, 76 apiece. Sharad Wellingham and Cara Antonio are our experts for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
It was a great spoil by, I think it was Warner and Clark went up, or Chapman went up for the spoil, wanting the boundary line, but didn't quite get there. And then, you're right, Archie just slammed it on the boot. A bit of a grab of ball.
Had an outnumber just in front of him as Cox was coming forward to put some pressure on him. I thought the option may have been to use that outnumber. I think it may have been Peatland who was streaming forward, but doesn't matter because Thilthorpe went back and sunk the goal.
Scores level again. Probably appropriate with the Dockers in green. We've got a listener in the Emerald Isle. G'day to the Lloyd family tuning in. The restart. Here's Jackson. Gathers it. Got a hand pass away in the direction of Sarong. He was harassed out of it by Saligo. Cook gathered to Rankin, to Dawson for the Crows. Hand passed over the shoulder. Wanted Rankin, stole it away against Jackson. Great effort. Kick towards centre half forward. Chapman won it to ground. Philthorpe going back. Hand pass was a little bit awry. Keys couldn't gather. Scooped up by Chapman. Hand pass to Brendan Cox of the Dockers. Hand pass on the bounce out towards Ryan, who calmly sends it beyond defensive 50 to Erasmus, who marks it right half back. And he's got Clark ahead of him, and he marks right up against the boundary line. Scores level, 76 points apiece. 5 gone last term.
Clark, patient. Eventually called to move it on by the umpire. Now play on. Kicks up the wing. Looking for Voss, cutting in front. Mike Lenny punches it down. Straight to Cumming, his teammate, who snaps around the body. Trying to get it to Taylor. Clark is there, and Taylor rushes him out of bounds. Boundary thrown to come. Southern side here at Perth Stadium. Under the night sky. Ring lights are on. The Dockers colours on the LEDs. Scores are level. McAndrew in front of Jackson. Gets hand to the ball. Couldn't find a teammate. Erasmus for the Dockers. Handballs it forward. Laird in front of Bolton is tackled. Has the ball held to him.
This is a time where Bolton is being utilised as a forward, so he's going to try and get dangerous and hopefully hit the scoreboard for them in the last quarter.
Jackson taps it down to Erasmus. Off to Brayshaw. Now Sarong. The Dockers can go forward. Kick inside the forward 50. Tracy leans back on Borlays. Rises up. Takes the mark. And will take the responsibility. And this has been the part of his game tonight that has not been great. He's kicked 1 goal and he kicks it from a metre out.
He's had 9 marks, though. Really strong. It's been a great contest and battle between him and Borlays. Just needs to go back and kick it through. 1 goal 3 tonight.
Look for the double Cobra here. He'll be pumped if he can kick it. Josh Tracy to put Fremantle in front. Tracy from 52 metres out. It's away to the right. Distance not a problem. It does give the Dockers the lead, but only by a single digit. 11-11-77 to the Crows. 11-10-76. 7 minutes gone, and officially the 9th straight home game. Fremantle have crossed 50,000, 55,010 people as the ball comes back into play. Frederick takes it from the turnover and is taken high in the tackle. Free kick to the Dockers in the left forward pocket. Keane couldn't gather. Frederick came in and then just a bit overzealous.
I don't think he got him high at all.
Well, Patrick Voss is certainly letting him know that he did. We are right behind the Frederick kicks of 55,010, a record.
Massive crowd.
9 straight games with 50,000 fans at home. Never done before. Michael Frederick to send those 55,000 into raptures. He does just that. Frederick punches the air for his second. The Dockers are out to a 7-point lead again. 12-11-83. Adelaide are 11-10-76. 8 minutes gone in the final term. Sharad Wellingham, Cara Antonio, our experts.
Goal for goal at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's a really, really difficult shot that Frederick's just snuck through it. Beautiful set shot. Executed very well. I'm going to say questionable free kick, but same as the Philthorpe one. It doesn't matter because he's gone back and kicked it. It's in the book. Blow for blow, though. Really alert on the mark, though. That's what's really impressive from that. Like, yeah, he's thrown his head back in the contest and tried to make it look like he got a high tackle, but umpires can't fall for it.
Disappointing if you're a Crows fan. It was Rory Laird missing the handball. I mean, that's a seasoned veteran missing a 1 metre handball.
Thrown up again in the middle. Jackson got the touch against McAndrew. Bounced back to him, and he was tackled. Berry got him along with McAndrew. They'll ball it up again. McAndrew this time front position, palmed it down. Young put his head over the football, couldn't gather. Switkowski could, picked it up, threw it on the boot, kicked inside forward 50, juggling it and marking Tracy right at the top of the 50-metre arc. The kick will have to carry about 55.
10th mark. You're looking to
give
it off, or
you want a double Cobra, don't you, Mitch?
He's up and about for the double Cobra, Mitch Turner. And Josh Tracy deliver.
A little waggle from him as he stands the line of the shot.
Like Young, he's got it in him. From centre half forward from 57 out, that doesn't have the carry. It's punched through. McAndrew making sure of it. A rush behind. 12-12-84. That's the Dockers. 11-10-76 the Crows. 10 gone, final turn.
The Crows bring the ball back into play again. Keane plays on. Nice little kick out towards left half back where Cumming can take the mark. Just inside his defensive 50. Calling for a lead. Goes long down that southern side. Thilthorpe's the target. Mason Cox dropped in front. Affected the spoil out the back. Rochelle was very clean. Nice pick-up. Gave it to Keys running past. His kick's a half forward, though. Never gave anyone a chance. It was straight onto the chest of the 200 gamer Luke Ryan. Mature age draft pick out of Coburg. Picked 66 in 2016, Luke Ryan, now a two-time All-Australian. Kicks it up the wing. Off hands, no mark taken. Dudley tapped it to Mason Cox. Handball to Matthew Johnson to Sarong. Back to Dudley in the centre square. Under the pump from a couple of Crows. Taps it into the path of Chapman. His handball straight to Hall Kahan, who just got a handball away to Curtin. Curtin just hacks the ball on the ground out towards the wing. The Dockers have a 2-on-1. Pearce there ahead of Dawson. Dawson did well. Late the tackle on Clark. Terrific effort from the Adelaide captain.
Oh, that's exceptional effort. 2v1. Stopped it from going out of bounds to start with. Made the Fremantle player have to go and touch the ball. Then lays a massive tackle.
Ball tossed up in the air. McAndrew and Cox both got a hand on it. Goes out of bounds on the full. Now, that is actually out on the full.
Kick.
If it's a clean touch, it is. But it looked like both rucks got a hand on it. So I'd be saying just toss the ball in. No, free kick of the Dockers. Boundary umpire came in and said it was McAndrew that tapped it off, and the replay supports that. So it's a law of the game you don't see often, but if you tap the ball out as a ruck on the full,
that's a tough one. It's a tough one because the ball up was right on the boundary, and McAndrew's got to have the presence of mind of that to not try and hit it towards the boundary.
Mason Cox kicks towards left half forward off the hands of Tracy. Spill down to Voss. He's tackled the ground, ball up. Good play by the boundary umpire. We criticise them when they get something wrong. Give them a rap. They got that bang on. Well done. Mason Cox again, won it down against Berry. Got a hand pass short to O'Driscoll. Just gets the kick away for the Dockers. Inside forward 50. Worrell. Oh, it's come off his leg. And it's just gone out of bounds beyond his defensive 50 arc. So that's the lasso rule. And it'll be Sherry that will take the free kick. That is unlucky. Sherry runs in immediately. Will centre the kick towards full forward. No mark taken. Spill down here for Nan Curvis of the Crows at full back. Kicks in the direction of Fogarty. Spoil came from McDonald at the back. Down towards Clark. Got it for the Dockers. Hand pass to Brayshaw. From left half forward. Kicks the Dockers back to full forward. No mark taken. Voss had it. Oh, tackled strongly to the ground by Murray. Out the back though. Jackson mishit it once. Second time. Had the swing at it with the right boot. It's touched on the way through. It is a minor score. So the first one he miskicked it. Ricocheted up. The second one he kicked it, but it took a touch off a Crow on the way through. That was a series of unfortunate events. 12-13-85 for the Dockers if you're a Fremantle supporter. 11-10-76 the Crows, 13 gone in the last.
Rankin kick out the wing. Mason Cox punches it. It gets out in the back though. O'Driscoll first one there for the Dockers. Overran it. Coming through. Curtin was clean. Squeezes a kick on his left boot towards half forward. Warner and Keys one-on-one. Warner gets front position. Keys held him. Free kick to the Docker. At left half back. It was really well done by Cumming to throw the boot out and kind of semi-block the Jackson soccer, wasn't it? Got enough of a boot on it for it to be a rush behind. The kick goes from Warner across defensive 50 to Chapman. The Dockers have got a bit of an overlap here. Erasmus receives by foot on the wing. Waiting for a player to run forward. McDonald, the defender. Long run to get there. Takes the mark and plays on immediately. Kicks towards half forward. Voss the target. Edged under it. Ball out the back. Ball lays the first one there. Let it go for Keane. Shrugs a tackle. Thought he was taken high. Umpire says play on. He panics and kicks it straight to Brayshaw. 48 out. Keane was tackled. He thought the tackle slipped high as he tried to shrug it, so he stopped.
I think he caused it.
And when the umpire said play on, he just panicked, kicked it straight to Brayshaw. It's interesting, like he was taken around the neck. The question was, when he raised his arms, did he cause the tackle to go high, which is technically play on. Andrew Brayshaw wheels around. From 51 metres out, it's all the way, but it's left. Fremantle's lead out by 10. 12-14, 86 to Adelaide. 11-10, 76. They go out the far side.
What have the Crows got in them? Hawker Hahn long towards the southern wing. Brayshaw punches it down. It spills to Sherry at right half forward for the Dockers. Got away from his opponent. Kicks towards right full forward. Umpire spotted a free kick for a push. It'll come back to Sherry. And he'll have it about, let's say, 55 from goal, hard up against the boundary. He doesn't have the distance in him with this kick. We've said a couple of times players have, and they haven't been able to convert. With the greatest respect to Chris Sherry, he doesn't. So 2 kicks from goal. We'll start about 75 from goal on the boundary. He'll put it towards the teeth of goal. Mason Cox, who got fingertips to it. Voss bursting through, bounced off him. Amos in the goal square. Snaps for his 5th. Jai Amos. 58 goals for the season. There will be few potentially as valuable as that. Less than 10 minutes to play in the game. Fremantle's lead is now 16 points, 13-14, 92 to Adelaide, 11-10, 76. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden, Mitch Turner with you in commentary. Our experts, Sharad Wellingham and Cara Antonio.
Well, time in forward half, isn't it?
Yeah, and they needed it.
Yeah,
one goal. Yeah, 1 goal 4 they had up until that point. Just having long shots and long points, but get the ball in nice and deep. Let your tools do the work. Spot. Yep.
Voss the crummer isn't how you draw it up, but it doesn't matter. But it has been, the majority of the game's been spent in Fremantle's forward half, and Adelaide haven't been able to capitalise when they've been trying to transition. So, yeah, the jam wall was going to break at some point.
Freo chant goes up. Softly around Perth Stadium again. Mason Cox in the ruck, taps it into the path of Shea Bolton. Runs away from Soligo. Now steps around him. Of a step inside forward 50. Amos, was he held? No. Offhand, Sherry at ground level. Tries to evade the tackler. Handballs to Dudley. Steps around 1. Steps around 2. Steps around 3. And snaps a ripper. Deadly Dudley. Goes from a double to a triple. His 3rd goal of the night gives Fremantle their biggest lead. They're out to a 22-point margin. 14-14, 98. Adelaide, 11-10, 76. 17 minutes gone in the last. Oh, Isaiah Dudley, he was just dancing everywhere. Shades of Andrew Cracker at the G, I reckon.
Shades of Andrew Cracker. That was very similar to the one that he did against, I think it may have been the Bulldogs.
Yep.
It was absolutely incredible. Candy after candy. Kept his feet, kept his wares of where he was, where the goals were. That's the most important thing. He didn't even have to have a glance back to them. He just knew where they were.
Murray will win the tap down in the middle for the Crows. They'll try and hurry it forward. Soligo couldn't gather. Brayshaw could for the Dockers. Kick towards centre half forward. Great mark. Falling back with the football. Hawker Hahn dragged it in one-handed. Goes short to Berry. He marks in the centre square. Hawker Hahn running by. Hand passes to Laird. Back to Hawker Hahn. Still from the centre square. He sends it into the left forward pocket and Fogarty's out to mark. Crows desperate not just to let this game slip away. 19 minutes gone. 22 points the margin. Fogarty needs to kick this, you would think, for Adelaide to have any hope. He'll kick from 45 metres out, a couple of metres in from the boundary. He delivers the goal the Crows craved. He's got a couple. Adelaide are back to within 3 majors. Freo's lead cut to 16 points as we're about to approach time on in the final term. The Dockers are 14-14, 98. Adelaide 12-10, 82.
A couple of really nice handball receives there through the corridor from the Crows. Lovely bit of play and great finish from that far side. of Perth Stadium. Yeah, just kept the ball alive, didn't they? The Crows, great running pattern. Put it to the advantage.
It's been a theme against the Dockers a fair few times, the Crows. They do not go away. They come back at them. Ball in the middle, Jackson jumps up high, taps it straight there to Dawson. Slung in the tackle by Bolton. Releases Berry, though, by hand. Kicks inside the forward 50, Pearce. Moose chanted around Perth Stadium like a war cry. Didn't play last week, the skipper. Justin Longmuir said he might have been the difference. He kicks out beyond defensive 50, couldn't find a target. Tracy spoils from behind at ground level. O'Driscoll, handball to Johnson, fumbles again. McAndrew now picks up for the Crows. Handball, little too hot for Borlase. Allows O'Driscoll to go over the top. He's dragged that in. Umpire spotted it too. Had one arm free, held it to his own chest. Borlase tackled, wins the free kick. The Crows again go forward. At the back, Cox. Brennan takes the mark. And he'll settle it down in the right back pocket as the Freo still hold on to a 16-point lead, 55,000 in the house.
A 15th intercept mark for the Dockers in this game. The Crows have 10 of them. Ball on the outer side. Young's there for Freo. Gets a hand pass forward to Bolton. Hard up against the boundary. Turns it over with a kick down the line. Laird marking it left half back for the Crows. Brings it infield to Nankervis. He's defensive 50. Stabs it short to Soligo. Hands it back to Nankervis. Oh, ran straight at Brayshaw, who got him. Terrific tackle of Brayshaw. Wrapped him up. Dudley wanted to take the advantage. Sends it inside forward 50. And the mark there to Amos, but they're going to make it come back here again.
It's 3 times tonight where it's been an opportunity where advantage should be paid.
And there was one occasion where Dawson, there was a free kick and he was allowed to play on. Brayshaw decides to go on by hand. Bolton running by from centre half forward, kicks the Dockers to left full forward. Mason Cox couldn't mark. Down there was Keane. His kick smothered by Mason Cox. Ricochets off the fingertips and goes over the boundary line for a throw-in.
I also think that was the wrong... Dudley, yes, Brayshaw was the first tackle, but Dudley was the one that actually...
decided, and it's meant to be up to the player.
Correct.
Yeah.
They've officially told the crowd it's an AFL record. 9 consecutive games of 50,000 plus for Fremantle. 55,010 in the house.
Ball back into play. Berry handballs and Nankervis, who gets just cleaned up over the line. Right in the chest by Hayden Young. 20 touches for Young tonight. Rankin's up to 35. He's had 10 clearances, 3 behinds, and what could have been an even bigger night for the Crows superstar. Shallow throw in. Jackson takes it out of the ruck. Off to Young, to Bolton, who steps around a couple. Breaks the tackle of Rankin, who continues to corral. Bolton now sends it back inside the forward 50. Tracy out, couldn't take the mark. Borlase gathers, tackled by a couple of Dockers. Ball up to come. 40 metres out. 45-degree angle from goal as the ball goes up in the air. Jackson had a fresh airy. Dawson takes it from the stoppage. Handballs forward straight into the path of Tracy, who is tackled well by Nankervis. Back into the side this week, having an impact there. 23 minutes gone. Ball back into play. Socket forward by Rankin. Clark takes it for the Dockers. Handball to Switkowski. Now to Chapman. 55 out. Kicks inside 50. Mason Cox paid the mark. Had a couple grabs at it. Reckon he had it long enough before it came out. And Mason Cox will have the set shot. 35 out, almost directly in front.
USA chant going around the stadium now.
Oh, yeah.
It's odd to hear a USA chant when it comes to Fremantle, given the history. But Mason Cox has the chance to give the Dockers a 22-point lead again. To put one hand on the minor premiership, Mason Cox's set shot is a thing of beauty, and he goes straight up to Keane and lets him know all about it. They're up and about the Dockers, and why shouldn't they be? Their lead's out to 22 points as the melee continues. He's happier than himself, Big Mason. A 22-point lead, 25 minutes played in the final term, 55,000 at home. AFL record 9 straight above 50. And well and truly with one hand all over the minor premiership now, almost 2.
And he's just shown the scoreboard as well to Keane as he runs off.
I think he's enjoying his move to WA.
"22 points, their lead again. 25 minutes gone. Mason Cox wasn't shy about pointing out the scoreboard. Restart in the middle. Andrew went early. Jackson tapped it out to Sarong. Got it to Bolton. He'll kick inside forward 50. Just over the head of Tracy. Leading out was Keane. Knocked it to the advantage of Laird. Gave it back to Keane. Broke free of the Switkowski tackle. Kicked towards the outer side of the ground. Saligo is there. Got it on to Dawson by a hand. Kicks inside forward 50. Through the fingertips of Dilthorpe. Chapman gets back there. Surrounded by Crows. Taken to ground. He got spun twice. Umpire says it's okay. Dilthorpe pleads for holding the ball. Ball up instead will be the decision. Left forward pocket for the Crows. McAndrew against Jackson. McAndrew got it down, but it went to Brayshaw of the Dockers. Skipped away from Keys, then gave it to Ryan. Lovely mark, diving forward. Just centimetres off the turf. Tracy completes the grab, and he'll get back to take his kick at right half back. Fremantle's lead 22 points, 26 and a bit gone in the last.
Long kick from Tracy up the wing. Young the target, couldn't mark Amos the rover on this occasion. Handballs back to Bolton, runs away from his opponent. Now kicks towards half forward. Voss, one-on-one with Hawker-Hahn. Hawker-Hahn read it best, tackled those. He went to handball, spills out to Laird. Nice little handball off to Dawson, back to Hawker-Hahn. Short kick, finds Cook, normally a good user. This time no exception, out into the path of Saligo in the centre square. Couple of Dockers to contend to. The pressure is up and about. The Dockers have forced the turnover. Clark and Sarong harassed him. Sarong gets it out. Now to Jackson. Off to Frederick. 55 out. Into the pocket. Amos gets rid of his man. Can't take the mark. He would have been looking for a 6th. Jai Amos. It's off his hands. Out of, well, over the boundary. Over the behind line for a minor score. 15-15. 105 the Dockers, 12-10, 82, 27 minutes played, final term.
Crows, hand pass their way. Out to Hawker-Hahn. He'll send it to the outer side of the ground to Cook, who can mark. Immediately moves it on to Dilthorpe. The outer edge of the centre square, just shy of left half forward. Kicks in the direction of Keys. Has to go up alongside Warner. Ball spills towards the boundary line. Keys gathers and then gets bumped over the line by Oscar McDonald. Throw in the call. 45 out from the Crows' goal. Left forward pocket for Adelaide. Andrew Brayshaw now with 27 disposals. Rankin leads everyone with 36. Does have 3 behinds. His missed chances, I'll be telling, as Jackson won it down. Got it to Sarong. Dockers bounce a kick along the boundary line through Johnson, and Borlays is happy enough to see it across the line. It'll be last touch out of bounds. The Crows will get the free kick. Borlays will send it deep back inside, forward 50 for Adelaide. Big pack up, off hands. McAndrew tackled, lost it. Guy said it was okay. It came to Curtin. Got a hand pass backward again to Saligo. Hands it off to Rankin, who shoots a goal and kicks his first. 29 minutes gone in the last. The Crows with their 13th. Fremantle's lead capped to 17 points. 15-15, 105. The Crows are 13-10, 88. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Is it too little, too late? I think so.
Never say never. I mean, what have we got? 2.5 minutes to go.
There's time, but...
There's definitely time.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see Adelaide defenders starting right up on the top of the defensive 50, streaming straight in. Hawker-Hahn, Nankervis starting up on the line, as we can see right now. The only problem with that is if they get a turnover in the middle and don't get their hands on it, it's a very open 50 for Fremantle.
As it stands, 17 points, so 3 straight kicks from the Crows will get the job done. Ball comes to Sarong out of the middle, tumbles the ball towards half forward. Intercepted by Laird. Handballs forward. Unable to take possession was Worrell. It was won by Young. Off to Jackson. The Dockers go forward. They've got numbers. Adelaide have rolled the dice. Voss taps it towards Bolton. Bolton gets away from Michael Annie. This will seal it. Shea Bolton on Showtime. Friday Night Lights are never too bright for Shea. Bolton gets the goal, and that will do it for the Dockers. Back out by 23 points with 30 minutes gone in the final term. 16-15, 111. 13-10, 88 plays the Crows. And you think that has got to be it. He just said, I'll put this to bed, hang up the phone.
Well, pre-game we asked for Rankin v Bolton. Well, we just saw it. Rankin gets a shot on goal, finishes. Bolton says, nope, I'm just going to take the game out of your hands.
Josh Tracy behind the ball as well, started to float down after that centre bounce. Still there.
McAndrew won it down. Sarong sharked it though. Hand passed it to Jackson. He'll kick the Dockers deep inside attacking 50. Frederick back there. Tapped it towards Voss. Had two to beat. Got a hand pass back to Frederick. He's able to work his way onto his right boot. The kick goes up and down in the elevator shaft. Voss got himself underneath it. Couldn't mark against Dawson. Young battles away. Threw the boot at it. Set it towards goal, but he misses to the left-hand side.
Freddie got tunnel vision there because running past was Hayden Young.
Freds lead 24 points, 31 gone in the last.
Very quick kick in from the Crows to Hawker hard to Rankin. Disposal 38 for Isaac Rankin as he goes up the middle, taking it down low. Archie handballs across to a runner coming past. The Crows go forward. Fogarty the target. Punched away from him. Clark at ground level there. Beaten to it by Saligo. Breaks the tackle. Handball to Fogarty. Loses his feet. Handball back to Saligo. He just flicks it by hand inside 50. Rochelle did well. Got around one tackle. Caught in the second. Free kick. Lucky not to be reversed probably because Chapman came past and just dropped Rochelle on the way through. Ben Keys took exception of that as well. And it wasn't a flop. He genuinely dropped him, Heath Chapman. The Dockers will clear to the wing, and Frederick rises up and takes the mark. Retro jumpers on tonight for the Dockers. They're going to do something that they've done just twice in their history. They kick up the wing. Frederick over the top. It's a free kick going back the way of the Crows. 2015 the last time they finished on top, was it?
Did.
2015.
Lost a prelim to the Hawks.
Crows will move it across half back. Curtin out towards Cook.
He almost had a derby final that year.
Cook can go on a little bit of a run. Sends the Crows deep inside attacking 50. Fogarty out after it. Can't mark. Dawson was there at the drop. Hand pass to Taylor. Tackled. Lost it. Bolton gathers. Throws it on the boot for the Dockers. Kicks down the corridor. Keane drops the mark. Sockers it forward. Able to find a teammate in Cook. Spun out of trouble. Fremantle win the 2026 minor premiership. And they beat the Crows at home to remain unbeaten at Perth Stadium in 26. 16-16, 112 to Adelaide, 13-10, 88. The Dockers claim their second minor premiership. And they do it with a 24-point win over the Crows. Jai Amos booting 5 for Freo. Frederick got 2. Dudley kicked 3. Sarong with 2 as well. Brayshaw, Bolton, Mason Cox and Tracy all with goals. While for the Crows, 2 to Thilthorpe, 2 to Rochelle, 2 to Cook, 2 to Taylor and 2 to Fogarty. Singles to Archie, Rankin and Laird. Fremantle led by 13 points at quarter time. They had that margin cut to 5 at half time. At the final change, they had a 7-point advantage. And as they've done so often in final terms, took this game away from Crows. And they went on to win by 24. 16-16, 112 to Adelaide's 13-10-88 in front of 55,010. Worth mentioning too, by the way, Isaac Rankin, 39 disposals, 1 goal, 3. Outstanding, but ended up on the losing side tonight. Caleb Sarong, the leading disposal winner for the Dockers with 29, and he kicked 2 goals as well. It was an absolute thriller for most of the game before Fremantle, and around the 17-minute mark, just put their foot down. Got away to a 22-point lead with 3 goals in the space of about 8 minutes. There was no way for the Crows to fight back. The home and away season at home for Fremantle finishes with an unblemished record. And they will play the first qualifying final here in the West. Sharrod Willingham, Cara Antonio, what did you make of all of that?
What a game.
What a game. Great game. We asked what was going to be done in the last quarter, didn't we? It was the main question. And Fremantle just had too many answers, didn't they?
They did. They
got really active in centre bounce. So about 3/4 of the way through that quarter, after a lot of the game, that quarter had been spent in Fremantle's forward half. Had a quick look at the stats. If Mitch let me have control of the computer for a second there. And it was 4-0 from centre bounce. And that's where it was turned, because Adelaide had real control of the centre bounce up to that point.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And they kicked 4 goals from centre bounce tonight as well, the Dockers. For me, we spoke pre-game about Adelaide's strength and Fremantle's strength and how they were almost polar opposite. Adelaide, contested, clearance, tackles, high-pressure team, whereas the Dockers liked a bit more control and efficiency with ball movement. And you look at the stats, Fremantle won clearance by 6, won tackles by 15, won the hit-outs by 15, and were pretty much broke even with contested possession. So that's where the game, at the end of the day, was won and lost. Yes.
We knew that Adelaide were going to bring that. So I think that Fremantle came in with the mentality that they just have to match it with them in there. They just have to be able to take the fight up to them and like I said, just break even, because they know that when they get the ball in their hands, when they get it on the outside, they're going to be more efficient, they're going to be more skillful. To Adelaide's credit, I think they did a great job of taming that Fremantle forward line. Amos got off the chain. Tracy got his marks, a long way from goal. And so they probably go, look, that's a win. You'd let him have them away from 30 to 40 metres outside of the Fremantle goals, and you'd say that's a win. And Voss, as we know, didn't have a huge amount of ball in hand tonight. I think he scored a behind to go with his 7 touches, but he had 7 tackles. And so, while he's not impacting it with disposals, his ability to be a nuisance and get it in the opposition face it's really valuable to the side, and so that can't go undervalued externally as well. People have to realise that, he might not have kicked a handful of goals, but his impact's still there. But Sarong standing up at critical times, the tackles of players at big moments, I think, was really evident. Brayshaw a couple of times making tackles that really needed to stick.
Well, the Crows got out by 7 points 23 minutes into the third, and then it was back-to-back goals to Sarong and Brayshaw, their 2 vice-captains.
There you go. And their ability to stand up in big moments is huge. And then, I mean, not that the sting had gone out of the game, but there was still a bit of pulse there for Adelaide after the Rankin goal. And then for Bolton to stand up and go, there's your nail in the coffin. I'm just going to seal it, finish it off. And, you know, they just are so strong across so many parts of the ground that this team they put together is incredible.
By the way, 11 teams in the past 27 years, so since the turn of the century, 11 teams, or in the past 25 years, 11 teams have gone undefeated at home during the whole home and away season.
Don't say it.
Only 3 have won the premiership.
Oh, I thought you were going to go the opposite.
3 out of 11 who've gone undefeated at home have won the premiership. Of course, they've all played finals, as you'd imagine, but only 3.
From Adelaide's point of view, Rankin just standing up again. I mean, he was pretty wayward, 3, but his impact's enormous, isn't it?
Just needed a bit of help tonight, though.
Yeah.
Didn't he?
10 clearances to him and Dawson. Their, impact in there is massive, but it's exactly what you're saying there, Cara. It's just a reliance on too few. And McAndrew's the next one. Berry only had the 3 clearances, whereas I think that they just need to bat a little bit deeper in there. Get some ball in hand at first hands to Curtin, let him use his strength. But it was a really, really well-coached and gallant effort from Adelaide tonight.
They've dropped on the ladder already because the percentage was so tight,
wasn't it,
with Brisbane that they've actually... so they're sitting now further back than they were. Not in terms of drop it, further back they were 0.2 off percent. Now they're 2.7% off. So Brisbane the chance to pull clear of them in 4th. And also Melbourne and Geelong this weekend when they jump over, so they can finish the round in 7th spot. Adelaide, like they're under the pump a little bit ahead of their last game.
Do have GWS last game Saturday night at Adelaide Oval, so the Crows will be back at home and there'll be a huge amount of emotion about that. Taylor Walker, who was managed from this game, he will be playing, have no doubt. Enormous for what it means to Adelaide, not just in regards to where they finish in the season, but also just to give farewell for the home and away games for one of their greatest players. Personally, I'm delighted that for those of us here in the West, we no longer have to say all but when it comes to the minor premiership. The all but can butt out. Fremantle are the minor premiers. They've locked it in, sewn it up, put away the key. Minor premier for 2026. Just the second time to go alongside 2015. The Dockers have finished on top of the AFL ladder and they've done it with a round to go. That will be against Carlton, the early game on Saturday at the Docklands. Let's go down into the Dockers' rooms. The 200 gamer Luke Ryan leading them in. Akash Vodadar is there for us. Akash.
Yeah, you're right, Clint. Luke Ryan leading the team in. Plenty of high fives with the supporters who have gathered here. They're all getting around now. Bring his daughter in for the song as well.
Someone's got a very crisp clap down there, Akash.
There are a lot of claps happening around these shows, don't worry. Luke Ryan's got his daughter now in his arms for the song. I expect this one to be belted out pretty loud. A few familiar faces, a few former Dockers players here too.
Rollers, we're the Rockers. We're the mighty Freo Dockers. We're going to roll them and we'll rock them. We're going to send them to the bottom. And if we get up, we'll do it again. Dockers stop at nothing. Freo, way to go. Hit them real hard, send them down below. Oh, Freo, the only hope. We are Freo Dockers. Freo, way to go. Hit them real hard, send them down below. Oh, Freo, the only hope. We are Freo Dockers.
We should have Hayden Young join us very shortly.
So the Dockers, again in that retro jump up from 1995. They've won in the last 2 times they've worn it. It was a couple of years ago now. In fact, Lockie Schultz was still playing for them last time they won it.
There you go.
But nonetheless, a terrific looking jump up. And I reckon every time they played it and they win, it's a big tick. They might be able to drag it out a little bit more often. Fremantle beating Adelaide tonight, 16-16, 112 to the Crows, 13-10, 88. I wonder how sore Alex Pearce would be. I know he played out the game, but that knock to the knee, particularly with someone who wears such heavy strapping on the knee and has had such leg problems, they wouldn't want to rest him after he had a rest last week.
No.
And then knowing that there's a week off with the wild card the week after, so he will be making a trip across to Carlton if he's okay, but I reckon he'd be sore tonight after that.
He would. He looked ginger. Looked real ginger, and again, he stayed out there and...
It just would have been one of those real kind of stinger, crunching the bone on bone. Who was it, Clark?
Archie actually kicked him from behind by accident, like his leg kind of hit it and it gave it a bit of a height. It was like a slight hyperextension. And then a teammate was coming from the other way. So
Donald,
he kind of got sandwiched.
Yeah, I think it was
Donald one way and Archie just kicked his leg from the back as well. Would you risk him though? Like, you just I know the rest isn't ideal, but given his history, do you just...
keep him going. Got to keep moving.
There's no one you can say you can't win without, because teams have shown for years that you can win without players that you think is very valuable, but he feels very, very important. I say that because we've seen sides get decimated by injury and somehow still win premierships. I think of the Eagles in, was it 2018? Nick Nat-Nui goes down, Andrew Gaff gets suspended. Shepherd does a hamstring.
Yeah.
So I would never say never when you lose a player, but it feels tough to win without.
I think that you just keep him rolling, because what did he miss? 2 games?
1.
Only the 1?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe you do leave him home. Get the K's in the legs. It's a tough one. I don't think he's someone who relies too heavily on, his touch. He's naturally got good hands when he's marking. Yeah. Whereas, like an inside midfielder or something like that, a Sarong type who has to have the ball in the hand 1,000 times a day, practicing their hands, their quick hands, making sure that everything's
you can be rusty
on
when
fire. You can be a bit rusty, but someone like
can't do that
Pearce,
in finals.
Yeah, someone like Pearce who relies on hitting contests hard, things that are really controllable. I think his marking prowess, you can practice that at training.
Yeah, and his leadership doesn't matter to him.
Yeah. No, it's a good question.
Let's head downstairs. Catch photo in the Dockers' rooms.
Thanks, Clint. I've got Hayden Young with me. Hayden won the minor premiership, just the second time in the club's history. What does that mean?
Not much. It's obviously, a great achievement, but it's not why we're really out here to play for. But, we got to enjoy these wins. It's a great place that we're in at the moment as a football club, but we've got bigger fish to fry, and we're certainly very happy about how we're going and the season we've had. But minor premiership doesn't mean much unless we go on.
You talk about bigger fish to fry. You've got a final series coming up. Was that a finals-like game out there? It certainly looked like a bruising encounter from the outside.
You could say so. I feel like our last few weeks, really, every opposition we're playing against, we're getting their best or near to it. So every game is really high-pressured, and we spoke about that leading into this week. This is great preparation for what we're hopefully going to get in the next few weeks, and even Carlton next week in some great form. So I don't know if it's finals-like, but it's certainly high pressure, and they're the games we want to be a part of.
When you've been on top of the ladder or near the top of the ladder for quite a large part of the season, what is it like to be the hunted team?
It's a good position to be in. We've certainly enjoyed the challenge. Last week it was a nice little freshen up. Well, not freshen up, but we got found out against a team that really brought it to us, and it was good for us to realign during the week to what we really value, and that was committing to doing the hard things. I think when you're on top of the ladder, it doesn't get any easier just because you're on top. So we had an emphasis tonight on committing to doing the hard stuff, and I feel like we did that for the majority of the night. There was times where we didn't get the bang for buck, or we were they scored a little bit when we sort of felt like we had momentum, but we kept committing to doing that hard stuff, and eventually it turned.
Let's head upstairs to our team. Clint Wheeldon, Mitch Turner, Sharad Wellingham and Cara Antonio.
Hayden, congratulations on the win tonight. A really fantastic team performance. Got a question just around midfield, and I suppose Adelaide's ability to win clearance, number one, for stoppage, and then tackles and their contested possessions. But you guys seemed to grind it out and get on top in the end. Was that obviously a clear focus going in?
Yeah, definitely. We knew that the pre-clearance pressure is really high, and tonight, as we saw, they looked to search the ball pretty quickly. So if you give them time and space, they're going to be able to get it out and get it going their way. So I thought we did a great job tonight of, if we didn't win it ourselves, we pressured through and forced dirty clearances. So didn't feel like any of their clearances tonight really hurt us, but they still had their fair share. But yeah, it was definitely a focus of pressuring through, and I feel like our backs did a great job as the game went on at adjusting to those surges.
And obviously a pretty tight contest, a fantastic game from the stands for sure, but 24 points, a really nice win, but ultimately obviously you need to keep improving, and it's been a clear message from JL across the season. What are some things from your point of view that still need some tweaking ahead of finals?
Last week I would have said our team D, and I think tonight we took a step forward in that, but that's something that if that drops away, the rest of our game sort of drops away, so we made a focus of that going into this week. And then obviously tonight there was some times where we had a lot of front half footy and we just couldn't quite capitalise, so we'll probably do a little bit of work this week, I'd imagine, on some forward 50 stoppage work and some repeat entry work where we can get more bang for buck, because one thing we've noticed in the last few weeks is teams are flooding a lot of numbers back and supporting their D50, which is making it hard for us to score, so we might do some work in that area.
Hayden Sharrett here, congrats on the win and the season. I like your mentality, mate. I like where it's at. But how do you feel teams are preparing for you differently in terms of the different levers that you guys can pull throughout the game? And when you're able to pull them in-game, do you have to control that?
Well, like I mentioned, they're flooding a lot of numbers back, which sometimes is tricky. So we've done a little bit of work on seeing if we can maintain the possession and draw them out of our D50, our forward 50, to create better looks. There's times where they're tagging out some of our better players, and we've had some levers we've been able to pull with that. I think the benefit of having some mid-forward types. We obviously didn't have Murphy out there tonight, but when he's in the team as well, is another player that has been getting tagged. We can get through the midfield and we can get some different looks. So teams are going to throw some different things at us, but we feel like we have some really good levers that we can pull with some flips or opening up space at stoppage. So they're all things that we can continue to work on.
And you kind of touched on it, but soaking up the moments that are enjoyable in football is part of it as well. And how are you balancing that between enjoying it, but then being able to get back in on a Monday or a Tuesday whenever you need it back into the club and being able to focus in? Is that just part of your natural maturity, or is it something you're approaching each week in your kind of meetings?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of maturity, but there's still been times this year where, as a leadership group and the coaching staff, we've had to pull each other up a few times where things might get a little bit jovial, or we're not attacking training the right way. And I feel like we've done a good job as a leadership group of just being aware of that. And we have a lot of fun during the week, but we've made an emphasis this year on when it's time to work, we work, and then in between we can have as much fun as we want. So there's been times where sometimes that's got a bit blurred, and we've got to pick up on that and just make sure we're maintaining high standards. And I think we've been doing a great job, and then I think we've been reviewing games really in a really balanced way as well, which helps. So that's what we've been doing.
Hayden Young for the Fremantle Dockers joining us here on ABC Sport after their 24-point win over the Crows, and of course locking up the minor premiership. I know it's been the 1-0 mentality, and Sharon just asked you about celebrating the wins, but did Justin Longmuir, did he bring it up much pre-game during the week to say, hey, this is top spot, we've got to win? Because you let it slip last week in a really good game of football, but was it directly addressed this week, given, 1 week at a time on this occasion actually got you the minor premiership?
No, it wasn't mentioned once. As I said at the start, we've got bigger fish to fry, and we're celebrating these wins, and it's great to celebrate Lukey Ryan's 200th game, so we'll do that tonight and tomorrow. It wasn't mentioned during the week, and we're looking forward to what's to come.
And your body personally, I feel like we've spoken to you at the back end of the year so many times, and you're heading in for off-season surgery, or you're battling an injury, but tonight you played a really strong 4 quarters, and you're looking like you're just getting more and more into your work. Does it feel like you're priming ready for finals yourself?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling great. The strength and conditioning staff have done a great job of, building my body up and making me feel really confident. So I'm feeling really good.
Hayden, all the serious questions have been asked here by the team, so I'll ask you the fashion one. What do you make of the jumper, the retro look?
Yeah, I love it. I think it's great. This is the first retro jumper I wore back in 2021, actually. So this one's probably one of my favourites. I think it's great. It's good to get the green and red back involved. So we love it.
Congratulations on the season you've had. Hopefully everything continues the way you want it to. Cheers for talking to us.
Thanks, guys.
Good on you, Hayden Young, downstairs in the Dockers' rooms.
Glad he likes it.
Well, I remember we spoke to Lockie Schultz, who was still playing for Fremantle in that game, after the game, and he said it's my favourite jumper.
It's my favourite.
Pretty cool.
I love it.
It's one I remember vividly as a kid of Fremantle.
One of their retro jumpers, I'm not sure it was that one, became their like trademark jumper during training. So whoever got the trademark award during the week would wear the retro jumper at training for the Dockers when they started bringing them back. So whether it was a smother or a spoil, you'd always look during the week at training and say who had on. And I reckon the first week they wore one of the retro jumpers, it was Hayden Young who was the trademark player and got to wear one of the anchors around for the whole week and looked pretty snazzy, pretty cool. And now he's been modelling them, so he just loves it.
This is one of the things that's so unfortunate as a player. Like Mason Cox obviously hasn't quite clocked up enough Ks in his game time.
Only played
just out there.
60 minutes he played.
60 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the big fella. He's
running.
Yeah.
Did he do enough tonight?
He certainly did.
Yeah.
Played well. Because Sean Darcy, the argument reared its head during the week, so he didn't have the best game last week, Mason Cox, and Sean Darcy's been playing waffle. For those who haven't been following on this side of the country, been playing very well. So the debate was back on. Do you reckon he put another gap on him again tonight?
Yeah.
I can't see any changes happening.
Well, there's your answer. That's why he's doing the running, doing the extras.
Yeah.
I just found it funny we're chanting USA here.
After
Fremantle,
America's Cup.
On 1983, if there's people in Fremantle chanting USA, they would have got ushered out of the stadium.
What would Dennis Connor think about now?
No.
The old Stars and Stripes. Yes. Poor Mason Cox, who continues to work his way up and down. Fremantle 16-16, 112 to Adelaide 13-10, 88. Mitch will have some of the numbers for you. We'll also get the votes, so I'm going to have a think about that. But just a little shout out to what's happening in the cricket. By the way, repeating, don't forget ABC Listen. Tomorrow is your place for the start of day 3, Australia versus Bangladesh in Darwin. Bangladesh 6 for 351 at stumps. They lead the Australians by 153 runs after the Australians all out for 198 in their first innings. Tomorrow, of course, if you're in SA, you will get an SA grandstand. So that's the way they'll kick things off in SA. For everybody else, our coverage will begin 10 o'clock here in the west, 12 o'clock on the east coast with the build-up for Richmond versus St Kilda. Then it'll be North Melbourne, Geelong or Brisbane, Gold Coast, depending on where you happen to be. And in the evening, Hawthorn versus Collingwood will be an absolute beauty. Or if you're in SA, Port versus Melbourne. So no Saturday AFL or sports talk tomorrow because of the early start.
Oh, lucky you reminded me.
St Kilda. Would you have just turned up?
Would you have rocked up tomorrow?
Well, I was going to say that would balance up for the time that you didn't turn up earlier this year.
Nobody tell him. This is a
Thank
secret.
you.
We spoke about this on Monday.
Yeah, I know, but Monday's a long time ago.
It's like 4 days ago.
I was going to say, when
a lot of stuff's happened between Friday evening, Saturday morning and a Monday.
When we started at 4:30 this afternoon, that seems a long time ago as well. 18 past 9 here in the west. We're not on for too much longer.
By the way, because you mentioned the cricket score, 8 o'clock tomorrow if you're in the west. The coverage starts on ABC Listen, and 10 o'clock in the east if you're listening in New South Wales and Victoria. You can listen to Australia. They're currently getting a hiding, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
A reality check, I would call it, at the start of the summer, not summer.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shock seeing what's unfurled. In fact, in many ways, and I mean this with absolutely no disrespect, it's made the test match a lot more interesting.
Oh, absolutely. It'd be great to be up in Darwin, wouldn't it?
Yeah, be nice. A bit warmer than it is here, or indeed in Melbourne. Just a couple of stories around the place. Got a text message coming through that West Coast are right involved in trying to get Lockie Neal across.
Oh, wow.
We know that they're very interested in them, but I'm not sure whether or not that's going to happen, is it?
So the benefit of that for Lockie is obviously that his ex-wife's here.
Yes.
But the negative of it is
He
that
hates
he
West
has to go
Coast?
to West Coast.
He really dislikes West Coast.
I don't know if he... I don't know. He does?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and like...
Well, he's very passionate about Fremantle.
Passionate about Fremantle. And I'd say he's passionate about winning. And so the talk of him going to Collingwood stacks up because they're always going to be around the mark. You
And
put
big money.
And Friday nights at the MCG. It doesn't get much better than that. But the talk of Butters going there, and then all of a sudden you've got Neil, Butters, Dacos kind of slotting into a midfield. It becomes a pretty appealing place to be playing football. But if West Coast,
as you do, you see things on social media, and now there's things popping up about potentially Jake Stringer joining Collingwood as well. Don't know how much
Polo
validity. Polo collector.
Just collecting club polos.
That'd be his 5th club.
4th. Dogs, Essendon Giants, and his next club would be his 4th, Jake Stringer. But the Lachie Neale one's interesting because I think when the story first came that he was looking to leave Brisbane, Fremantle were laid out as there, absolutely guaranteed if they could come up with
enough money.
The money, and they were never going to overpay him with the side we've seen just lock up the minor premiership and the youth they have. But I think at the right price, they would have been like, yeah, we'll take Lachie Neale back. He's very close with the players like Andrew Brayshaw and Caleb Sarong, and they're all very good close friends. But then as soon as there was wind that he was leaving, clubs started throwing those 7-figure-a-year deals out there. The $1 million, and Freo they're nowhere near those numbers. I think the Freo
that'd be half that, wouldn't they?
But he's very passionate about Freo, and from last I heard from people close to it, that he doesn't really have an interest to go to West Coast, although he'd be a great addition for them. Player, kind of coachy, leader.
I suppose you just got to weigh up.
They would love to, wouldn't they love to have Lachie Neale with Harley Reid? Just to give him a hand.
Well, he's just got to weigh up. What is he? Yeah, does he want to be close to his kids or
the twilight of his career and
or money?
Also needs the
we
money.
see the motorbike getting revved in. Is it the National Hotel down in Fremantle? Which hotel does that?
Up and about.
Oh God, I don't know.
One of the pubs. One of the pubs.
I think it's the National.
I just find it funny that Collingwood might rejuvenate their list by replacing steel side bottom with Lachie Neale.
Yeah.
Like on the youth
Makes
policy,
sense.
anyone compared to side bottom in Pendlebury is like a youth policy, isn't it?
Singing the Crows had a bit to deal with tonight, didn't they? They had 55,000 people here screaming their heads off for Fremantle. On top of that, had to be evacuated from their hotel because of a fire alarm, and then had cold showers, as we were told from Adam Kelly in the pre-game. So, yeah, the Crows, they didn't get the result, but, yeah.
They silenced them early. They did a great job of, especially while Fremantle faithful was still filing in. It wasn't a packed house at that stage, and to kind of smack them between the eyes as soon as they get here, it was a really hot start. That momentum was wrestled back. And
Rankin is he's just terrific to watch.
Yeah.
Goodness me, he's a player.
He's an interesting player because he's got an enormous amount of talent that he uses at the right times, but watching him, he's not a huge work rate. It's not like he burns players off. He's just got the perfect mix of getting in there and winning his own ball when he needs to, but contested footy, yes, but a loose ground ball counts as a contested footy. So his ability to watch a ball bounce away from the contest, and he's first onto it, he's absolutely lightning, and his reaction time and the way that he cuts across contests and creates space for himself from his direct opponent is, some of the smartest and best you see in the whole league. And I don't think he's ever going to develop into like a huge running machine similarly to Dawson, who can just get across the ground really well. But his use of his talents is absolutely top notch.
It's been interesting how they've used him as well this year. More midfield minutes. I mean, I think he's most dangerous forward of the ball, but again, they've needed him in the midfield to add something different. And I mean, the likes of Rochelle and Keys, when they're up and about, they add something ahead of the footy as well. But yeah, I've been really impressed with how his game has grown, and his engine has clearly grown, that he's able to play higher midfield minutes.
Missing Neil Bullen, of course.
Yeah,
will come back into the side.
Missing Walker.
And also Wayne Millerer, who's had a really, really good year. Probably the number one halfback flanker for most of the year. So he's probably the All-Australian first pick at that position. So they do welcome back a fair bit of class for kind of the middle of the ground. And Miller is a halfback, but he does most of his work running.
They're going to be a very challenging side.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. I think they can still give this competition a real shake, the Crows.
You don't want to play them at the Adelaide Oval.
No.
And then obviously, chance of making the top four now pretty much that's gone out the window, you'd imagine, now after that loss. But they've still probably got a good chance of playing a home final if they beat the Giants next week. And that's wouldn't want to go to Adelaide Oval and play them. Like, people don't want to come here and play Freo.
But their ability to come all the way over here and take it up to the now not minor premiers, like, they could go anywhere, I think, and challenge.
They officially took the throne tonight, didn't they? They took the minor premiership of the last minor premier, said, thank you, we'll take it now.
It's like Hayden Young said, though. It doesn't really mean anything.
Oh, it does.
Yes, it does. It does.
Not to players.
Well, they think that, but then they get a week off in a home final.
You play
the team that's slightly further down the other team that won less games throughout the home and away season. So
there is a slight advantage by finishing higher to finish in first rather than second, and that is because you play the team that's ranked in fourth.
Yeah. And you get pick of the jump on grand final day if you make it.
unless you're West Coast against Hawthorn in 2015.
Oh, they did not get that.
They did not get that. You were meant to have home. You were the higher ranked team. It should have been West Coast versus Hawthorn. You should have had the pick of what you wanted, but Hawthorn got it. Imagine that. Jackie in Maitland, thanks very much for your message. Really appreciate it. To you and to Dave as well. We do our very best over here. Thanks very much for texting in. Fran asked a question. Would love Freo to win. Are they able to take this to the MCG on the day? That's a really good question, Fran, and we will only know a little bit later in this season. Nick from Albany, I hope Freo can bring it home to WA, but I'm a little bit worried they remind me of the Eagles' 2015 campaign. Sharon can talk us through that. Not enough finals experience. If they come up against a Brisbane or a Geelong, it might be a similar result as it was in 2015. Hope not, though. That's Nick from Albany. I would go through. Luke Jackson's won a premiership. I know he won it here, but he still's won a premiership. Shea Bolton's won a couple, and that big American has won one as well. So there is some grand final experience.
And big game experience.
What are you laughing about?
That big American.
Well, he is.
That big American bloke who's still out there on the wing.
He's still running up and down, the poor fella.
They've got big game experience, don't worry.
Yeah.
Do they have...
People also forget the amount of guys that played in the final series 4 years ago. They beat the Dogs here and went to the G and played Collingwood in front of 90,000.
That's right.
Look down the list. Frederick played, Sarong played, Brayshaw played, Pearce played. There's 13 players from that day. Switkowski played. The grand final experience
is more valuable than anything, though. So Bolton, Cox, the big American guy.
It's helped Sydney a heap.
Big American bloke. What did you say, big American bloke?
The big American guy.
The big American guy. There's only one of them out there. In fact, there's only one of them in the comp, so you knew who I was referring to. We need to get the votes before we digress and wander down.
That's massive. It's massive.
As we can do, wander down many different rabbit
holes. Cara's duties tonight.
Yep.
All right. It was actually quite tough.
I bet it was.
All right, I've gone one vote to Isaac Rankin. Tremendous game, as we've already mentioned, the 39 touches, 13 score involvements, kick 1 goal 3. Number 2, so 2 votes. I've actually gone Shea Bolton. I thought he was outstanding. He had 27 touches, almost 1,000 metres gain, 15 inside 50s and 9 score involvements, kick 1 himself. And I thought the best on ground when it mattered, and we spoke about clearance and contested ball, was Caleb Sarong. 29 touches, 12 clearances, 5 inside 50s, 9 score involvements, and actually hit the scoreboard twice as well for himself. So, outstanding game.
Excuse that 3-2-1 again.
Rankin,
yep.
Bolton, and Sarong.
And so that makes it for the Christian medal, 3 to Sarong, 2 to Bolton. Who gets the 1 vote?
I'm going to go a forward, and I'm going to go Jai Amos kicking 5.
Goodness. Chris Waterman would never have forgiven us if you hadn't somehow found a vote in there for Jai Amos.
You can't go, but he was out. Yeah, it was great. He should have had 6. To be honest, he missed the easiest one.
Is that why he didn't get 2 votes?
He did miss the absolutely unmissable. And then goes on, and that's the real positive about where Jai's at now, is that, as we mentioned during the call, 2 years ago he would have just disappeared. But no, now turned back around and kicked 5, 1 out of bounds on the full, and a poster. So, terrific effort from him. Thanks very much for your company, everyone. Really appreciate your company this evening, and indeed to everybody who joined us here on ABC Sport, on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio and ABC Listen. Just a reminder again, if you're in South Australia, you will get SA Grandstand tomorrow. 10:30 to 11:30 in SA, and then, of course, for everybody else, whether it's 12 o'clock on the East Coast or 10 o'clock here in the West, we go straight for the pre-game, Richmond versus St Kilda. It's a big Saturday, of course, with no Thursday night footy. They're cramming the games in. North Melbourne and Geelong, Brisbane and Gold Coast, Hawthorn and Collingwood. and Port and Melbourne. Lots to play out tomorrow. Thanks very much for your company wherever you happen to be. Clint Wilden on behalf of the ABC Sport team signing off. Fremantle are the minor premiers, 24 points.